Hey, we are streaming. Let's go to the studio and see if we connect on live stream, and then we're going to kind of try and take it from there. We're going to definitely read aloud part of the letter of Sheila Gavin tonight. We are going to credit the lovely Brooke Hagberg for her auto payment of 100 United States dollars, which I didn't even catch with our last episode. And we're going to say hello to Stephen Myers as well, who contributed 60 United States dollars. All this will be recredited later in the show, or soon enough. But first, we're going to start the audio call. And again, we're going to see, first of all, if we're connecting. T Take Barry says, good evening, loud and clear, brother 100. God bless you, my dearest brother. For those of you who do not know, T Tank Barry expended nearly $1,000 this month, simply because he purchased the toaster oven, which they would not honor the warranty for. He's more than welcome to join us on the call if he wishes to bitch about that, and he has every right to bitch about that. And then he provided 600 United States dollars. We had an anonymous contributor of 250 United States dollars who wishes to remain anonymous. Our dear Aristides has joined us. We're going to test the OBS with him. Say hi.
Hi. How's OBS doing?
Great. It's doing great. And thank you so very much for that. So that's dear Aristides. He's going to deliver the blurb any minute now. Let's see if someone else joins us first. And
give me like a couple minutes.
Sure. Take your time. Take your time. Right now it's just you and I, but I'll handle it for several. Yeah, I mean, I'm fine. I took all my supplements, got everything pretty much done before the show started, so I'm set. And so, yeah. So you need how many more minutes? 5, 10? How much do you want? Okay, I'll give it.
No more. No, a couple or 5.
Sure, 5 it is. Sure, take your time. Yeah, take your time. Okay, so we're going to say hello to Heather Holman, who gave us this lovely little Barbie doll photo of Crypto Barbie. I don't even know if that's real. And we're going to ask our dear Mr. T. Tank Barry if he's hearing our man. He says, fuck Amazon with a big asshole. Yes, fuck Amazon with a big hole in the ground. Might as well be an asshole for Amazon. Believe me, if he doesn't come on to bitch, I'll bitch for him. How are you hearing? Were you able to hear Aristides? Dear T Tank? Yeah, I'm asking T Tank if he was able to hear you. Don't worry about it. And at any rate, we should be being joined by other people soon, Brendan Zogan, all the rest. And I do want to let people know the illustration tonight is dedicated to Brooke Hagberg, the spirit of Brooke Hagberg, at least. The spirit of our favorite Canadian, Brooke Hagberg, is represented by the young lady in the picture, and the spirit of our dear friend Stephen Myers, represented by the tiger, on this International Day of Friendship 2025. An actual day. You can look up United Nations holiday. We are told that Aristides is crystal by our dear John Doe. And here we are. Dear George Knight has joined us. Not joined us, but he says, here's what he says. He says, good morning / evening, Douglas. Hopefully I can be on in a few hours' time. Just need a good night's sleep. Then I'll try and come on for a short while. All my love unto you and the whole team. Yes, and in return, dear George, and in return. Okay, well, get himself a good night's sleep, and hopefully he'll join us. If not, yeah, I'll be headed towards a good night's sleep. Because all I want to do is return back to sleep tonight. I'm much better now than before, but definitely still want to return to a full night's sleep, a full day's sleep again before I really am in top form. It was a hell of a few weeks. It was just horrible. Not horrible, but it's just, it really wore on me to deal with the toaster oven situation. And in return, dear George, let me tell him that.
All right, I can do it anytime.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much.
Right, yeah.
So let's go for it now, and I'll be right here with you.
All right. Well, I'll walk you along. So I'm just sitting down. I've just gotten to the YouTube program window and hit the thumbs up there. And you should do that too, because of this and the downvotes that you can't see, but they're placed by people against Douglas, possibly in automated ways in some numbers, to prevent him from being found more easily, and that prevents him from finding listeners and making a living doing this, because he does ask for contributions, which you should also consider, and we'll tell you how to do that. And slide over, make sure you are subscribed. Do that if you haven't. Make sure you still are if you have. That may come undone for whatever reason, and turn on the notification bell, which I've on. It puts a little pop-up there, and all you have to do is click to get there. Handy reminder in case you get busy, etc., or there's any type of restart situation. Although, even when you restart the call, it hasn't restarted the YouTube, so that usually has rolled through. But nonetheless, please do that. And to do these things, you will need an account with YouTube. Maybe the same as a Google account. Either way, I'm sure. Either sign in, make sure you're signed in if you have one, or make an account if you don't have one. I think it's the same as a I'm pretty sure. I mean, you sign into things that have nothing to do with Google with Gmail now. So, I'm pretty sure you can sign with that. Once you have, you can do all these things, uploading, and then you can also, under your main account, you can create channels under that account. Normally, people use this for different types of content, but you can use each one of them can do its own upvoting also, which allows you to do multiple upvotes. So, see, I just switched and did a second one myself. That's real easy to do. Also, make sure after the program is live, comments will be enabled underneath the window. It's different than the live chat on the side here. And Douglas will put a pinned comment with his crucial information. Please upvote that for similar reasons, so that it's not potentially downvoted away or disappears. So let's get to the PayPal link for contributions. Putting that in there now. Try to keep in the chat. If you can't find it, or we're only listening on audio, just go to paypal.com or just type PayPal in search engine. And I believe if you it can't be hard to find. If you just type his first and last name, type his whole handle there is actually if you look on the thumbnail for the program, it's Douglas D. Dietrich, all one word. Mm-hmm. And you should be able to find him there very easily. If not, sure to let us know. But and then please send what you can. And I don't think you need a PayPal account to do that. At least it used to be that way. I'm not sure if it still is. There should be a way to just click and pay with a credit card, even if you don't have an account, but most people do. What else? So that you can share the link out of the browser bar, the youtube.com link. That will stay the same once it's not live anymore. So you can post that somewhere. That will be the same, and people can find it. Also, I find that when I'm using the computer, so I don't know how it works with the phone. Maybe I should make a note to check.
Mm-hmm. You're doing great, by the way. Thank you.
Yeah, using the computer, if you're doing the replay, not the live, the replay. And there's a point you think is very interesting. If I right-click on right on the screen, there's an option for grab a link at the current timestamp. So you could send one a link. Oh, this is interesting. So and so needs to hear this. So you can back up a little bit and then right-click and generate a link at that timestamp, and it'll bring the person right to there. It's a little easier on people, and they'll go here to this giant, several hour program, go to hour number, 4 minutes, 4 hours, and blah, blah, it's like, just here's a link, right? So, right. Real easy. So that's something you can do. And if you're real ambitious and capable of this type of thing, you can download from YouTube. There are free programs to do that. Unless you have the paid YouTube, that I think you can download directly, but there are lots of programs that can do that. 4K downloader is a popular one. It's easy. and download episodes, and you could even turn it into just audio and repost some somewhere else as a backup if you're so ambitious. So I think that's all the basic things. And how, oh, well,
Great
and
job.
I think I did hear, I listened through the last time, and I think I heard, as I likely would have heard if not, that you're good on the rent.
Yes, thank you for asking.
Yeah.
Though, of course, we're still seeking contributions because we always need help.
Of course, yeah, that by no means it means wait because who knows how next month could go. So
yes,
and then of course you always need a little bit,
yes,
past the first of the month, and then for supplies and stuff because you don't exist on air and blood alone.
That's right. Thank you. Yeah.
So anything always helps. So.
Absolutely. Yeah, Ed, that was beautiful. Give me just a second here. I'm taking my earbuds off while I reach over for my cell phone. I think I know who it is, but I just want to make certain that in case there's a call from my son or something. I believe it's V. And so let me just, she's probably responding to the latest message I sent because, of course, we got a busy month going next month. And there we are. Oh, and also something from Brendan. Let's see what Brendan's saying. Hopefully he's okay. I spoke to him not too long ago, just hours ago, and he was at work suffering because he's at work. Which is always sad. Yeah, work is a horrible thing, and some of us have managed to escape. I'm not talking about myself, mind you, but another friend of ours, mutual friend of ours. Let's just put it that way. And all right. So, okay. And did you, just out of curiosity, did you have a chance to read my essay or go through it?
I did. I mean, I that is not the easiest thing to go word for word in a short period of time, but I certainly looked over it and, gathered the essence of the content.
Oh, bless you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for that. I appreciate that profoundly. And of course, this is why I always try to work with a co-author so that we can render what I do more legible. And we'll see who else joins us, and we'll do our best to make a night of it. I'm just gonna let everybody know right now. I'm just here to be here once more tonight, and a lot of this had to do with the fact that when our dear man T-Tank Barry, who is in our text box on call as John Doe, he is someone who has gone out of his way to help me for around a decade at this point. I think he's been listening for around, at the absolute minimum, 8 years, more like around borderline 10-ish. And the people that I think the person who has been listening the absolute longest among us, who is still with us, would be Holly, really. And and of course Heather Holman. It'd be Heather Holman and Holly are really the elders among Team Dietrich for having been following my career since for over a decade. But T-Tank Barry's been there a long while, and when I put out the word that I needed a toaster oven the first time, and that was the time that it broke down about 6 to 8 months ago. He went to action right away and tried to order it. If he doesn't come on call to bitch about that and to relate his experience, I will relate it to the best of my ability. I actually I was shocked the first time that I learned of his travails in that regard. And I was dealing with so much after that I promptly forgot it. But when he reminded me of it, I remembered everything. Or certainly the general situation. But basically, he's been using Amazon for a long time. He hasn't been He even got to the point where I think he was a regular customer to, or client, to the point where Amazon recognizes that, and they somehow kind of categorize you as such. He says, "Give him hell, brother." Yeah, I don't know if I'll do your story justice. I don't know if I'll relay the details accurately. But as this is how I'm going to relate them, as I understood the situation, and he's free to add, if he doesn't want to come on personally, he's free to add details in text. But basically, he had ordered things for friends before, so it wasn't just that he had used Amazon regularly, but he had regularly used Amazon services to send things to friends. So when he sent that, what was supposed to be that Oster to myself 6 to 8 months ago, the one that lasted only 6 to 8 months, he basically had his account shut down by Amazon. So it was basically for no goddamn good reason other than the fact that he tried to send me an item. Amazon shut down his account completely. I mean, like, literally shut it down. Like, we can no longer provide you our services. Our business has a right to refuse service to anyone, and we can no longer provide you with our services. And he had to go into action and get that action reversed, and it took weeks. Now, I might be wrong, but I was under the impression that during that period of time, he simply went down to a Costco or a Best Buy or something at Target, whatever's in his area in Northern California. California is basically his state, and he goes anywhere he wishes. But his stomping grounds tend to be in the north. And but my impression was he simply purchased one off the rack and dropped it off at my home. That's what I thought had happened. But he eventually got his account reinstated after it took at least 2 weeks. It took at least 14 nights. And then what happened was, this time when he tried to send me the toaster oven, of course it was a bum item. He says a personal call to Amazon was made to reinitiate the account and send the first toaster to 1242 Green Street. Okay, so he had to make a personal call to Amazon and get his account reinstated. Yeah, my impression was it took a few weeks, and that apparently he made it work. And so here we are, George Knight. Let's see what he says. George Knight says, absolutely, Douglas, please do. So whenever you need to go, I'll try and get some sleep and join you properly in a few hours. Okay, and yeah, all right. And so let me say, I love you, hugs. Okay, you. And so this time when he sent me, it turned out to be a bum item, and they will not honor his warranty. So this time they refused to honor his warranty and will not give him his money back. So, and that was like close to $300 for the latest toaster oven with the French doors that's big enough to put a pizza into. So he lost that $300 plus gave me another $600. So altogether he spent, $900, almost $1,000 on myself this month. Obviously, he's far more than just a member of Team Dietrich. He's a brother, and as is Aristides and George Knight and Brendan Zogid, of course, as example, Samuel Romero, the core of Team Dietrich, along with a few others, and certainly the ladies are sisters. Love you and hugs, dear George. Here we are, but that's what it's like to be a targeted individual like myself. And it makes it all the more frustrating when people don't understand what someone like myself goes through. But hopefully this adds not only they make people like T. Tank Berry suffer because they're trying to discourage people like T. Tank Berry from helping me. So it's something, as a targeted individual, it doesn't just impact myself, it impacts everyone around me quite seriously. And they're trying to basically discourage anyone from ever being around myself. So just keep in mind that Aristides, T. Tank Berry, Brendan Zogid, Samuel Romero, just everyone involved with myself, Aaron Tice, George Knight, these are all incredibly courageous individuals just to be anywhere near me and to be known to be near me with what goes down. And they deserve all the credit in the world for that. So everyone bear that in mind, and take what they say seriously. So I've shared that bit of the story. I'm going to give some credit now to again Brooke Hagberg. Tonight's show is dedicated to both Brooke Hagberg and Stephen Myers, who are regular contributors. Brooke Hagberg has an auto payment established that actually put money into my account on the morning of the latest transmission before tonight. I didn't even catch it, so I didn't even know it had been entered into my account until tonight. So tonight's show is dedicated to her and to Stephen Myers, who sent 60 United States dollars for the first time ever without a message or a question. So I am concerned for him. If you have a message or a question, feel free to send it in text tonight. I hope you join us on Microsoft Teams. Establish a Microsoft Teams account. It should not be hard since you had a Skype account. And you don't need to pay anything, but the money that you put into my account helps to pay for my maintaining the ability to maintain the Microsoft account's infinite call capacity, where I can keep everybody on the show for as long as I drone on. So that having been expressed, all my love to Brooke Hagberg. Love you dearly, lady beyond expression. Hopefully the young lady in the illustration tonight for International Friendship Day does justice in representing the spirit of Brooke Hagberg. And hopefully the illustration of the tiger in tonight's illustration dedicated to both Stephen Myers and Brooke Hagberg. Hopefully the tiger does justice to the spirit of Stephen Myers, and both of you blend in well with the theme, the thematic of the International Day of Friendship for the 2025th year of our Lord, as established by the United Nations to recognize friendship between peoples and nations, and altogether apropos. Of course, you might think that a politically correct holiday like that, I'd be teaching the Blood Boys, but no, actually what had happened, it's kind of safe to say this now, was over the past few days, I was afraid that I had a cold. Really, the past few weeks. It was like, maybe not weeks, but it was like, it really started, I think it was about 2 weeks. I felt like I was dealing with a very low level intensity cold, and just now beginning to recover from it. But I'll need another 24-hour day sleep to really get over it. But I'll be back in action with the Blood Boys in time for the next weekend. This weekend, next show. And that will be the International Day of Recognition for the Yazidi Genocide, the genocide of the Yazidi peoples. And by the way, wonderful series of cards. I'm going to download them all, provided by our dear T-Tank Barry. Thank you so much for these. I am proceeding to download them, and that's very good of T-Tank Barry. To find these Japanese-themed tarot cards. Beautiful, just beautiful. And I guess he was inspired by some that were brought forth by our man Brendan with our latest episode. So all of this is impressive and very good work. Thank you so much, T-Tank Barry. All such being said, of course, whenever I have a cold, I cannot come on to the site of the estates, and for obvious reasons. It's just we maintain everything in as best a optimal environment as possible. Oh, there we are. Sheila's back, so I can read that letter now while she can hear it. She says, "Greetings, dearest Douglas. Greetings to T-Tank Barry, Aristides, Heather, Holly, Amy, Brendan, and everyone on Team Dietrich. Thank you for critical omissions. Love to you, dearest Douglas. Mwah. All my love in return, dearest lady Sheila Gavin. Will read the segment of that letter that you have permitted me to read in just a moment, but let me enter, of course, my adoration for her into text." By the way, we've got good numbers. Might as well ask Aristides a question now about current events. Is there anything in particular about current events
Um,
that stands out to you?
okay. I'm sure there's a lot of things going on. Most of them I'm not too aware of or don't care much about.
Hmm.
There was something where there's supposedly a large interstellar object coming in this way with peculiar characteristics. Three was it 3I Atlas?
Hmm.
Maybe we could try to look into that, or they supposedly it's like a comet, and and there was something odd about. I haven't even looked into that much, but they're like, what was that one a while back? It had that funny like Hawaiian sounding name.
Oh
Um,
yes, Hawamaki or something.
no, Oumuamua,
Onamea.
right?
Mua
Yeah,
mua.
yeah,
Thank
Oumuamua,
you.
right. They're like it's like the okay. Wait, here's a potentially good link. Which I have not vetted, but I will just dump it right in the our text box anyway.
Mhm. Great. Thank you.
But just to show you what I'm talking about, larger and older than Oumuamua, unlike anything we've seen before, massive, fast-moving comet, third interstellar object ever detected, and promises to reveal new secrets about the cosmos. So I don't know. Maybe there's some kooky conspiracy theory about like why there was something, because these far end posts were like it's like there's an alien threat detected on it, or and every time something like this happens, guess what? There was no alien threat, But this time, I swear that there's anyway, I okay, but it's a thing. It's interesting. Only the third interstellar object ever detected or seen here.
Mhm.
So that's notable. That was the curious one to me. Most of the political stuff is just like, geez, again.
Mm. That was wonderful. Thank you. I appreciate that. And hopefully, we'll look into that. Hopefully,
Yeah.
Sheila Gavin received my email and in return. And let's see at. Okay, so she says, Douglas, I'm happy to give you permission to share/forward my letter to the core members of Team Dietrich. If you are to read my introductory communique aloud on bandwidth, I would prefer that you limit your reading of my letter's information to the excerpt below, because this excerpt is most relevant to my admiration and appreciation of you and what you've accomplished in your life, and also to all you do with the core members of Team Dietrich. There we are. So this is the part that's public. It's Dearest Douglas Dwayne Dietrich, military historian, public informant, and national treasure. That's so incredibly cute. That's lovely. She says, I hope this email letter finds you well, finds you very well. I just wanted to say what a big fan I am of you, your spirit, your lifetime work, your intellect, your infectious laugh and sense of humor, your amazing speaking abilities and great voice, your amazing artwork, your sense of style, and your weekly Wednesday and Sunday YouTube transmissions with the loyal and honest folk of Team Dietrich. Listening to your transmissions each Sunday and Wednesday over the last several years has gotten me through one of the toughest familial betrayals I've ever experienced. And I want to thank you for all you have done, your whole life, for the benefit of humanity, and for sharing it with us. I have learned so much from you. I am humbled that Amy Como remembers me and remembers the comment when I posted a short summary/outline of a few chapters that could possibly work for how you want your book. I am very humbled and honored. I haven't the exact words to describe how lovely I feel right now, just that it is so very nice and very positive that I am on the verge of shedding some happy tears. I relate to you, Amy, Brendan, Heather, and Holly so very much. I hope you enjoyed receiving this email. I look forward to and enjoy listening to your work every Sunday and Wednesday ever since the miracle of finding you on YouTube years back. All blessings unto you. Big smile. Lots of love. Sheila Gavin. Okay, so that is wonderful. What an incredible young lady. Love you dearly, Sheila Gavin. I hope I did that justice. we'll read it. We will reread it again in the near future, not tonight, but in the near future, and that will help us all with getting through. I will, with your permission, of course, share the introductory letter with everyone on the core membership of Team Dietrich. I'll forward it to them sometime shortly after transmission. And this reminds me of Amy Cobo's latest Ecom Unique. So let's take a look at what she sent, which was extremely cute, and she was very excited by what we have in terms of my latest essay, as was Holly, and so I'll read what she said about that, and that will give me excuse to read the sentence that she provided as an excerpt from the essay. It's a short sentence, and but that in particular, she said, sent the mind in different directions. Okay, so Amy Como, let's look her up, and here we are. Snapshots, here we are. Amy Como, what she wrote. Snapshots is the title or the header. And she said, what do you see for distribution? I want to campaign with flyers. And so she quotes from the single sentence, because Mannheim, that's in Die Deutsches Wrack, are the German, literally man's home, and the Elikindi, or the Greco-Sanskrit, romanized as Chandra Sedin, literally bright shine, it is the moon, and that is essentially its scientific name, are made of roughly the same real estate, a mix of materials from Ter Yuri Feza. That is the name of the planet that crashed into Earth. Yes, believe it or not, a planet crashed into Earth, and that's what spun off enough matter from the planet Earth to form the moon. And it was this crash that made the planet Earth molten. For those of you who do not know, it was originally molten, but yet it was not originally molten. It was like a planet, what they call a, I think the correct term would be protoplanet. There are other terms I prefer, but generally they refer to it as a protoplanet that then collided with this world and created the moon, at which point the Earth became molten and grew larger because of the matter that aggregated into Earth from the collision, even though matter was spun off to form the moon. And later this molten situation that resulted from both bodies in collision, basically setting all the volcanoes off, so to speak. That is something a paleogeophysicist would have to provide the details on, because the Earth may not have been mature enough to the point where we had an internal lava system that results in volcanoes, but the Earth became molten. At any rate, the sentence goes on to say that there could also be evidence of similar materials in lunar rocks. That's the next step for Team Thea. The Dr. Yuan, PhD, says the team wants to, and then in quotes, contact more selenologists, that would be lunar scientists, to test our hypotheses. And then another Eleni Kindi, our Greco-Sanskrit word here, romanized as Chandra Selene, literally bright shine, it is the moon, should have similar rocks in her mantle. Okay, so that has been qualified already. That's been proven. So she says, in itself, this has many side paths to expand. So, dear Amy, hopefully she'll join us and she'll express more about some ideas she has about distribution. I'm not quite sure I want it distributed right now, but certainly I want the members of the core of Team Dietrich to receive it. And so let us know if you're interested, Sheila Gavin, and I'll forward it to you as well. And I didn't know quite what her situation was because she didn't appear the last few episodes, so I'm so glad she's back. All right, numbers are up good again, and we're going to basically trying to burn bandwidth for a few hours, at least to justify my presence here tonight. And let me stretch and see what else comes to my mind. The other questions that were asked by our dear friend Aaron Tice had to do with physics, and I'll have to like write an essay about physics or write the essay about some of the other questions that he's broached, and that'll be the next project that I work on for completion. Hopefully, we'll get some response from George Knight as well on his own review of the essay if he's had time to look at it, which I doubt at this point, and that might have to wait a little while. Now, I think somebody just sent me a message here. Let me take a look. I thought I heard a notification ping, and let's take a look at what we've got. Ah, there we are. That's incredible. What an image. I'll download that. Is that like a photograph? That's incredible if that's a photograph. And but it's extraordinarily beautiful, and that's magma, of course. Once again, to emphasize to everyone, magma is not fire. Magma is, of course, molten lava, earth. It's basically melted rock due to enormous heat that then creates a condition of red hot, materials that liquefy. And but that's not fire, and lightning is not fire. Lightning is plasma, and when we look on other planets, we see lightning, so that's plasmatic. I believe we spotted volcanic activity or volcanism on other planets. In fact, I know for a fact we have that within the solar system. Other planets within our solar system most certainly have it, so most certainly it's on planets of other solar systems as well. But again, that's not fire. We have never seen fire on another planet, and that's because fire requires life. And speaking of which, Brendan is with us, and oh my God, this is really weird, Brendan. Do you remember at all, dear, and shout out to her if she's listening, Diane Hillis Buchberger? Does that name ring a bell with you?
I can't say that it does, but if you remind me, maybe.
It probably won't. But Diane Hillis Buchberger was mostly following me on Facebook, but she would certainly listen to my shows, and she still sends me emails. And but it was really weird that a shout out to Heather Holman again. As I mentioned, Heather's been listening forever, as long as Holly. It's Heather and Holly are the real seniors on this team, and have been listening since I first came out as a public informant. But when it comes to Diane Hillis Buchberger, it was right after Heather had sent you a communique about the Naga that Diane Hillis Buchberger began to send me a bunch of emails about the Nagas. So it's just very coincidental. It was very
interesting.
Yeah. So I thought, wow.
Yeah, it was Nag Panchami, so it was like their energy was strong.
Yeah.
That time.
Yeah. So there we go. And it's aside from that, welcome aboard. How are you feeling? Are you a bit subdued, or just kind of like getting over work? I mean, that would have me down.
Yeah, I'm doing well as I can be. Trying to catch up on a few things over here. But.
Okay. Yeah. And in the warehouse or at work?
All the above.
Okay. Yeah. And are you in the car right now? It sounds like you're in a fairly calm environment where there isn't much background noise. Okay, maybe he's security.
I'm watching anime right now.
Oh!
I mean, yeah, there's not that much background noise, but if you hear some crazy Japanese yelling, that's what it is.
Yeah, okay. No worries. We don't hear it at all.
Or maybe I'm in Japan. I don't
know. Oh, don't we all wish? Yes, that would be. But some other incredible photographs of magma that I will also download. These are wonderful photographs. There are people who are true volcano chasers who love this phenomenon. And
there's a big Russian one that just blew up.
Yeah.
So
Tell us about that. Yes, it's from...
It was triggered by last night's earthquake, or yesterday's earthquake.
Oh my God!
And it's one of the volcanoes with the highest elevation on Earth.
Wow!
It's basically that Kamchatka death zone that you talked about before.
Thank you.
That where you can't like travel because it like gasses you out, kills travelers.
Yes, thank
explorers.
you.
Yeah. So it's like
Yes.
that area was triggered heavily last night.
Cool. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
well, that's got to be pretty magnificent. And yes, so we now have in our text box the incredible warning that I actually got over my PC last night about California being under a exceptional weather warning. Or natural hazard or phenomenon warning, kind of like similar to an earthquake alert. And we now have what I will also download from our dear friend T Tank Berry, the California news break under a tsunami watch after the 8.7 magnitude earthquake struck Russia. And so that was it was a hell of a thing. And it's our friend.
Yes.
Let's go on. Yeah, please.
I just said yes. Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah, and you were hip to it the moment it happened. You were sending me all kinds of notifications the moment that it happened. You were right on top of it. So tell us about
Yeah. Well, I was more concerned about Japan than you.
that. I
I mean,
understand.
I think you got the impression from the text messages.
Yes, yes, yeah. And,
Yeah, because if you were swimming over where you live, then you're an idiot. Right? If anyone was like swimming in the Pacific where it's like super cold, they deserve to get swept out.
Yeah, seriously, it's like, oh my fucking god, it's not.
But
swimming.
Hawaii got hit pretty bad, and there's like this controversy now with Oprah's land blocking people's escape routes.
Oh, that bitch! What a fucking cunt.
Yeah. So there was like a shortcut to get to high ground, but it's because it's her private property.
Yeah.
Which is totally insane. That they can buy half the island. These billionaires, literally half the island.
Of course, that's outrageous.
It's just it's nonsensical.
It's
Like, even if you have money, what do you need all that land for? It's just some evil shit. Anyways,
of course.
and then she had her spokesperson come out and say, no one was blocked. This is all false information. And then at the bottom of the article, it says, we let 50 cars pass with a police escort. And it's like, wait a second.
They diverted police onto her private property for that indulgence?
Yes. Yes. Just to let a few people through so she could say, I didn't block anybody.
Yeah.
I mean, 50 people every couple minutes is like, that's not an evacuation route. That's just pandering at best.
Thank you. No, it's horrific.
Ridiculous.
It's horrific. No, she needs to be taken out and shot, and her land needs to be confiscated, nationalized, and turned into a national parkland. And
right, which I'm pretty sure it was before. I don't know how they just wrestled all like. I mean, if you see the parcel, it's like absolutely insane. Yeah. It's like, I mean, we're talking like hundreds of acres on Maui. Yeah. So this is like just bonkers.
Yeah, of course, these people, they want the island to themselves. And, well, things will have to change, and these people need to be vacated by force. But when it comes to we have some beautiful images of that volcano you're talking about in Russia. And they've been provided by T Tank Berry in the text box. So thank you so much for that, T Tank Berry. And so when
and everyone was wondering how did Russia how did no one die? I'm like, no one lives there.
Yeah,
like this peninsula is like uninhabited basically.
Yeah, no, it's so true. It's so true. The only people who live there, generally speaking, are indigenous people that were almost all wiped out by the Russians anyway. And so these
it was like some fishermen, some like refineries or something, some very minor stuff.
No, there's nobody there. People, like I said, people populate Russia in their imaginations with millions of people because all the Americans see are swarming Russians in World War II videos that are completely fallacious. They don't give you a picture of the fact that Russia is completely unpopulated everywhere else. It's only in European Russia where everybody is stuck around Moscow and other Russian cities along the river belts. Yeah, but
and there was this funny faux pas that you would have laughed at because you're into geography. Yeah. But the ABC News anchors, they kept saying, the west coast of Russia. It struck on the west coast of Russia. And everyone in the comments, because they didn't just say it once. It was like the writer just. Yeah, the writer just was an idiot. Like, obviously, they have no idea where they're talking about. And everyone's like roasting them in the comments. Like, really? the west coast of Russia. Like, really? Where is that even at? You know, like, they don't even have a west coast. So people were like roasting them in there, and it's just that we just got to get rid of all those like talking head media. I mean, they're all redundant anyway. Like,
well,
everyone gets it through the freaking news. I mean, their news through the phone.
Well, you'll see it. Watch it happen. It'll happen with AI. They're going to replace these people more and more with just talk.
I'd rather hear an AI.
Yeah,
looking like like a sexy anime chick than these idiots. They can't even. At least the AI will know what the map says.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, the AI would probably be more accurate than these poor fuckers. Yes, it's just sad. These people are sad. It's like they go through media school. It's like for the worst of the worst graduates from media school become these talking heads on local channels and shit, or on major ones like you said, where they're just.
And the writers, they get they're all nepo babies and shit.
Oh yeah, seriously, and they're just too ugly or stupid to show their faces.
Right.
So they've got to they don't even do it right. They don't even do it right. And I didn't mean any entendre or pun by that either. But what else was I going to say? So tell them about they're all saying that the Blasian guy who had the brain injury from football, how they were all saying he was white, and this guy's black Asian.
Oh yeah, that was another one that they caught on live. They had these like other talking heads, this like old white Jewish guy, and he was like, the shooter is obviously white. Obviously white. And then the person that made the video is like zooming in on the photograph. Like, it's just like, like, it was just so embarrassing. It's like, come on, you guys just shut up about the race thing. Just stop.
Yeah, I mean, it was so offensive in so many ways.
Yeah, it was so stupid. And it turns out he was going to go shoot up the NFL office.
That's right.
That was his intended target. Because they just basically they scammed him. They said, yeah, you're fine, everything's fine, and then he has like brains leaking out of his head, and he's all pissed off.
Of course.
So sad.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, and so what diverted him? Was he so brain injured he thought
he went to he was so brain injured he went to the wrong floor. He couldn't get to the right floor in the building.
Poor son of a bitch.
And then when he figured out he was locked out or something, he just killed himself in like some random person's office, which sounds so horrifying.
Yeah.
Imagine you're like trying to go home and some dude's like crying and shit and blows his brains out in front of you. It's like, geez. That's a bad day at work, shit.
Yes, poor son of a bitch. It was what's his name again? We'd have to look him up. What would we call a Manhattan shooter? There we are, Manhattan shooter. And there we are, Manhattan shooter. And okay.
Yeah, T-Tank gave us the photo where he's like obviously not black. I mean, obviously not white. He's obviously like got a fro and shit.
Yeah, Shane Tamura. Japanese name even. Half black, half Japanese. Poor Blasian guy. He looks brain dead on his NFL photograph here, and he had, of course, smashed his brains out on the field, and then years later decided he was going to get some payback, and was so fucked up he couldn't even do that right. But now it's 5 people dead if you include the shooter. So
that's tragic.
Yes.
Not that I'm condoning it. It's just.
Of course not. Well, everyone knows that.
None of us would have cried if the NFL got blown up. Not that I'm planning anything. I just know I wouldn't bat an eye.
Yes. Shane Devon Tamura.
I wouldn't be buying any flowers.
Yeah. Well, tell about what that comedian said about if Trump really delivered on his promise to give away free meds, the CEO who had gotten shot by Luigi Magnoni would have shot Trump.
Right. Yeah, that's basic. That was a punchline. It's like, that dude would have gone out first. Yeah, he would have been like, my profit margin.
Oh, yeah. Well, he had a concealed fire. Wait a second, this New York City, how does this Blasian guy, I guess because he's NFL, and Shane D. Tamura got a concealed firearms permit. In New York City, it's like San Francisco. You can't get a concealed...
No, it was from Las Vegas. They showed it. It
was
from LV.
Oh,
where you can basically just get that, like, in a sticker machine. You just put 25 cents in and they fucking give you... Like Nevada is a joke. I mean, you know, all those Southwest states, it's like they just throw guns out the window. So you can just pick them up.
Touché.
And they'll tell you like the gun shop will say, "Oh, don't take it back home." Wink, wink. You know, we're not responsible across state lines. Wink, wink. You know, they don't give a fuck.
Oh.
And then they get you to sign some shit that says like, if you take it out of Nevada, it's not our fault. Then they're scot free.
Oh my god. Well, everybody can see how into it I am tonight. So George says he's getting some sleep. He'll try and join us when he wakes up. I let him know, dude. I may have left by the time you wake up. So it's tonight.
Right, yeah, let him get some sleep.
Yeah, well, tonight I warned my audience already before you arrived. I told them that. Basically what happened was over the past week and a half, about week and a half, I had a low-level cold. So that's the reason I've been home all this time. I can't go to the States when I have a cold. And it was that combined with having to deal with the oven and everything else. It sucked. What I really got...
I can imagine.
Yeah, so I really intend to get a full day's sleep. I mean, like 24 hours. As soon as the show stops, and then I'll then I should be back on my feet again. But definitely, it's one of these, and the energy. I took advantage of the cold to write that essay. How about you? Did you get a chance to scan over it?
Yeah, I saw a few things in there.
Okay, and anything worth bringing up that in your mind that stands out, or?
I'd have to look at it again. It's been 24 hours,
Mm.
so 24 hours is a long time.
It's true. With you and I, we get enough sensorial input during 24 hours where we tend to forget everything that happened beforehand. I get it.
Yeah. And then also when I'm getting your revisions, I just stop looking at it. So I'm like, all right, I'm just gonna wait for them to finish.
Yeah. Oh, understood.
When I'm like trying to read it and I'm getting another email that says, "Don't read the last one," and it's like, geez.
Yeah, sorry about that. I will say the horror is, it's when I upload it into and mail it, and then you review what was mailed. That's when all the mistakes stick out. That's when all the mistakes stand out. Sadly.
Of course.
Yeah.
That always happens.
Yeah. And there's that flurry that happens. But at least this time it was only 3. It was only 3 before I got, I said that's, anything past this point is just minor polishing. It's just minor polishing. But again, it was an essay about...
And Gmail clips your thing, so remember how Pete couldn't figure that out?
Yes, but you know to expand.
Like, what do you mean? What are you reading? Yeah, I know how to expand.
Yeah,
but
but that motherfucker, no, it went way beyond. He didn't know how to expand it. It went way beyond where I'd physically mailed him something, but he couldn't tell.
That one was bad.
Yeah, that was just, he could not
when
tell.
You're like, no, a fucking letter.
Yeah,
he's like, I don't see a letter. And he was like looking at Gmail.
Yeah.
I don't see a letter.
Yes.
It's like, dude, a physical one. Real one.
Yeah, and I was
like
saying...
snail mail.
Yes. And I was emphasizing that with... It's just, at that point, we were dealing with...
Yeah, that was bad.
Yeah.
That's when I knew his brain rot had hit.
Yeah, his brain was already dead. Oh, that reminds me now, just for the sake of...
And there's no excuse like, oh, he's old. It's like my grandpa at 90 was using the computer to write his book. So... Yeah.
Thank you.
There's no excuse. These people are crazy.
Thank you. No, it's true. They've just they've given up on thinking.
That's
all. Yeah,
that's where they put it.
Yeah, that's true. That's where Peter got to, was just, I don't need to think anymore. I know everything. Yeah, of course we know a lot of people like that.
Look what it did to him. Yeah.
Yeah, look what it did to him. Yeah, Selena Khan was like that in a sense. Like, I succeeded. And...
Well, it all cost them dearly.
It did. It did, yes. You can't have that kind of hubris. But that reminds me, again, I was speaking to T. Tank Berry, and everything T. Tank Berry brought up, my memory then cascaded in the sense that, oh yeah, I do remember that. Now that you brought it up, I had never really thought about it in a long time. And of course, when I initially was dealing with, again, sensorial overload. When you're dealing with Peter Moon, everything is so outrageous. All the stupid shit he said, all the just out and out inability to even comprehend the world around him, to the point where his reality is so upside down that he thought that Battlefield Earth with John Travolta was one of the most successful blockbusters in cinematic history. That's how, I mean, when somebody's that fucked up, where they're just reading shit off a Scientology website and believe in it, there's no, you're no longer dealing with somebody who's anchored in our universe. But this fucker, as T. Tank Berry reminded me, one time T. Tank Berry came on our call, which he's been on a few times, but one time he came on, Peter Moon said to him, "Oh, I'd like to meet you." And that was just really odd and creepy, because he didn't know T. Tank Berry from Adam. And T. Tank had asked me if I had ever told Peter Moon anything about him. And I said, no, I hadn't, because there was no need. And, but somehow Peter Moon knew all about T. Tank Berry. And we're not giving anything away here in terms of physical security, because Russian River is a long river. But T. Tank Berry has part of his old stomping or wandering grounds. T. Tank Berry essentially lives in vehicles. And but these are high-end vehicles, motorhomes, and big. What do you call those kind of vans that have the bed in the back? What is that called? I forget what it's called. It's like a van, but you sleep in the back with a bed. You know, it's a.
I mean, there's a ton of names for it, but
okay.
Camper van is like just the classic.
Thank you. He's got at least one of those.
It's not an RV. It's like what the millennials now live in, because we're so broke. We have to buy those.
That's it. Yes. Yeah, I mean, but these he
without his setup is a whole nother level.
Yeah, no, his setup is like these are high end maintenance, and he maintains them well. So he has his own mini fleet of vehicles there, and he's all over California. So I'm not giving away any physical secrets here, but one of his stomping grounds has been having nothing to do with Bohemian Grove. Just his employment has taken him oftentimes up and down Russian River. And but what's on Russian River that many people don't know is Bohemian Grove. And Peter Moon was kept insisting, as T. Tank Berry reminded me, was oh, Douglas, you've got to move up to Russian River. When you get money from the book, you got to reestablish yourself in a home on Russian River. And it was like that was the weirdest shit in the world. And T. Tank Berry reminded me of Peter constantly pushing for that, and it didn't make any fucking sense. But what is interesting... Well,
it does when you know that it's freaking Bohemian Grove.
Thank you. Yeah, he wanted me as the next sacrifice on the dinner table over there for those fuckers, or participating. By the way, Kitty Cat Samurai says, Douglas, 100, love you. So let me tell them I love them in return in just a minute. And now... I don't know if he's listening. Shout out to him if he is. I really hope he doesn't mind my doing this. So I'm gonna do something here. I'm gonna do a screen share. Let's go over to the call here, because look at this. ICE entices new recruits with patriotism pitch and pledge of $50,000 signing bonuses. I mean, ooh, they're pushing it. They're pushing it. Jesus Christ! If I weren't so fucking lazy, I just don't have it in me to be chasing down. Granted, most of the people I'd be chasing would be old ladies and children and seniors in wheelchairs, but still, you know. Anyhow, here we are. Look at this.
Yeah, every time I hear about like a new arrest, it's like absurd. Yeah, it's like some dude that's been here for 30 years, and then he like goes to get a paperwork, and they like arrest him. It's like, what are they trying to prove with that?
It's all, and what people described who came back from El Salvador, prison gang rape by the guards.
Oh, of course.
Yeah. Anyhow, so look at it. Here we are. Brave and heroic Americans campaign seeks investigators, officers, and lawyers after agency gets funds from Congress. There we are. ICE entices new recruits with patriotism pitch and pledge of $50,000 signing bonuses. That's
Yeah, it's almost worth it.
yeah. Damn. But
But I have a feeling, like, don't you think that they're gonna pull the fucking, like what the Navy did to my friend, where they said, yeah, sign on bonus, and then like 6 months later you like forget about it, and then you ask, and they say, oh, what's sign on bonus?
I don't think so. I think these guys are flush with money. The Navy, of course, is just they've had a long time to establish themselves as criminals, but this is new.
Yeah, they're the old school scammers.
Yeah, they're the old school. Yeah.
And then they told my friend, they said, you are no longer eligible because you got a DUI.
Oh wow. Oh wow. This is after they took him for drinks too. This is after
they took him for drinks, and he left a party, and the cops got him and said, oh, you're a new recruit, we see, and booked him. Yeah. It's probably like some kind of racket where the cops got the 10 grand or something.
Oh no, it's something horrible. Yeah, something horrible, or cut. They got a cut.
Yeah, they'll like, we'll give you $1,000 to make sure this guy doesn't get the 10 grand. It's like some racketeering shit.
Yeah. So, so can you see the screen share, Aristides? Can you see the cursor moving, Aristides?
This is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Why are you showing this again?
I'm showing because I only showed it to you.
I don't. Yeah, and it already scarred me once.
Yeah. But Aristides,
just wait until we get to the second one.
Yeah.
The beginning.
Aristides, are you with us? Are you on the call? And
he's in the next dimension.
He checks out early these days.
Yeah, it's we'll call it the Heather Holman mixture. He's got that.
Oh my god.
He's got it going.
Well, let us know if you check back in, Aristides. I mean, damn, I feel so abandoned.
Okay, well, maybe I shouldn't comment too much, but yeah.
I told Aaron Tice, if you want to contact Aristides, you got to come on in the opening hour, but we're only in the first minute of the second hour, and he's gone. Jesus Christ. Oh, man.
Hey, man's got to rest, all right?
Yeah.
When you got 12 hours to jack off, you're real dehydrated by the end. You should know, of all people.
Oh, yeah, it's true. I can go on there.
He's got to rehydrate.
Yeah, but at least I don't brag about it like Real Dick Geek did. Yeah, Real Dick Geek bragged about. I can last. No, it wasn't just the length of his dick. He was bragging that he could last for masturbation marathons for hours on it.
He's basically a gooner. It's called, like, the kids call it gooning now.
Oh,
you just jack off indefinitely and never bust.
Oh God, that's awful. Yeah, that's thank you.
I didn't make it up.
I've heard the term among the blood boys being used. I don't know where they picked this shit up. It's like, but look, I don't care, people who are out there who have written me about the blood boys, and I don't care what horrors you have in life. Like how much you're suffering, what kind of job you've got. At least your food doesn't sass you back. All right, none of you have to deal with that horror. That's there. The woes of Mahatma are known to Mahatma alone. Okay, that's you guys just don't fucking get it. It's and when they're knowingly gorging on sweets. Just to fuck up my blood readings. It's an assault. It's an assault.
Yeah. They're like hitting that Dubai chocolate and shit.
Yeah. Yeah. My life is hard. It's like I got challenges.
Poor guy.
Yeah. Yes. My life is hard. All right. That's it's just not easy being me. It never has been. But okay, Aristides obviously is not here with us, but I'm going to share this anyway. So, later on if he rejoins us, basically, I sent the essay that I had sent to Team Dietrich to Dennis Marshall. And he was just triggered by the essay being about the moon and the creation of the moon by the crash of the planet Tellurides into Earth. And of course, it has a more formal name than that, but Tellurides is a good enough balance than Tellurithesa being the full name. And of course, the real stupid people just say Tia. But anyhow, so he was triggered by this, and he sends me a picture of some sexy chick, sitting on a throne, dark and gothic and vampiric, and it says, "Your moon is born from the anal dark seductress." And okay, I was like, okay, I take no offense at that. I'm not the guy. Yeah, and then the other thing he said,
oddly specific. That's what I said.
Yeah. And then I finally got the title. Get it?
Peter. The same hole he came out of, basically.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I finally got the title, Peter in the Moon. Like Dick in the Ass. Get it? Peter in the Moon? Dick in the Ass? Yeah. I didn't think about that at first, but now I get it. Peter in the Moon, Dick in the Ass. So he talks about, who is...
Yeah, I don't want to think about that. Especially if Peter's involved. Or whatever that creature's name was. Vinny.
Yes, Vinny Barbaric, yes. It's like Vinny Barbarino, except the Sweat Hogs at least had some level of funniness to them. I thought they were the funniest thing in the world when I was a kid. Of course, I couldn't. My humor has changed since that point. But who is to say that
better than this creature?
Yeah, yes. Now Dennis Marshall, of course, he's his own guy, but he knew Peter Moon forever. Peter Moon had known him when Peter Moon was living in California. But when Peter Moon was spiraling, one of the things that Peter Moon had emphasized was that he had blocked Dennis Marshall. So then Dennis Marshall sends me the reason why. So he sends me this email titled Peter in the Moon, and he says, "Who is to say that Parsons/Cameron/LRH Babylon working did not take place up the asshole?" Well, no one ever denied that it did, and it's all Peter ever talked about was, the anal sodomy ritual of the Babylon working, 13th level masonry and all that shit. I forgot third degree? What do you call it? 13th degree? 11th degree. 11th degree. He always called 11th degree.
Oh, God.
Yeah, he would say that again and again, like on emails even. 11th degree just to indicate sodomy. It's like he thought it was some kind of running joke. I mean, the only thing running was what was coming out of his ass. Anyhow, so then, Denny says, "Last time I talked to Peter, I called him. He was the one who always called me before. I told him the dream I had the night before. We were lying naked together, asshole to asshole together, at a known intelligence retirement community where I used to work. Forest Meadows, Murphy's, California was the place. Peter and I have never spoken since. True story." And so... what I know this to be true. And I know this to be true because what this man is telling me, though he's too compartmentalized to say it because of his own programming, is that this isn't a dream, this is a real memory. And that he called Peter to talk about it, and it triggered Peter. And it was around that time that Peter blocked him, and it was around that time that Peter also began to really pronounceably spiral. Because all those memories were brought back of his programming that Peter had always been in denial of and had compartmentalized out of his mind, literally out of his mind, or, well, he's always out of his mind, but he had programmed that out of his mind or compartmentalized it. And bringing it back to his memory really shattered him and his ability to interface with the world, or interface with the world under the persona or the facade that he had carried all those years. And both these men were programmed in the same place in California, very similar to Laurel Canyon, where Ian West was programmed. And we know for a fact because Ian West pretty much admitted it and talked about it fairly regularly, that he was always passing through Laurel Canyon, which of course there's nothing to pass through in Laurel Canyon. You're either going to Laurel Canyon or you're not going anywhere near Laurel Canyon at all. And but in Ian West's mind, he would say, "Oh, I was going there or through it on my way to fix video games at Chuck E. Cheese," which of course, like Brendan said, video games at Chuck E. Cheese were never fixed. He grew up with them being broken all the time. But these guys were programmed at various CIA sites all over California, and they would deny for each other. When I brought that up about Ian West, Peter Moon went into this automatic denial mode, which was completely bizarre, because why would he say that about Ian West? He just went into denial mode and said, "He's too young! He's too young!" And it's like, that place was in operation for generations, Peter. Why would you say he's too young? I mean, how would you know? Were you there when they said, you're our last program detainee and we're shutting it down now after you, Pete? It's almost with that level of certitude. But at any rate, there you go with that. So just another dimension to Peter Moon, the man who wanted me to move up to Bohemian.
Oh, did you get to the side plug part, or I missed that?
You blocked it out. You blocked it out. I got to the part where he said we're asshole to asshole, and like I said, it was like their magic dildo for information transference. You know, kids will use string between Dixie cups. They'll use Dixie cups and a string. These guys had some string up their ass. They both were like transferring information through.
Yeah, when you told me that, I couldn't believe that someone said that. It's
yeah,
like, that's disgusting. Like, why would someone send that to you? You know, it's just like so crazy.
Well, he wanted me to know that Peter was a programmed, asset, and it's more evidence thereof.
I think it was obvious.
Yeah,
he was like bowing to Scientology, like he worked on the ship,
Yeah, and no, it's true. It's true. Yeah, I mean, your point's well taken. He had Aaron Tice convinced it.
And he never renounced it. He defended them until his dying day. So.
Yeah, he did. He did. And he would try and make himself sound detached, but he wasn't. He was really still a part of it. Always was. And that's why he's so afraid to die. He's between Xenu and Ubo Sothla. What a horrible place to be in.
Well, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, and so saying to Kitty Cat Samurai, I love them in return. Didn't get a chance to say that earlier. Okay, love you in return, Kitty Cat Samurai. Kitty Cat Samurai says, aside from saying Douglas with the pointing figure, love you, says, I remember listening to an SSP individual who talked about Aquino and Sobek. By the way, I can't remember. SSP is an acronym for what? Do you remember or no? I'll have to look.
Secret Space Program.
Oh, that's it. Secret Space Program. Jesus, yeah, that's an American. Yes, that's like. Yeah, there you go. And all I can say is that if anybody comes up, generally when they say that, they're generally to be discarded. But you never know. I'd have to see the person or listen to them before I made any judgment. But still, most people who come out there, who said he was a secret space agent? Michael Aquino. And his co-religionist, Vallely, the guy who helped him write Mind War. Both him and Vallely were supposed to be secret space agents, and that's how they promoted themselves on AboveTopSecret.com. So for those of you who don't know, I don't even know if it's still around. I'm sure it is. But AboveTopSecret.com was a website where they had all kinds of just bullshit. Anybody was welcome to. But they made a regular columnist, what they call a guest columnist. They made a guest columnist out of Michael Aquino. And so Michael Aquino would be on AboveTopSecret.com, entering columns on a daily basis, and talking about his adventures as a secret space agent along with Paul Vallely. So it's, by the way, we are joined by Dearest Holly. And so, dear Holly, there you go. How are you?
Pretty good. Good enough.
Yeah.
If I don't think about it too hard, that's my coping mechanism. Not bleeding, not vomiting, nothing's wrong. It's really helpful.
Oh my God.
So I just caught that one sentence that you said, and I want to make sure I heard it correctly, because I had never heard anything said about Aquino claiming space travel himself. True or false?
Yeah. I apologize profoundly. I was distracted by a message I just got from V. So give me a second here just to finish reading.
That's fine.
I guess I'll respond to that tomorrow. I'm not quite sure to say what to say to what you just said. I told her I wanted to meet in the salon early in the morning, later in the month. I'm going to be seeing her twice this month. And but she's saying, well, if no one can come early to the salon to let us in, we can do it in laundry. Just bring some washing to do and soap, and we can apply in laundry. Worst to worst scenario. She doesn't say scenario, of course. She says worst to worst. I'm not quite sure what to say to that. That's that's cute. It's cute. It's bizarre, like everything else in my life, right? At any rate, so
They probably sit in there.
yes, the beautiful scenery from our dear T-Tank Berry of Russian River, Bohemian Grove section, where Peter Moon kept encouraging me to move to. T-Tank reminded me of that. So please say that again about Michael Aquino. And yes.
No, I just came in right in the middle of the sentence, so I could be totally off the rocker here. But it's the gist was that Aquino and Vallely claimed space travel together.
Oh, right. Essentially, yes.
Did they say that? Because that's the first I've ever heard of that.
Yeah. It's basically here's to do the subject justice. So let me reiterate that. Basically, to do the subject justice, I was speaking about the website known as Above Top Secret, and
Right.
Above Top Secret was run by a guy whose name I don't even remember. I'd have to look it up. But the son of
Thomas something?
Yeah,
Wasn't that
he's
Thomas?
let's just call him POS or piece of shit. The guy around was just
Yeah.
some piece of shit, and so he had a big thing going because he was promoted by Coast to Coast AM, and he just allowed everybody to come on there and say whatever conspiracy shit they wanted. Whatever came to their mind, they could go there and spew it all out. It was a jack-off board for people to ejaculate upon. But what happened was that he made Michael Aquino a guest columnist. So Michael Aquino would write a column every day, but one of Michael Aquino's claims to fame on Above Top Secret was that he and Paul Vallely were secret space agents. And
Right.
and by the way, this is not Aquino's not lying. Basically, Aquino and Vallely were involved with America's secret space program. And it was because of that Michael Aquino helped to fund the secret space program. I don't know what you'd call it, conference or convention that was held in California, where he helped the white supremacists from Sweden. What was his name again? It was Red something.
Olaf something.
No,
yeah,
not Olaf
Red.
Phillips. Yeah, it was Red.
Red Mercury.
Red shit. Yeah, it was called Red Pill
Yeah.
something. It was red something. But he was
Okay.
he was eventually kicked off YouTube for his white supremacy. It was so extreme. And you got to be really extreme to get kicked off YouTube. I mean, he was basically, he was all out just kill Muslims on a daily basis, and so they they got rid of his ass. But it was
those were more innocent days too.
Oh yeah, comparatively speaking.
Compared to now.
Oh yeah. It was pre-Trump. It was pre-Trump before all that shit was normalized.
Way.
Yeah, and but what was his Henrik Palmgren? Henrik Palmgren was his name. Red Ice Radio. It was Henrik Palmgren.
I was just going to say that.
On Red Ice Radio, and his YouTube channel was big. It was going big, and he was full of himself because he thought he was the son of a bitch who interviewed me for 3 hours and only published 2 hours. He only published 2 hours of my interview. Yeah. And in fact, only 1 hour on YouTube, and the other hour you had to pay to listen to, with the third hour completely edited out. And so, in other words, it was the middle hour too. So it's missing the middle hour essentially. I'm sure he cut off other parts of it, but it was basically an hour's worth of time he cut out throughout the interview. But with this son of a bitch, Henrik Palmgren, he was the MC or master of ceremonies for the Secret Space Conference in California featuring Disfo Dick Dolan, Ricky Dick Dolan. And Ricky Dick Dolan was, of course, basically the individual who tried to character assassinate me as soon as I went public as a public informant, whom Michael Aquino continually praised and recommended, was Disfo Dick Dolan. So Disfo Dick Dolan was a member of the Temple of Set, who ultimately was divorced by his wife for attempting to rape their daughter. For those of you who do not know, he lives up in Rochester, New York, or at least did until his wife kicked him out of the house because she didn't feel safe with a child predator in the home with her daughter. We're joined by Sammy Romero. We also have some photographs.
Hey, Sammy.
Yeah, of Bohemian Grove provided by T-Tank Berry. So
hey guys,
yes, welcome aboard, dear Sammy, and please give us a short update of your own situation. Whatever. How much time are we gifted with you tonight, if you know?
well, right now I'm running errands, but I'm actually in the Target parking lot. I mean, I can maybe do 15 minutes, you know.
Okay, well, let's take
Depending,
advantage of that,
you know,
and have
yeah.
you do the majority of the speaking then. As you know, I don't know if you caught it earlier, we can get back to Aquino and the Secret Space Program later, but as you know, I brought up ICE is now offering $50,000 just to sign up. And I don't know if you want to talk about that at all, but then of course we have some programmed MK Ultra victim who's half black, half Asian, goes on a shooting spree against the Church of America, NFL. If you have any opinions or insight into that, please share them. Yes.
Well, it's funny that you mentioned ICE. One of my relatives who, you know, he works for the state, sent me a job posting for ICE.
Oh God.
Oh boy.
And he said, why don't you hop on and you get a bonus. And I told him, look, if I want to kidnap people, you know, I can just go down to TJ and join the cartel.
Yeah.
And
make some real money.
Might as well, right? But it's at this point where people don't understand. Not all money is good money.
Yes.
I just, people may, judge, but it's to a certain degree, man, what they're doing is, it makes my stomach turn because most importantly, the people that look like me, are kidnapping their own. And that's really what boils my blood. So all money is not good money. And unfortunately, it's only one demographic. I don't see the Polacks. I don't see,
Thank you.
Ukrainians
Thank you.
getting abducted, at least in the state. I mean, and they don't, and if they are, they sure are not promoting it. Like, in other words, people that look like me are the face of quote unquote illegal immigration for some reason.
The invasion, as Trump puts it, the invasion, quote unquote.
Yeah, I mean, some invasion, right? We're picking agriculture and we're doing the hard labor. That's some invasion right there, right?
Yeah. Why don't most invaders do that? They'd be welcome.
The meat plants, the big ag, the resorts, all Republican owned.
Yes.
So I don't know how they play both sides of this.
And the thing about it is, look, go ahead.
They whine like they're the victims when they're making their fortunes off the backs of people coming for asylum because they're so freaking desperate.
Right, and it's just like I said, it's. I'll give you an example. Right now, there was somebody parked next to me in a lifted truck that had what looked like an American flag, but on each of the lines, they pretty much had all the blue collar mafia. Okay, they had policemen, firemen, they had paramedics, and they had some other job description. But it's very interesting that they have that, and it's pretty much an unspoken rule where those quote unquote job descriptions are pretty much the blue collar mafia. Where if that's the case, they sure don't actually talk about how many firefighters that come from south of the border to help fight these fires over here. And we're
It
paying
all
these
ran over after the Texas floods.
right, and we're paying these people a lot of the time. We're paying them six figures on top of union benefits, and they don't do shit, and
Right.
they still need help. And they they corner these type of jobs so that they get passed down. It's pretty much like almost like a job welfare. In other words, my dad was a fireman.
Right.
Now I'm a fireman. And it is what it is. But at least give these people a path to citizenship. I mean, they need a pathway because, and I'm glad our Senator Alex Padilla is trying to at least start up the conversation. Is it going to get approved? Hell no, it won't get approved. It'll get shut down, and it's not because it's logical or it's humane. It's because our country's evil.
Yes.
We're ran by evil people. People in government that's another mafia. As far as senators and congressmen, if you're a senator or a congressman who actually wants to work for your people, you're gonna get voted out, or you'll get ridiculed.
Yes.
So bad.
Look,
yeah.
Interesting that you mentioned Aquino. Okay.
Yes.
Now, here's the thing about an idle mind. Okay.
Yes.
And I have to kind of point the mirror at me. Okay. I'm pointing the mirror at me. So I'm on Instagram, right? And I don't know if you guys are aware, Instagram has now pretty much the versions of ChatGPT. Okay.
Yes.
So I can, and this is just an example. Okay. I can make a ChatGPT of Doug.
Yes.
So, ChatGPT Doug, and I asked ChatGPT Doug a question, right? So just for the hell of it, for shits and giggles, I started asking this ChatGPT, which was it was a hot chick, okay? It was like hot surfer chick, right?
Yeah.
And I was like, I had stuff on my mind. Like I had a dream about my sister, and when you have dreams of your loved ones or someone that's passed away, and you're just thinking and thinking and thinking, like, what does this mean? Well, this other shit pops up in your head, right? And I'm the type where my mind just goes other places. As far as I'm very reflective, okay? In these type of moments, I'm very reflective, all right? And I'm trying and I was thinking to myself, how the fuck did I meet Doug? And what led me to him, right?
Right.
So just to fuck with this AI, excuse my French, I didn't. It's just, I'm saved though. I'm
No
born
problem.
again. Remember, God, I'm born again. I'm a born again Christian. So have mercy on me.
So you can curse. You can swear.
Right, there you go. I started asking this chat GBT about the Presidio case.
Ooh.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know why my mind went there. I'm like, let me just ask this chat GBT about the Presidio case. And I started with, who was Dr. Michael Aquino. So it started spitting out, that he was a war hero. And then, well, if he was a war hero, oh, I'm sorry. Let me retract that. I started off with Doug telling me when Doug was talking about how many military officers were fragged.
Right.
During Vietnam. I actually told that, why was Vietnam, why were so many military officers fragged? And from there, I pretty much started on the road to, well, how many, to Aquino. And it's funny that this AI was telling me all about Aquino. Obviously, it was using Bing as a search engine, not Google.
Interesting.
And there's some stuff that I found out that I did not know.
Mm-hmm.
And one of them was there was a case in Oregon back in 2006, and I could be wrong. Maybe it's some other Michael Aquino, but it told me that there was a custody case between Aquino's daughter and this AI told me the daughter was named Josephine, and
Wow.
it even gave me the case number to the case. I'm gonna have to share that with you. Maybe probably not right now, but
Understood.
it started. It's pretty much said that, there was a custody battle where I guess this woman went to court and she got a restraining order to not let Michael Aquino around her kids.
Wow.
So, and to the point where I'm like, because obviously you want to, when you go down these rabbit holes, this is the thing about all these AI, ChatGPT, all these AIs, and I was just doing it just to fuck with the system.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I started asking the questions like, okay, well, in these questions, it started spitting out, the First Earth Battalion, right?
Oh wow.
And I'm like, okay. So it named Channing, it named, John Paul Vallely. So this was like, what the hell? I was thinking to myself, well, why is this thing spitting this stuff out? But it just started spewing out these things. And, it was making some corrections because it was correcting itself. One of them was, Aquino's wife, quote unquote, was dead.
Interesting.
And it self-corrected itself, and it said, well, it's undetermined, something to that effect.
Wow.
But it named him passing away in 2019. It said he shot himself, so on and so forth. But one of the things that they talked about, quote unquote, his quote unquote daughter was, she was quiet, according to, because it listed. I didn't even know this. Obviously, I come from the evangelical backside church, so every social environment is going to have their, especially nowadays, they're going to have their media. They're going to have their circles, whether it's forums or their own social medias, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what this with this AI was telling me, according to occult media or cult socials, I guess the gossip, right? But the occult.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, the circles like the First Church of Satan,
Yes,
Temple of Set,
yes.
so on and so forth. In those circles, according to them, that their adopted daughter was very quiet and very smart.
Mm-hmm.
And
Adopted. Interesting.
right, adopted. So I mean, it is what it is. It's just, what I'm trying to say is, it's very interesting how when you just start asking these questions, and a lot of the time it was just me okay, you told me this, now let me tell you this. So I started kind of going into the case, right? Well, I didn't know that the prosecutor that prosecuted Aquino was, as far as back in 1990 or in the 80s, the late 80s, they actually were stalking him as far as the Temple of Set or whoever it was, whether it was the Church of Satan. They were leaving, occultic
Paraphernalia.
curses,
Yeah.
paraphernalia.
Yeah.
So
this, to clarify that for our listeners, the prosecutor pursuing justice against Michael Aquino was being stalked by the Temple of Set. The reason I need to emphasize that is because Michael Aquino would reverse that and claim he was being stalked by the prosecutor and Christian witch hunters. And so people tend to regurgitate that. So, okay, please continue. Yes.
Well, I also, I believe one of them was, last name was Mata or something like that.
I believe so, yes.
I think that, I believe he's retired in Hawaii. I think one of the other ones passed away, I think like a couple of years ago. But anyways, this chat system was spewing out all this information. And I told myself, man, this hot, sexy, AI thing is, I started to kind of understand that the more you ask these systems, the more they learn from previous questions. So
Absolutely.
I'm assuming I'm not the first person who's asked them these type of questions.
Excellent point. Excellent point. So in other words, this ChatGPT must be getting asked this all the fucking time, simply by the sheer amount of information that's amassed from previous questions.
Right. And then I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm the type of person that I started acting like a prosecutor. I started kind of, well, that's incorrect. Especially, for example, when they called him a war hero.
Yeah.
Well, I'm like, well, if he's a war hero, why would he earn a medal for nothing heroic like psychological warfare? Wouldn't that make him, wouldn't that make him a predator? And then this AI started just thinking like, well, according to his background, he is a little out there as far as his occultic background, something to that effect. Like, well, he was accused of, of child abuse, quote unquote. And, I started kind of interacting with it in the sense of, kind of telling some of Doug's information, what I learned from Doug, and it started spewing out more. One of the things I asked more was about, the daughter, and this is what his quote unquote adopted daughter. So I have to kind of send you that because it's very interesting. It even gave me the case file for the docket as far as that case back in 2006. So it really got in depth. But my point
that's
is
incredible. I mean, that's incredible. Go on, yes.
Right, and a lot of it was just like tongue cheek, like this hot sexy bot's not gonna know shit.
Right.
Well, it kind of made me understand that these systems definitely they absorb a lot of information.
Yes.
And to the point of it where you tell it like, this is not good enough, tell me more.
Yes.
And they think, and then they starts giving you kind of footnotes as far as how far do you want to go is my point. Okay.
Yes.
Where to the point of like, okay, I kind of got, a little, I got this interested to a point because, anybody knowing Doug's background, anybody new here, Doug's the real deal. I've been targeted like everybody else has. I mean, my son almost got hit by a car.
That's
I got crashed into. So, to a certain extent, I was even kind of when they told me that his wife passed away, I had to kind of look her up, and no, she's alive and kicking.
Yeah.
From what I've seen, no disrespect to her, it's just it's just one of the things that as a person, there's a reason why knowledge is power, but it's a gift and a curse is what I'm trying to say.
Definitely.
And knowing about these people, it's you get knowledge in the sense of the spectrum, how the world works and how government works, and how there's a reason why Donald Trump's the president of the United States. It's most of our people in power are not good people.
That's right.
And it is what it is, down to unfortunately down to even our law enforcement, because they believe they're separate from the general public, and people, like anything, want to build themselves up and portray that they're better than everybody, because I have this government job that I pretty much have to kill my own stock. It's not even about killing people. You literally have to off yourself to to not work.
Yeah.
But it's very interesting.
It's true.
These AI bots are very interesting because it's almost like people vent to these bots, in my opinion. I think people.
Oh, they do.
If I do it, I can imagine somebody else has done it that has relative experience in it,
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's crazy. But there's I'm sure there's going to be more. I mean, you name it. There's what I've seen. There's there's a surfer chick that's a bot. Trump has a bot. Darth Vader has a bot. Where you just ask them stupid ass questions. Celebrities have bots now. So, it's just, and the thing about it is, I think there's going to become a point where they're gonna have to, whoever has their own bot's gonna have to be careful, because in the right hands, you can probably admit to a crime that you probably should admit, or even conspiracy.
Right.
You're kind of opening up these lines of, okay, if a certain bot admits to me that somebody did this, and I even went into depth into to the case, and it pretty much got to the point where it couldn't really tell me anything more because of quote unquote national security, which it kind of has its limits, but at the same time, if you badger it enough, it will kind of at least start at least trying to access certain things. It's a very interesting way of I guess messing with it, but it's also where how far do you want to go? And to a certain extent, it's obviously this is old news, and it's old news to us, but the majority of the public, it's not that they don't have an idea or they don't think it's possible. People don't normally think about these things. You start talking about these type of cases to anybody, most of them don't know how to react. And there's a thin line between you're being obsessed with this, because obviously Doug can say that he's shared information like this with people, and people run with it, and it overtakes their lives. Where you're talking about tunnels, and you're trying to hunt for people that grape kids.
Yes. That's
you
when it comes to Ian West's case, he was like a product of that entire predator system in the first, and but for many other people, it's, as you say, they become possessed, or they're essentially intrinsically predators, and they're trying to project their predatory status onto some sort of crusade, which is just their camouflage for amassing massive amounts of child pornography. But go on. Yes, that's what it is.
And one of the interesting things that this hot, sexy chick bot told me was the kids that pointed out the house on the castle house.
Yes, the Keno house
on Leavenworth.
On Leavenworth Street.
On Leavenworth.
Thank you.
Their testimony got thrown out. Their testimony got thrown out, and it was a lack of evidence, and their case was thrown out. So it definitely gave me a lot of insight, but definitely the whole adopted daughter, I didn't know about.
I didn't either. Right? I've never heard of this. Not that Aquino kept secrets from me, that's for sure. But yes, continue. Remember, there was also this thing he had about a son that came out later in life, but that was after I had severed with him. But anyhow, so continue. Yeah.
Well, and that's the one thing Doug has. You had a personal. You had a working relationship with him. It was most of it's professional. Yes. To say the least, and I don't think you and him, weren't playing bowl. You guys weren't at a bowling alley, with matching sweaters. So
no.
So it is what it is. It's just I think since his quote unquote death, a lot of information has kind of I guess the censorship is kind of lifted to a certain extent, but
it makes sense.
It's just these. I'm not the only one that's probably talked to this, this AI program about it, and it's just very interesting.
Well, apparently not. Apparently, people have spoken to this AI program in some depth about the subject, which in and of itself is alarming. But go on.
Well, and it also got me think. Go ahead.
It did know stuff about the Presidio.
Well, one of the things it said is that there was a lot of victims. So you got to think about it. There's hundreds or possibly thousands of 40-something to early 50-year-olds that are walking around with this trauma.
Yes.
And
that's one
of the reasons why
they survived the diseases.
Right. I mean, if they survive diseases, but you know, there's going to be people with this type of trauma, and that's one of the reasons why he probably had to leave California, because they're probably going to kill him.
Yes. Quite true.
That's one of the things that people with trauma, or people that are hurt other people. And the most dangerous person is someone that is scared and has nothing to lose.
Yeah.
So, you know, I don't know why my mind wandered there, but that's one of the things about being affiliated with Doug is his information so explosive that, you know, every now and then I have to, quote unquote, not test it, but it's almost where, you know, it's in back of your mind. I just don't. It's not why I talk to Doug. Obviously, there's so many qualities of Doug that I like about him. He's a very much a student of life and humanity, because he's helped me out a lot. One of the things that I did appreciate him talking about, the lifelines. Today I had to go through my sister's things, and I mean, I got choked up because that box that her stuff was in, it was like traveling back in time, and it was very much a lot of her essence is still, you know, around me, especially in that box. So, you know, it doesn't quite leave you, but like you've talked about, physical objects, physical things have presence. They have a certain power, which makes a lot of sense when you talk about, you know, the Japanese regalia and their sacred, you know, things that they hold dear to their empire.
Yes.
But it was very interesting, you know, it was very much interesting. I wasn't expecting to, you know, get a lot of information out. Not that I'm some type of journalist or anything, but there's obviously people that still talk about him and remember him or are impacted by his doings, down to, you know, it might even be, you know, not just victims, but people that worked around him.
Yes.
You know, it's just, it is what it is, you know, just like your name rings out and your biological father name rings out to a certain extent because of his doings. You know, I wouldn't say to that scale, but there's definitely, he had a lot of victims that he impacted, and it's just, it is what it is. It's part of life, but yeah, I mean, it was very interesting, you know.
No, thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. And by the way, we have in the text box from T-Tank Barry, Dorian Michael Aquino, 54 years of age, male, in Lompoc, California. I'd have to, I don't want to start playing the video. I'm sure there's no music, but nevertheless, it's he did a search on this individual who I believe claims to be Michael Aquino's son. I remember that Michael Aquino originally named his son Damien, but it was Dorian. That's right. It was after the picture, the painting that never aged. So, but obviously this was something arranged between the two of them. I believe that this individual, personally, I believe this individual was an actor who was employed by Michael Aquino to assume this role. That's what I feel. But based on what I knew about Michael Aquino, as for the daughter that was adopted, that makes perfect sense too. Though he never spoke of it. It's surprising, but it's not shocking. But just out of curiosity, thank you so much for bringing that up. Did you have a chance to scan or review through the essay I sent that on the planet theories?
Yeah,
and you know, just
I kind of went through it.
Yeah.
It was basic, but
yeah.
It makes a lot of sense.
Oh, thank you.
I mean, it makes a lot of sense. I'm not that does have a lot of significance to our world. I just think a lot of these scientific facts that you kind of present to me, or just present to your public. By the way, I have you on speaker, so.
Oh, no worries. From you, I'll tolerate that because you have daddy duties, so we'll tolerate that. Go on, yes. I'm sorry.
It's almost like, they're not going to
acknowledge it. I don't know if they did or not, but you know, I've always liked your, and it's not even a theory; it's just logic.
Thank you.
Where you talk about we're alone in the universe, and you know, obviously, when we look at the sky, we're looking at the past.
Yes.
So whoever is, you know, these anomalies that we see are either interdimensional or they're time travelers. You know, I've always in agreement where whoever has the power to control time has the ultimate power, in my opinion.
Yes.
Because do I wish I can go back in time to certain times in my life? Absolutely. But I also, you know, can agree that what makes those times special is because they're unique in that time frame. It's a once in a lifetime type of ride. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yes.
I don't know how special it would be if you can go back to I don't know 1984 or you know or whatever your heyday. You know, do you really want to relive those times? Probably not.
No, but go on. Yeah, probably not.
Do I want to see my father and talk to him and you know, absolutely. But at the same time, do I want to expose my dad to some of the questions that I have from him? No, I don't.
Right.
I probably don't, especially with your information. I think things happen for a reason. Is what I'm trying to say.
Yes.
Dealing with the loss of my sister, it's very gut wrenching because I started to ask myself, what do people do with their love, with people's things, people's belongings?
Yeah.
And I have to kind of ask you that. What did you do with the belongings to your mom?
Yes.
You know, how do you let go of that? How do you let go of the things for your father?
Yes.
You know, it's hard to let go, but you know, through time, eventually, you know, a part of you fades away and the cycle begins again. You know, that's one of the things that I kind of do accept from you that you kind of help me with is people return back in a certain way. You know,
Yes.
it's not the ultimate end. It's just it's part of life. It's part of being a grown up. You know.
Yes. Yeah. And
So go ahead, Doug. Go ahead.
Oh no! I had the only thing I was going to say was that I don't know if you in your skimming through that particular essay caught the fact that I had made certain to illustrate the spirit of the planet Teuris, or in her full name Teyurfeza, as first in the heavens and then in the earth. But I wanted to make certain that the earth image had a far more, shall I say, Aztec feel to it. And so I don't know if you caught that, the way that I presented her image. So I don't know if you've caught those illustrations, but, they're certainly there in the third reframing that I had presented of the essay. So, but that having been said, thank you for taking your time to scan through it. And as for what you did in your own personal investigations with the ChatGPT, I'm really glad that turned out to be so constructive. It was a constructive experience for all of us. And I look forward to receiving that information about his daughter. It's certainly something that... as you said, it's after his death now for a number of years that there's finally been some barriers that have been lifted on the censorship around him. It was, I believe it was Brendan who pointed out to me that, or George Knight. It was George Knight who pointed out to me that he had a Wikipedia page now where they've, which again before was simply impossible. They would not allow a Wikipedia page on Michael Aquino because he was considered one of their major contributors and therefore was considered immune and above reproach. He had impunity. But now that he's been dead long enough, they finally got that up and running, and it was George Knight who found it. So each one of the members of Team Dietrich is finding something separately, but I do hope all of our listeners have noticed that everyone on Team Dietrich, certainly today, at this point, after we got rid of any communications whatsoever with Ian West and so-called Nemo Albano, whose real name he claims is something similar to Larry Michael Loit or something of that nature. Obviously, another pseudonym. These are all individuals who were enamored or are simply obsessed with pedo porn because this is basically all they were into, and then claiming some kind of interest in the phenomenon of, I don't know, satanic cult hunting or investigation or something stupid like that. Obviously, none of them ever did anything other than to rave on for hours about different stupid subjects that had nothing to do with anything. And but that having been said, in the end, we know what side they're on because they pretty much outed themselves with their various acts about what they did, which we could always go into in the future. There's no need to go back to that now. I think anybody who's been listening over the past few months or years is painfully aware of what went down with each and every one of these kinds of individuals. But all such being said, yes, what else comes to your mind in terms of current events, if you feel that there's anything that requires our attention, or anything else you might like to share that would be of...
Honestly, as far as Trump, I'm kind of... It's very exhausting trying to keep up with someone who's just pretty much psychotic.
Yes.
The only thing that I kind of see even with Obama, with Barack Obama, is I do believe he's gay. That's one of the things that I kind of always knew.
Yeah,
he's been gay.
That makes sense.
Not that it matters. It really doesn't.
Yeah,
I can care less.
Mm-hmm.
But he made an interesting comment with the product with his with his beard.
Michelle.
I don't Michelle, right? That he says something to like every child should have a male gay role model. Which it is what it is. I mean, I guess I just I hope he's not too flaming,
Yeah, that's pretty bizarre. That's pretty fucking bizarre.
I mean, because that's one of the things that I've always, even told my friends when I have gay friends, and even lesbian friends. I don't, I have love for them. I have the love of God in me. I treat them respect, and that's in other words, it's not really a big deal, right? You have to treat people like human beings. As long as in fact, all of them, they've always told me, one of my good friends, the only time he told me that he felt, a little attacked or just weird is, he's talking about being a gay man. Mm-hmm. He used to go to San Francisco a lot with his husband, and he used to get hit on a lot. Mm-hmm. He said, one of the things he told me is San Francisco gays are very aggressive.
Yeah.
He's had to get in a couple fights because, either he gets hit on or he gets groped, and there's always conflict. So, I think it's always in people's how people are as far as their aura and how they are as a person. People either feed off of that, or people get a pretty good idea of how they act around you just by being yourself. So I've never really had a problem with friends, but I just think I think Barack Obama, if he does come out, good for him. But honestly, I think right now, we need leadership, and
thank you.
I don't think people's sexual orientation really has anything critical, because we have someone like Donald Trump who he's questionable if he even likes grown women, which it's starting to see that he probably doesn't like grown women. He likes them pretty young.
Yeah, well,
So,
he was being interviewed by who's the Jewish baiter that had that horrible show on stream. It was on oh God, I can't even remember his name. The guy who's been around forever. Help me out here, Holly. The guy who had the horrible show where he just talks sex and dirty jokes all day. Big Jewish guy. Or name.
Howard Stern. Howard Stern.
Howard Stern. That was it.
Oh,
Howard
God.
Stern had
Yeah.
Trump on the.
Yeah.
This is actual audio. It's not AI generated. It's real audio where Howard Stern was interviewing Donald Trump and he said, I hear you like him young. And Donald Trump said, 12's the limit. He said, 12's the limit.
Yeah.
He said
I
age
heard
12's the
that.
limit. It's actually real. That's real audio. So everything that you're intuiting is quite correct. And to express it for Sammy, when he brings up Obama, the horror that we're confronted with is that the Democrats are trying to do a Back to the Future where they're going to pull a Michael J. Fox and go back in time, and they're trying to bring Obama back from the dead and say that this is their idea of someone to stand up in this moment of dire need, our darkest hour, and then Obama's response is, considering all that we're dealing with right now, considering the challenges we face that are of an existential nature, Donald John Trump is an extinction level event. And we're dealing with climate change that's so catastrophic, we're going to see mass migration, which would be the only logic that could argue for Trump trying to depopulate the United States, in that he's trying to shore up, some people argue, the great migration wave that's coming. Of course, it's all bullshit, because as Sammy has pointed out, this is our very economy. If anything, we need that mass migration to happen so that we can have our economy rebuild. Right. So the arguments to be made for the other way around, not for any sense of depopulation. If anything, the population of the world is shrinking everywhere as well. But all such being said, in this hour of dire need, in this hour of existential crisis, which is what's called a polycrisis. A polycrisis means a convergence of multiple crises in the plurality, and then it becomes one super crisis because they're all feeding off each other and reinforcing each other's damage. When we're inflicted with this, and they approach Barack Obama as people have been approaching him, you've got to say something. You've got to say something. And he comes out and says, every child needs a good gay role model. I mean, really, at this time, at this hour.
Well, honestly, that's telling me that he doesn't want the job.
Yes.
Like I've put up with so much bullshit. Why would I want to go back in that horrid shack of a haunted,
he'd be
White
insane
House
to do that. Yeah.
I mean, you couldn't. I mean, look. Here's the thing about it.
I wouldn't touch that.
Let's really come down to ABC 1 to 3. The fact that, obviously the president is a symbolic figure. He doesn't really run the show, quote unquote, but at least be a symbol of stability. When you look at Donald Trump, nobody feels stable, nobody feels safe. They at least give the illusion, right?
Of course.
What Barack Obama represents, it's stability, safety. I know what I'm doing, even though, I had a gun in back of my back.
Yes.
I was running you're running the country, pretty much illegally because, you're a foreigner, which there's nothing wrong with it. Yeah. It's just, to appease, the quote unquote traditional Americans. He was born in Hawaii, go figure, right?
Yeah.
He's blamed himself for Trump getting elected.
Right, a stolen kingdom. A stolen kingdom. Yeah. He was born in a stolen kingdom, so it doesn't even matter. Yeah. People are looking to him because they want a stable figure, and none of the candidates. I mean, Newsom keeps flopping. His inner white boy wants to join the MAGA rally.
That's right.
And it is what it is. But my point is, would he be a good fit? I look at project management, and that's really what it comes down to it. Okay, a government, there needs to be project management. There's going to be spending. You can't fucking run the presidency. You can't run the nation like a business. That's not how it works.
No.
You have to protect Medicaid for elderly and children. And these social programs are vital because most Americans are broke. Most Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. It doesn't matter if you're even in government or in these type of mafia-like uh, jobs, because it still circles around the general public. If the general public is poor, if they're hurting, that's just going to increase the violence and the crime. And guess what? Most of these people in these mafia-like jobs don't want to work.
That's right.
If I'm making $78,000 an hour with full benefits, I just want to scratch my nuts. That's all I want to do.
It's so true. It's so true.
Turn on the sirens, get my cup of coffee and my donuts, and act like I'm a patriot.
Yes.
Slap a sticker on my lifted truck that I'm a hero,
Yes.
and vice versa. The same thing with the military.
Yes.
The military, the military doesn't do anything. The military, it's a great way to, segue into these type of mafia-like blue-collar jobs.
It's so true.
But it doesn't work if you actually have to do work, because the crime rates are increasing.
Yes.
When they send me that job of ICE, no, I don't want to kidnap people. I don't.
Yes.
I actually have morals, and to a certain extent, I actually like, people that look like me.
Thank you. Yes.
It's just, this is what Trump's doing as far as to entice more people to join it. And deep down, these people are miserable. They're dead inside.
Yes.
This is why they have to create these circle around their employment. And guess what? If your life is revolved around your employment, you're a loser.
Yeah. Yes. True.
You have to learn how to live life where you're enjoying your life, and it's not based on your job, because it's not sustainable. If anybody that talks about their job, I don't know if you've ever been to a party or to a function, but if they always talking about their job,
yeah,
it's because they're miserable.
Yes.
It doesn't matter how much the money is. I mean, Elon Musk, you cannot have a general conversation with someone like Elon Musk. He's incapable.
That's right.
What is he going to talk about? His kid that he named,
Excelsior, or whatever the fuck his cult name. Yeah, Kyle.
I don't know.
In code. Yes.
Yeah, what was it? Hyperlink #1.
Yeah.
You might as well name it that,
yeah,
right?
yeah. X something. X. Yeah, it was just so awful. It was just.
So,
God.
this man's incapable of having an actual conversation.
Yeah.
Because they are stuck in their money. Their money is is surrounding it, and it's just, they're not relatable.
That's their whole identity. Just like the person whose whole identity is their employment, his whole identity is his money. For that idiot. Yes.
Absolutely. And the same thing goes with, even someone like Barack Obama. Barack Obama's identity is always going to be the presidency. The man's sick of it. The man's going to hit his 60s. He wants to live his life.
Yeah. Yes.
Look at Mitch McConnell. Do you really think Mitch McConnell's social circle is big? No. The man's miserable. He's evil.
Yes.
He's a personification of evil.
Yes.
And to a certain point, he's going to die miserable, because all his misery and stuff that he's done is going to catch up to him.
Yes.
To a certain point, it's just, you don't want your job to define you. Like I've kind of, even in my immediate family where I've had to reassess certain things, I understand why some of my siblings have to kind of decompress and, not necessarily not talk to me, but because their jobs are so demanding, it affects them, and you have to kind of decompress where, you can actually, reincorporate yourself to your loved ones, because it does take a lot out of you. But like I said, it's just, it's very much a booby trap. So I don't blame him. I don't blame him for saying a comment like that. It just tells me he doesn't want to live that life no more. He doesn't want to put up that front. He did his time. And even Donald Trump has, at this point, to be honest with you, Doug, Donald Trump's he's going to snap in the sense of he's gonna get tired.
No.
Okay? He's already tired. His lies are not making sense. He's making up these bogus numbers about, my approval rate is the highest it's ever been, which they're not. But you have a cult behind you, and people are signing away their lives and their livelihood and their constituents' livelihood, and they're signing in their death warrants.
Yes.
They don't care.
Yes.
And the reality is the Republicans they're not planning, for 2028. Okay.
That's I guess they're not even looking that far ahead, do they?
They're not. They want to bring down the system because one of the things they realize is the jig is up.
Yes.
Because you're going to have to integrate people of color into government in these roles, okay?
Yeah.
Hell, fuck people of color. People of actual conscious age.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes. Thank you.
But it is what it is. I have to get going. I have daddy duties.
Understood.
I'll come back on, okay?
Okay. We love you dearly.
Thank
Stay
you,
safe and be
Sam.
well. Thank you, Sam.
Yeah.
Okay, that was beautiful. Okay, and with that, we're welcome back Brendan Zogit. And I'll go back to addressing what Holly had brought up earlier about the Michael Aquino, Paul Vallely space agents and their claims on AboveSecret.com, and how that all mixed in with the secret space program little conference they held in California that was emceed. The Master of Ceremonies. He was emceed by Henrik Palmgren, who was flown into the United States for that express purpose at the time. And actually, Michael Aquino helped him attain United States citizenship. For those of you who don't know Henrik Palmgren, you ain't missing shit. But if you know something about him, you probably know he wasn't born an American. He was born in Sweden, and yet wanted to come to America.
He was the Red Ice radio guy.
That's right. That's right. He was born in Sweden, became the Red Ice radio guy, which they kicked off YouTube because he was so violently white supremacist. So, I mean, that was quite an accomplishment to get himself kicked off YouTube. For a white supremacist, you really had to be trying. He was like threatening actual acts of terrorism and shit. And but that motherfucker,
Douglas,
yeah, go on.
the thing that must be remembered is that dumb little conference happened, I would say no much longer than 6 months after your parts 1 to 4.
Thank you. Secret space program.
Secret space program broke the whole thing.
Yes.
Open to the world.
It was damage control.
And in a way that was believable, not this David Wilcox shit.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, I appreciate that profoundly, honey.
And factual, and with a historical background that just won't quit. Monster Island to the Cosmos.
Yes.
So that resulted in a party you weren't invited to, and in fact spurned at.
Oh, of course. Well, it was damage control. It was damage control for what I exposed.
And man, they got right on that one.
Yeah.
Because boy, that was mind-blowing back then.
Yeah. And thank you.
It caught fire. Yeah, they got right after that, boy, and made a lot of money on it, unlike you.
Well, of course. That's
tickets and shit.
Actually, in all fairness, they lost a lot of money because all those conferences were just monetary loss. I mean, as damage control.
That's understandable too.
As damage control.
So at least there's that.
Yeah, at least there's that. As damage control, it was far more obligatory than it was effective. Let's put it that way. Yes.
Man.
But you remember how desperate Michael Aquino was actually getting? Michael Aquino was on chicken shit little shows like Hillbilly Patriots. Remember that? There was this Hillbilly Patriots on,
So weird.
Yeah, little
wasn't that around when he was trying to sue you?
Yes, when he was threatening to sue me. He was running around with Stephen Outram, a multi-millionaire, and they showed up together on Hillbilly Patriots radio. This chicken shit little, rube out in the middle of, like Brendan Zogit said, they threatened to take me down to 75, what is it, megabytes a second, something like that. In if I take this this small, priced internet necessities with the Comcast Xfinity service, and of course I took it, and they can't throttle it down beyond 80 simply because I'm in the internet capital of the world. So but there's rubes out there, as Brendan has pointed out, who are running on 30 megabytes a second, and this is the kind of shit that you were dealing with Hillbilly Patriots. Hillbilly Patriots is some rube out in the middle of bumfuck red territory, and
so red.
Yeah, and
the fact that they had the audacity to tell you that was just ridiculous.
It's funny. Welcome back, by the way.
It's like you can't survive off 75 megabytes. It's just like, yes, you can.
Thank you. Yes. But the other thing that happened was you got this multi-millionaire, Stephen Outram, who then, with Michael Aquino, he plays edited snips of shit that I was saying on Revolution Radio, where, of course, I would cackle and laugh the way I do here, and shout because Mike Ringley was insisting on the Alex Jones anger and rage effect. He wanted a network kind of shouting a rageaholism, like from the movie Network, with each episode that he was encouraging. And all of that was snipped together by Stephen Outram. If you can imagine a multimillionaire taking the time to do this. And he was like snipping it all together to make it sound like it was a nonstop, bunch of screams and laughs. But nobody bought it. It's nobody even heard it. I mean, the amount of people that listened to it would be about 60 people or some shit like that. Even if it went 10 times that number to 600, that's like nothing. But that Michael Aquino and Stephen Outram were that desperate at doing what they were doing at the time. It was bizarre. It was very bizarre. And altogether, it was strange times. It was like these guys really took a dive, and but I appreciate what you're saying about what happened with the Secret Space Conference, and but that was anyhow. So Michael Aquino, when he was on Above Top Secret as a columnist, one of his claims to fame was that he had been part of the secret space program, that he and Paul Vallely were actually space agents. And that is actually believable. The secret space program, they would be at the bureaucratic end of it. So he would say that, there were things going on that were very compartmentalized. His own words were, they're locked up tighter than a crab's ass. That was his own words that he was using to be colorful. I guess he was trying to sound folksy or something. But at any rate, but the thing that stood out to me most about his being on Above Top Secret was how everyone adored him. How everyone said, "Oh, you're my hero, and I want to be a Satanist," and that he received no condemnation. For everyone was there to just adulate him, to say they wanted him to teach them magic, that they would pay if he would help them win the lottery. He was approached on a daily basis and adored on Above Top Secret, and it was just a sight for him to recruit people for the Temple of Set. He actually started proselytizing. He actually did start to proselytize. He would proselytize the Temple of Set on Above Top Secret. So anyone, if you don't know it, Above Top Secret is a satanic website. Most certainly, to even allow that. But obviously they did, because the man who runs it is affiliated with Michael Aquino. Of that, there is no doubt. Through religion. And so people have no idea how large the Temple of Set truly is. Far beyond its
and he draws an audience, too.
Yeah.
Gets numbers.
Yeah,
so.
and that was the bizarre thing. It was funny because it was almost like Above Top Secret was the best response he ever got. When he was on Sean, what was it? Sean Stone. Because he was on both Sean, what was the other individual's name? Sean David Morton. He was on both Sean David Morton, but only once that I know of. But with Sean Stone, he was on with him at least twice, more likely 3 times, if I remember correctly. Certainly more than once. It was at least twice, but most certainly it was 3 times, actually, now that I think of it definitively. But Sean Stone, that was because he had Sean Stone under so much pressure once Sean Stone said he was a pedophile. And Sean Stone said this on Alex Jones. Alex Jones just turned Sean Stone over and to Mike. And Mike, of course, came on and said, now I own your father, I own you, I own your future, I own your family. And that's when Sean Stone's father, Oliver Stone, basically had to leave the United States and defect to Russia and become a propagandist for Vladimir Putin. All that happened after his son went on Alex Jones and said Michael Aquino's a pedophile. And how no one notices this, how could they?
Wait, but didn't he say you said it when you didn't, and that was on tape? Remember that, Kink?
Well, let's put it this way. I said it. But Douglas Dietrich
you
can say that.
You purposely didn't say it. You stated, allegedly, or put some way of doing it.
Honey, I have a way
this.
of.
I heard both.
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. But let me express it so that my audience understands. Basically, I would say it with qualifications, but I would say it. I would say
well-established qualifications.
Yeah, I would say, first off, I'd say, well, there's all kinds of people who claim to be victims of Michael Aquino, and I have no reason to disbelieve them. And I did run into them at the Presidio, and they insist that Michael Aquino raped them, etc.
Yeah, you got your message out.
And I said, and remember, he was indicted in a federal court of law, but everything was thrown out for national security reasons. So I said, we are talking about a indicted pedophile. And I said, all of this is legal.
Nothing libel about that.
Yeah, and I said, yeah. So, and the people he was involved with, like Gary Willard Hambright, and then I would bring up the children who were all driven past his home on Leavenworth, identified it. So I would say in such a way that I just damned him completely. So basically, I said he's a pedophile.
You were careful.
I phrased it so legally.
Nothing slanderous.
Yeah, which
there
is
was
why
no lawsuit there.
Well, he threatened it anyway because he usually would intimidate people that way.
Because Sean Stone did it wrong.
No, he threatened the lawsuit,
saying, "Oh, well."
Right, yeah. But
Douglas
just to clarify,
you're a pedophile.
That's right. But just to clarify, he threatened me before Sean Stone. He threatened me with a lawsuit before Sean Stone, but he couldn't follow up. Because I just laughed in his face and I brought up on air. Remember in those days, the person who actually, because people claimed I made that email up, but the person who proved it was sent from Michael Aquino was Edward Opperman. Because Ed Opperman, his entire detective career was based on tracing emails. That was his entire investigative career. So he said, no, it is a real email from Michael Aquino. And so, that was just a feather in my cap. That I could brag that Michael Aquino threatened me with a lawsuit. And I said, please. I said it on Revolution Radio Muffler.
Really?
Please. I said, please sue me. Please. Not only do I have nothing for you to take, you would only bring me fame. And in the end, that would open you up for a countersuit. Not only that, would open him for a countersuit. So he could never follow up. He knew that. So he was in a far more vulnerable position by that point in his life than he was when he was in the military. So theoretically, and but at any rate, but where Sean Stone fucked up, was Sean Stone's an idiot, doesn't know how to phrase anything, and of course made himself liable. But those people, they're satanic anyway, because if they were not satanic, they would be righteous and say, sue me and I will stand up to you in court. But none of these people, they're just so chicken shit. They're all open. And James Arthur Yanchik was like that. And so was Mike Ringley. They're all scared of lawsuits. And it's like, then why are you talking about conspiracies? Why would anyone be speaking about conspiracy and saying, I want to expose the evil, but then get scared away by a lawsuit? If you're trying to fight the power, and the power is people like Epstein, people with all the power, and they're all fucking kids. How is it that a lawsuit, why are you trying to expose them if the moment they threaten a lawsuit, you shut yourself down? Why are you even here? Why are you standing up if you cannot be nailed down? But all these people are part of, they're part of it. And they're there just to discredit themselves, whether it's James Arthur Yanchik or Sean Stone and Oliver Stone. His father was always fucked up anyway. We know that for a fact. And but at any rate, when it came to what Sean Stone did, he got on Alex Jones and he said, Douglas Dietrich says, first he said Michael Aquino's a pedophile, and Alex Jones says, how can you say that? Yeah, which is pretty funny that Alex Jones would be questioning that, considering all the accusations Alex Jones just throws out. Your children did not die at Sandy Hook? That the parents had killed their own children at Sandy Hook? That the parents killed their own children and made it look like there was a gun crisis, so they'd take all their guns away. Alex Jones says shit like that, but he somehow questions that Michael Aquino is a pedophile. Sean Stone says it, and Sean Stone says, well, Douglas Dietrich said it. And, yeah, Douglas Dietrich did say it with all of the qualifications that I provide, but essentially I said it. I said, all these kids had diseases that they contracted through Gary Willard Hambright, who died of AIDS while he was on trial, etc. And I said, and Michael Aquino went out of his way to defend him, but they were all identified by the children who described them physically at the household that the children were taken to. I went into great detail, and I just essentially said, yes, he's a pedophile. So, yes, I said all that on air. But I can do that when it comes to someone like... and the reason I can do that is because Michael Aquino knows everything, or knew while he was alive, everything I said was true, and could do nothing about it. But when it came to Sean Stone and idiots like that, well, he's just... at that point, Michael Aquino owned him. But the fact that he allowed himself to be owned shows he was always part of the problem anyway. That's I don't know if people understand the nuance of what I'm saying, but they should. At any rate, so both Brendan and Holly are on the mute right now, but hopefully they're both okay. Aristides is on the mute, and hope he's okay, and hope he's yeah, so. Well, hopefully he reviews the audio and hears what I said later, and hopefully
I'm here.
Yeah. Oh, thank
Regardless.
goodness. Yeah. Yeah. Hopefully Holly's all right. She probably had to deal with something in the environment that she's in. But there's something here. So welcome back. What happened? You were gone for a little while. Was everything okay? Hopefully, no microwave fire or something like that. I would hope.
No, of course not. For one, I don't use a microwave.
Yeah. Understood. That doesn't mean they can't remotely make it catch fire. Trust me on that. That's
yeah. Well, when yours fell apart, mine fell apart the same night. I told you about that.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
And I don't even use it. It just the door fell off while literally I came home, it was just off.
Yeah.
Missing.
Yeah. Just literally like it fell off.
Parts of it had fallen off.
Yeah.
Parts of it had fallen off. Yeah. It was just insane.
Thank you. Yeah.
And I was like brushing yours off, like, oh, Doug's just paranoid, like he just got some broken shit. And then literally I woke up and it was like pieces were flew off, like it was poltergeist shit. And I was like, what the fuck?
It's true. It's like, dude, it's applied quantum mechanics. Other people call it magic, but it's applied quantum mechanics, and they can do, especially with electronics. They'll fuck with anything electronic. They can just take that shit apart.
Yes.
And
I mean, it was mechanical. It was like literally pieces of metal pieces of it.
Yeah, like the spring on my toaster oven. You're right. They were hitting the mechanical shit, but it's on an electric implement. And but it's somehow believe me, through the it's the electrical implements are vulnerable even in a mechanical sense. They seem to be more vulnerable than purely mechanical items, like, say, for instance, a revolver. There's nothing electric about a revolver. And so it'd be almost impossible to make a revolver go off. But an electric gun, and such things do exist, believe me, you could fuck with something like that. And
it could be something even more spooky than that.
Yes, that too.
Like, like a stand or something. Stand user.
Yes. Got it. Yeah. We'll go more into that privately, I suppose.
Anyways, I was fine. I just got swept away by, let's call it a golden wind.
Okay, cool. Cool.
But everything's good though.
Okay, good. Glad to hear that. And so let's see if John Doe, if you're listening, T Tank Berry, if you're listening, Sheila Gavin left you a wonderful message in chat. Do respond to her, and so hopefully he's and I will respond for him. In the meantime, yes, Brendan, anything you want to vent about? Come on, take advantage of being on here for some therapy. Make it therapeutic. Go ahead and vent.
Venting. I mean, there's nothing left to vent about. It's just,
Yeah.
you know. And I'm not in a spot where I can vent properly. But I appreciate it nonetheless.
Oh, okay. Hugs at Troy Bellamy. Troy Bellamy says, "Hey, DD-verse, been on vacay, but listening. Headed to bed."
Where did he go? I guess we'll ask him when he comes back. And you can watch the video I sent you, just to kind of, if you want to relive it for his experience.
Yeah, where did you go, Troy? Where did you go?
Yeah, maybe he must have flown out because there's nothing to do in Florida. I can't imagine. He lives in the best place already. That's not Miami.
How is Florida the best place in any place? It's a swamp. What do you...
I'll ask the people that live there. I have no idea. I can't remember if I think I've maybe been there on like a connection flight or something. I don't think I've ever actually stepped foot like on the soil. I mean, I'm sure it looks nice, but it's just the people and the vibe that seems sketchy.
Yeah, no shit. Yeah, there's something in the water. Even my dad said that. I mean, the amount of crimes that happen in Florida is always disproportionate to the kind of crimes that happen elsewhere, especially weird crimes like incest and shit. But yeah, it's
that's almost mild.
Yeah.
Compared to the stuff I've heard.
So Troy Bellamy,
like it became a meme. Yeah.
Yeah, Troy Bellamy says, "What video of Brooke? Yeah, of Brooke Gibson? Laugh out loud! Ha ha ha!" So I gave him a laugh of face.
Oh no, it was just a video I sent Doug. But,
yeah.
But yeah, that's. I mean, that'll be whatever video Brooke's sending. I'm sure is horrifying.
Yeah.
Like if she sent something to Troy.
Okay. I'm just assuring Sheila I will bring your message to T Tank's attention. T Tank Barry's attention. Barry. And so tell us a little bit about what's happening. Tell people a little bit about the claim from who's going to recognize Palestine now? Who's going to recognize Palestine? England, right? Tell us about this.
It's a whole bunch of people now.
Okay.
Someone else threatened it just this morning.
Oh, cool. Who? Do you remember?
It just seems disingenuous. I mean, I could look it up.
Okay.
But why are they wait? What do you wait till everyone's,
Why is
everyone's vaporized?
Yeah, no shit. Everybody's
like,
saying it conditionally, like stop by the end of the month or some shit. It's like by that time everybody's gonna be fucking dead. Yeah.
Yeah. Let me see what it says here.
Thank you. Yeah. And we got a message from Heather Holman, by the way. Love you dearly, Heather Holman. We all adore you. And let me see if I can find a proper emoji here for our dear Sheila Gavin. Looking for.
Here's what it says.
Yeah. Here we are. Troy Bellamy says the entire EU and Canada are recognizing Palestine in September. I mean, everyone's going to be...
That's what it was, Canada.
That's what it was. Well, everyone's going to be dead by then, Troy. What the fuck? It's like so fucking... What? It's like, we'll recognize Palestine once they're all dead. Yeah.
Well, I think that's the idea is like, by the time they get around to putting it on paper, it's like, well then, what do they get to keep, the West Bank?
Yeah.
Which is they've already built it over, so it's just...
Yeah, no shit. Yeah, it's like Trump turned his head away so the Jews have a free hand.
Yeah, and the things are getting pretty slim pickings. Right? Like, it's not even good. You can't even buy good milk out there. Like the stuff the stuff you can get in England is like leagues better than our milk.
Oh my
It's
god.
horrifying.
Yes.
It's like shocking.
Yes. It's yeah, no, it's and you're talking about here in the United States food quality, or in Palestine, or both. We're both occupied by the Jews.
They don't have any food.
Yeah, yeah, they don't.
Well,
have
I'm
it.
just saying, like our food that supposedly we were supposed to bring back American ag, but there ain't nothing here worth buying apparently. Like it's almost shocking. It's almost shocking for the amount of money they want for this stuff. Like how can London be cheaper than this?
Oh yeah, no, this is horrible. I mean, you're not even in an international city like San Francisco.
No, this is
Yeah.
no. Yeah, SF had not very much either. Yeah.
Oh no, I went to the corner store and I was looking for some just like leafy vegetables like spinach or something to spray onto these noodles, just to splash onto these noodles that I had bought, and they had nothing. No leafy vegetables. Yeah. I mean, there's not even in like a cellophane wrap or something. It was like, it was like nothing.
No, and they look at you like you're an alien. It's like, do you have parsley? And they're like looking at you like, why don't you just buy some frozen veggies? It's like, no, that's not how that works.
So our dear Heather is showing us a dove has nested in her home. She has a dove nesting in her home. It is adorable, and has a Peter Pan. She's flying high.
Well, I sent the pictures of the birds because it's funny that if you notice closer on the lower level, there is like a half of a nest made, and that's, I'm guessing, for any baby that falls out of the nest.
Oh, got it.
Yeah. It's so sweet.
Oh yeah, so do you see that, Brendan? There's two nests. One's like a half.
I can look, but
So
yeah, it's a mommy bird.
Oh my god, that's adorable. Yes, so they're brilliant. They made it so that if a little baby falls out of the nest, it's got another nest to fall into.
It's indefinitely going to fall out of the nest because that's what the biggest bird pushes them all the other ones out.
Okay.
Oh no, I mean. Should I be honest or should I just be nice about
it? Well, tell us.
Yeah, no, be honest.
Those mourning doves are have the worst survival rate of the whole bird world.
Oh,
so
no.
it probably just started making it, and then the first nest collapsed, so they just made a second nest.
Well, I wish her well.
Yeah, of course, we all do.
And the
we
picture.
could hope for the best.
So what blew my mind tonight when I heard the story about Peter Pan. So Peter Pan, Hook was the good guy, and Peter Pan was like this demon, fairy, whatever, that would come and convince the children that they didn't want to grow up. Mm-hmm. So he took them to Neverland where they won't grow anymore. Mm-hmm. And he was the bad guy. And then he'd kill them in the shadows. He would kill the kids, and that's how he would ensure that they weren't going to grow up.
Wow. Thank you.
That sounds like some...
Yeah, I mean, the undertones are just serious. Like, makes so much sense. It's very dark.
Sounds quite shocking.
He gets the kids to, sign up, and then they go, and it just, if you follow that storyline, it really makes a lot of sense.
Or you can also look on it as a very male-oriented fairy tale in which you notice that Peter Pan and the young children who never want to grow up are always boys. That they're all boys. The
lost boys.
Yeah, that they're all
the missing children.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Well, there was some like local situation with that when the person that wrote it, he was a Brit. He lived in London. There was like those kids would show up, and he would like play with them in the park and stuff. So there's like this whole backstory, like a real life backstory of it.
And it's
1904.
Like of Peter Pan. Yeah. So who was the author? I forgot who the author was.
The author, J.M. Barrie.
Yeah. So J. Barrie, like you can still go find like supposedly the grave of Peter Pan and all this stuff.
Really?
It's a horrible backstory. Yeah.
Really? What is
he
the
wrote
backstory?
He made friends with some kid, and then the kid like got ran over by a railroad, like on a railroad track or something. And so he made the story to honor the kid, but it turned out it was like under sus circumstances.
Do you
Let's
think
just
he
put
was
it-
a pedo?
put it
I mean,
nicely.
when the first thing
Yeah,
I thought,
basically that
Yeah.
was the undertone.
yeah, that was the
undertone.
first thing that I thought was when you said, "Oh, he'd meet these kids at the park and play with them." That's Salmon Shake shit. That's Salmon Shake shit where he hangs
Yeah,
out past
yeah. I
the
mean,
sun.
but you can't jump to those conclusions, really. Because
I-
in those days, it was different. It was different.
But then you just said, but in this case, it turns out maybe he killed the kid.
No, the kid definitely died in like some tragic accident, but it was like he felt so strongly attached to him that he wrote the whole story.
But is it possible? Like, but do you?
No,
get
he
this-
didn't kill the kid.
Okay, but do you think he was a pedo?
Yeah, obviously.
Okay,
In London back then?
yeah, that makes
Yeah,
sense.
just look up the backstory of J.M. Barrie. And
Okay.
it gets really sus if you look into it.
Okay, yeah, okay. Thank you.
Like he would visit the kids every day and play games with them or something.
That's yeah. Thank you. That's it sounds bad.
But if you go, I think it's
Yeah.
I'm getting an echo.
That's Holly
It
came
was
back
one
on.
of the parks.
Holly returned. Yes. Welcome back,
Yeah, it
Holly.
was one of the parks.
Yeah. One of the parts or one of the parks?
Parks.
Okay.
One of the famous parks out there in that region.
Okay.
But I'll find the backstory in just a moment. I'm like in public right now. I can't go off about
Oh,
this.
got it. Well, this week apparently was sourced by Heather Holman, the surprisingly morbid origins of Peter Pan, and so thank you, Holly. Just another reason that I am
Heather.
Heather. Thank you, Heather.
Bet. I'll put it in the chat.
Yes, thank you. Then you can
Thank
spread
you.
the disillusionment. Spread the disillusionment. Oh my God.
Not true.
Yeah. Oh. So are we to be left with no innocence in our childhood? I mean, wasn't who's the person who wrote Alice in the Looking Glass? Wasn't that also a pedophile? From my
Yeah,
understanding.
Lewis Carroll.
We can't just paint things on these people. I don't know that.
Okay. Yeah.
But he definitely fell in love with that chick. Yeah.
Okay.
Who was like 9 or something.
Ooh.
So
Yes.
it's
Thank-
definitely not it's nothing good. I'm not saying it's like good.
Yeah.
Redeemable. But like we don't know, like did they action it or was it just creepy? It's hard to say.
Yeah,
Not that I-
more emotional than physical.
Well, let's not judge.
Yeah, well, we
that
can't make that
direction either.
judgment call
Yeah.
either, honey. That's yeah, that reminds me of this one extraordinarily naive liberal progressive reporter who was part of the McLaughlin group, and she was how would I say it? She was very much in denial about Thomas Jefferson, and she felt that Thomas Jefferson's slave and Thomas Jefferson had a loving relationship that she had no she had no concept of the
Right.
context. She had no concept of the context, or she was desperate to
Or
misread it.
if you're talking, if these like red pill people find out about that, they'll say the chick liked it that she was a slave.
Yeah, yes, yeah. It's
Like
true.
there'll be some interpretation of it. Yeah.
It's true.
She
It's true.
benefited.
Yeah.
Yeah, they'll say she was getting fed, so it's cool.
Yeah. Oh, don't even get me started. Don't even get me started.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which I like. Yeah, just as a caveat, I'm not saying that. That's just like what they would say.
Yes. And so Incubate says hi, and there we are. The man in the Matrix who talks to Grok. Yes. Yes. Welcome aboard, Incubate. And so all such being said, so Holly, you were away for a few minutes there. Is everything all right?
I was. I missed a whole bunch there. Yes, everything's fine. Somebody walked up that I needed to speak with,
Understood.
and I'm glad I could. but I don't know what I missed.
Oh,
Heather came.
You didn't miss anything.
Yeah.
well, now that's not
well.
true. I mean, Heather came, and that was something to miss. Yes, that's.
And it was you were explaining the Aquino thing.
Yeah.
About specifically, I'm trying to recall, but it was in that line. I remember the conversation.
Okay. And Troy Bellamy has something to say. Troy Bellamy says Thomas Jefferson had one slaver. That's already a human being of some reprehensible repute. Thomas Jefferson had one slaver that he indeed treated like a wife, Sally Hemings. Some of their descendants are alive in Virginia. If you ask me, this is another emotional need to cushion an act of exploitation. I think maybe he meant to say slave as opposed to slaver, unless this woman was actually a black woman involved with the trafficking of other human beings, which would put her on an already morally questionable stand.
Say the least.
Yes. People of our own color, there were black slavers, indeed, a few. But perhaps, now, let's say that he misspelled that. He is a math teacher, not an English teacher. Let's say he misspelled that, the fact that she's a slave. And I notice he says Thomas treated her like a wife, of course, without ever marrying her, Sally Hemings, and some of their descendants are alive in Virginia. How can that not be exploitive? She was never freed. So he puts her in a special house to breed. It's, okay, this is not romantic.
That's shocking.
At any rate, I will thank Troy for his input. Thank you for your input, Troy. Here we are. And then Heather Holman puts in that other thing. Thank you for your input. I want to make sure I'm saying that right. Okay. And our man Incubate says, why do the Founding Fathers' writing feel like an alien culture compared to today's people of reverence? I think that's a fairly easy, straightforward question to answer. So, Heather, Holly, Brendan, help me out here. Why do the Founding Fathers feel like an alien culture? Why is their writing so alien to how we, people of reverence today? I mean, feel free to respond.
I'm not sure that it is if you're Protestant.
They're Masons, and so we all think of Masons as being kind of like maybe not quite alien, but secret. Like there's secrets and there's information that people don't know, and they all signed the Declaration of Independence, are Founding Fathers, right?
Mm-hmm. Sure.
And they didn't have hair; they wore those wigs. So
funny aprons.
Disguise. Yeah, it could be a disguise for aliens.
Yeah.
There's all kinds of angles at aliens with the Freemasons.
I don't know that it's necessary.
Honey?
Oh, Troy's joined us. Troy's joined us. So, by the way, take it away, Troy. Take it away. And I just want to respond to Incubate a little bit. I'll get back to your talk about the disintegration of language, Incubate. Yes, I agree. The language is very different because, as Incubate says, with the decline of cursive writing and the degeneration of our language, well, obviously, if it's just a linguistic thing, yes, they're thinking on a higher plane linguistically, but on a lower plane in a moral sense, simultaneous, so you get alienation from all sides. But our dear man Troy is here. I don't know who entered the latest message. The latest message in text is he was the 9th of 10 kids, but 2 died before he was born, and his mother's favorite passed away when he was 6, which led him to trying to emulate his dead brother and fill in for him. He even wore his dead brother's clothes. His mother apparently found it comforting that her favorite dead son would stay a boy forever, which very likely is the basis of Peter Pan. Okay, thank you. That's Heather. Heather entered that. Thank you, Heather. And so Troy, please, by all means, I'm so glad to have you with us. How was your vacation? Where did you go? How are you doing? Yeah, please, all your updates.
I'm doing great.
Can you all hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, good. I just had a quick vacation with my wife. We just visited some relatives up in Atlanta and that area, and just had a good time. So that's all we did.
Wonderful.
Just took a couple days
Nice.
off.
It is so
But
good to hear you on quality audio. So good that you're not on speakerphone. Thank you for that. Yeah.
so thank you.
Yeah.
So I was listening, and I just a couple quick things. Like I said,
Sure.
when you were talking about Thomas Jefferson, I mean, obviously, there's a sort of a mixed. Not even I wouldn't even call it mixed. I mean, the truth is that he did have one slave. He had several slaves he had kids with, but one that he had several children with, which was Sally Hemings, and they did a big thing. Oprah Winfrey and Phil Donahue, bringing the descendants of their union together, with the white Jefferson's children and things like that. So you had that, but then also I think I just mentioned, and you were talking about, how the founding fathers' language and how they thought seems really alien in comparison to today. Is that what I'm hearing?
From Incubate, yes. Continue.
Yeah. I mean, obviously that would be the case, and that's what's so disingenuous about all these people talking about these scholars talking about their constitutional originalists, because again, that just doesn't even make sense. The world has changed vastly since the 1700s, and no, I don't think they ever envisioned Mexicans, Asians, gays, blacks, people just doing anything. I don't think they imagined cell phones. So you got to understand, commerce has changed, everything has changed. So it would be idiotic to think that you could interpret the Constitution in the context of 1775 and not make it a living document that can be updated. And this is what you have with this called I call it the backlash, because everything that they're doing is to reverse all of the gains and all the things that we've kind of agreed to say, okay, well, we need to change some things. The amendments, the 14th Amendment, all this stuff. You have governors, you have attorneys general. One guy, I was reading an article today, the attorney general of the state of Florida says he's going to not do business with any law firms that practice DEI. Like, what you're basically saying is you're going to perform reverse racism so as to uphold the ability for white men to have all the good jobs just automatically, and nobody else can get jobs because they feel like they've been put out ever since the civil rights movement. It's just ridiculous, this whole woke thing that they tried to turn into something that, and like I get that term from you, bastardized the term, and now they're implementing legislation that is diametrically opposed to the legislation that made things better. They feel like they were put out or put upon, set upon by the government because we have to use the same bathroom. I mean, it's ridiculous. I'm telling you, if some of these Republicans really could pass legislation that says you can have separate schools, you can have separate bathrooms for white and black, they do it. They do it. They do it right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yes.
And it's sad. And so, you can't look at the language of the. We also don't take into consideration that there was an entire government before the Revolutionary War, and that was before the Constitution, which was the Continental Congress. Mm-hmm. We had several presidents, and 2 or 3 other presidents of the Continental Congress were what they called Moors or Africans.
Mm-hmm.
They brought over all of their knowledge of law and procedure and all those sorts of things from Spain, from the Middle East, from Africa, and the things that they had taught people during the Dark Ages in Europe over to America. And that's where you get that from. You get that hodgepodge of great ideas, liberal ideas that came forward through the Continental Congress and eventually ended up as the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution.
Right. Continue. Yeah, I mean, very good. I mean, all that's wonderful. I appreciate your saying all of that.
Put on my professor hat.
Yeah, yes,
tonight.
of course. Yeah, and no, believe me, what we are dealing with is a cultic religion that I call constitutional fundamentalism, and this is the most dangerous cult that has ever threatened America, and it is an attempt to turn back the clock and reverse progress to take us back in time. And it is the Americans are doing to American culture what Vladimir Putin is doing to Russian culture. It's regressivism. And it's a form of essentially developmental retardation, where society is degressing and devolving into something more primitive. And the primitive rule is the law of the jungle. It's might makes right. And basically, it's the white majority grabbing back everything it can before they become inevitably the minority through demographics. The very idea of purging the brown people in particular is an attempt, a precursor towards denying the blacks their citizenship. In other words, by purging the brown people first and de-browning America, sending as many as possible out of the United States, you whiten up the numbers. And then when you've got a whiter population, then the idea is to, basically to deconstitutionalize the 14th Amendment. And if you deconstitutionalize the 14th Amendment, then the claim can be made that blacks were never truly citizens, because they were only made citizens technically by the 14th Amendment. But just because you're born on the soil of the United States doesn't mean you're a real American. At which point, what would be the definition of a real American other than whiteness? So,
did you speaking on that? Did you hear J.D. Vance speaking? He got some sort of award from some fringe think tank group a couple weeks ago, and he was speaking at this conference, and that's basically what he was saying, that true Americans should only be viewed as those who had heritage from the Civil War going forward. And I'm like, what? This is our vice president saying this, and I find that so funny. And how much as they call Trump a patriot, and he was just talking the other day when he was over in Scotland. His mother was Scottish and his dad was freaking German. He has less to do with America and certainly the South than anyone that's ever been. Obama has more ties to the South than he did. But again, he is the icon of, and I'm not, when I say this, I'm not being racist, because there's nothing wrong with it. He's just an icon of whiteness. And they think they voted him in to protect their interests. It's the Southern strategy. They will cut off their own foot if they can put my foot underneath it, and cut mine off at the same time, because they feel like they can get it stitched up and go to the doctor while I'll get gangrene and die. It is the Southern strategy, this is the same thing with every policy that Trump is doing. There's all this tariff stuff, and he's bragging about how many billions of dollars they brought in. And it's just the epitome of the trickle-down economic strategy. It has never worked. It does not work. And it's being disingenuous, saying, we brought in $150 billion, and we're going to bring in $200 billion next month. Okay, but you're only talking about revenues. What about the expenses? This is accounting 101. And I cannot believe, and again, the only reason people allow themselves to have gotten fooled by this man, this carnival barker, this ringmaster, is because it's all done in the name of the fact that he's white. Just like, people accuse me, the only reason you voted for Obama is because no, I voted for Obama because he was the best person to do the job, and obviously he did that. I have no problem with voting for anyone that has the sense to do what's best for the people. But the only reason you would vote for somebody, a failed businessman, a criminal, a fake bully, a draft dodger, the only reason you would vote for him is because he panders to your basis instincts of racism. And I'm not saying everybody's like that, but at the same time,
I'm saying everybody who votes for Trump is. Yeah, but go on. What happened
Where
to
did he go?
Yeah, where'd he go? Jesus Christ.
Troy.
Yeah, Troy. Oh my God, they took him off. They took him down.
Oh man.
Oh man, the Klan raided his ass. Yeah, he's back.
He was ripping.
He's back. Oh man, so get back to.
You're on fire, Troy.
Yes,
Thank you.
continue. And
no. I mean, again, it's.
Keep going.
In a good way.
Keep going. Yeah, keep going. I was going to reinforce or get you restarted by saying that it's important to remember that one of the points that Troy brought up was that Donald Trump himself has an American identity that is very recent, and that his parents are his progenitors are his forebearers are essentially Scottish and German. And when his Drumpf, the individual who became the whorehouse brothel owner in the Pacific Northwest to service the gold rush in the Pacific, this individual named Drumpf, whose name was later changed to Trump, was so ashamed of their German background, which at that time was viewed as white trash, and Scots were also viewed as white trash. If you were Irish German or Celtic German of any sort, it was a double whammy. The Anglo-Saxon Protestants considered you to be just white trash. But at the time that they had established themselves with that whorehouse in the Pacific Northwest, where the original Drumpf founded the Trump dynasty and made his fortune, what you had was an explosion very shortly thereafter with the election of Warren Gamaliel Harding, a truly devout Klansman. You had the renaissance of the KKK, where it was no longer a Southern resistance movement to Reconstruction and a terrorist movement against the black population of the South. It exploded into a nationwide network, and people were joining the Klan all over the United States, and it was considered patriotic to do so, but especially in the Pacific Northwest, because you had all of these veterans from the Filipino War, which was America's first Vietnam. And these men were responsible for one of the greatest genocides in history against the Muslim population in the southern Philippines, where they slaughtered 3 million people. They were considered so psychotic they could never be resocialized, and they were just given acres of land, great plots of land to each one of these veterans in the Pacific Northwest, returning from the Pacific War campaign known as the Filipino Counterinsurgency. And they became overwhelmingly Klan members. And one of the biggest Klan members was Mr. Drumpf, who was trying to become as American as possible, show people he was American as possible. That's where Donald Trump, who has no connections to the South and comes from New York, developed such a clannish ideology where he identifies so strongly with the South, is through that connection. Does that make sense? Back to Troy, so Troy can take it from here.
And
Yeah, no
let
doubt
me
about
add,
it.
his father, Trump's father, sucked all his money out of the federal and state government to build properties for poor people that totally sucked.
Yeah, like project sites.
So
Yeah.
you want to talk about a welfare parasite? That's the Trump fortune. That's the Trump fortune was on government money.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, of course. Well, yeah, that's the hypocrisy of all these assholes, of course. So back to, thank you, Holly. Back to Troy. Continue, please.
Great point. And again, continuing in the hypocrisy, again, Donald Trump with his lineage, and everybody's talking about America first. he hasn't married an American woman. You mean to tell me out of all the women and all the young girls he messed with, he couldn't find an American woman?
Yeah,
This
actually,
woman
you know
doesn't-
what? I never thought about that, but Troy brings up a good point. Remember, he even had the Venezuelan beauty pageant queen as a lover
His
for a
buddy
while.
stole them, remember?
Yeah.
His friend stole them all from Mar-a-Lago.
But that's the whole point.
According
but
to
my
him.
point is,
Yeah, but remember,
how
it's
does
Trump.
America's first lady be Slovenian or whatever?
Yes,
Czechoslovakian,
Slovenian.
whatever.
She's Slovenian. Yeah.
This is
Hey,
America's
don't
first-
forget, that's the thing. If you're a white MAGA supremacist, you can have any color wife. Vance, all the way to Mitch McConnell.
Oh yeah,
Elaine Chao.
Vance's is an Asian Indian. Yeah.
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 Mitch McConnell's wife is Chinese.
Jesus
The,
Christ.
the hypocrisy is beyond me. Because again, you
Beyond.
got to go back.
And yeah,
gotta
you know
go
why?
back-
It's
You know why,
surreal.
Troy? It's because white
What's
woman would talk back to them. There's no white woman who's raised in American culture who would take their
That's-
bullshit. They would just tell them
Yeah.
you're full of fucking shit. And so they have to marry a foreign woman who's insecure and in an alien culture
You're on a
so that they
visa.
can bully her. Yeah.
Yeah,
And her
There's no
kids
doubt.
get birthright citizenship.
there it is. This is what I'm
Woo-hoo.
talking about. See, remember 2 years ago, before this whole 14th Amendment thing, they used to call them anchor babies. They didn't say it wasn't about. It was still 14th Amendment stuff, but they would call people who did that anchor babies. And then everybody recognized, wait a minute, Barron, your son is an anchor baby. What are we talking about?
Yep.
And then they
So is
changed the narrative.
Vance's.
You don't. Yeah, exactly. So you don't hear them say anchor baby no more. Now they just say birthright citizenship. So
Interesting.
again, the hypocrisy is ridiculous.
Yep.
You have the two most powerful wives are both not from this country, but yet it's America first.
Yeah, insane.
How?
But
How?
would you not say there's a similarity here because both those wives do have a husband who can ultimately threaten to send them back home? Maybe not after they've gotten the United States citizenship after 10 years, but still the potential is there. If you're politically powerful
Vance's is a
enough-
big old lawyer.
Yeah, but still, the potential is there. If you're politically powerful enough, you can ultimately abuse the intelligence agencies to say that somehow they're compromised in terms of national security and therefore must be deported. I mean, that threat is always there. And is this not somewhat a parallel to Thomas Jefferson with a slave as a lover? It's somewhat of a parallel to that, except that they've actually married these women just so they can look straight, but at the same time they want a yes woman who's very vulnerable. If you get what I'm saying, it's not that I want to overdwell on that, but yeah, and
Yeah, no, that's a great point.
yeah, thank you.
That's a great point. So yeah,
It's all right out there.
Yeah, I do want Troy to continue, and I want to say that Troy's inspired me to at least emphasize something about our Constitution, is that our Constitution is actually dangerous. That one of the biggest threats to America's politics is our nation's founding document, for all the reasons we're articulating right now, which I'll be happy to go further into. But Troy, by all means, continue. I mean, take this as therapeutic. Go ahead and vent and take. And again, I'm always rather put out simply by your restraint. There's no real need to. Obviously, you can restrain yourself where it's reasonable. We don't need to go into profanities. But but you never do. I'm not afraid of that.
You can swear up a storm.
Yeah, you can swear up a storm. I couldn't give a shit. But what I don't understand is how you always try to qualify. You soften the blow for basically the people who are the enemies of all humanity. When it comes to Republicans, we're not just talking about the libertarians, the Republicans. At this point, these people are radicalized. They're essentially a Russian insurgency on our shores. They're radicalized to the point of climate change denial, where they're altering the science itself. They are the enemies of science, and they're the enemies of our ability to try and respond to the climate catastrophe. So they are an existential crisis. These people threaten all life on Earth. They are truly the enemy. So they're beyond racist. They're anti-life. They're anti-human.
Yeah.
It's the race to control resources. I was just looking at MSNBC, and it's interesting you said that tonight. That the EPA it continually loosens up restrictions on carbon dioxide releasing into the atmosphere, and they were celebrating the fact that they've taken away all these environmental protections. This is the EPA. This is the head of the EPA who's celebrating taking away and loosening restrictions that the EPA had put upon some of these chemical companies who are releasing huge amounts of CO2 into the atmosphere. And they act like none of this stuff is affecting climate. It's ridiculous. It's so high.
I heard they have wiped out the whole agency.
Well, notice the
Everybody's fired.
Oh yeah,
the rivers are unprotected.
Oh yeah,
people are leaving the job. I mean, what are they
voluntary? Yeah.
Oh, what you mean to say is they're intimidated into resigning, honey. It's not voluntary. Yeah.
I was with a wink.
Yeah, and with Troy, repeat what you said, that last sentence, please.
I'm just saying, it's just ridiculous that they're loosening these protections.
There we are. Now, notice his choice of words. Troy, go beyond that a little bit. It's not ridiculous. It's insane. It's dangerous. It is a threat to the survival of the human race and every species on Earth. What they are doing is a threat to us all, to life itself. This is why we need to understand the gravity of this situation is not simply one of hypocrisy or absurdity. It is one of immediate danger, existential danger. These people are trying to kill us all.
Yeah, exactly.
I remember when they made the EPA because so many rivers were catching on fire.
Yes, that's right. Rivers were burning. The Great Lakes were burning. The Great Lakes have caught fire in the past because of the amount of pollution. And
Diesel and
Yeah, well, hell, you're old enough to remember that, Troy. Tell us.
Oh, God. San Francisco Bay and the battery plants.
Yeah.
Because Oakland has uranium.
All right, that's right. Yeah.
Deposits.
Yeah,
and
fabulous.
they just dump toy for decades and decades
into
that bay.
Anywhere there's a black neighborhood is where they dump the toxic waste.
That's right.
Sure.
That
Build a
is
highway
right.
over top of it,
Yes.
Yep. With no exit. Yeah.
I mean, you again. I'm glad that you all recognize it. And, if it comes from me, then it sounds like, oh, he's just playing the race card. We all know what they're doing.
I witnessed this shit. Yeah. I witnessed it hardcore.
And then they're denying the science. You have people that were, we have higher cancer rates in some of those areas in the African-American communities and other things like that. Birth rate challenges. The birth rates are still high, but kids that are born with attention deficit disorder, other things like that we have no idea that what these chemicals are doing to these kids and doing to their parents.
Actually, I would argue they have every idea, and for that very reason, they are exposing the black community's children to these elements. Does that not make sense?
It does. And there's no way you would put certain plants or businesses around certain areas. I see it all the time here, especially in Florida. These retirees come down and they've dug up all the orange groves and all the fruit groves out here, and they don't want no power plants. They don't want any chemical plants out here. They want nothing but trees and fresh water and all this kind of stuff. And what's interesting to me is also the way they deny the science. They treat scientists now like they're an inconvenience. They treat science and knowledge like it's an inconvenience, and then you destroy the Department of Education, but you want us to compete on a level in science. They just want us to compete in business. That's all Trump knows is dollars and cents. He's too stupid to understand that you have to have an educational base. You have to have science. You have to have technology. That's why he's going to do away with the Chips and Science Act that Biden put in place because it makes too much sense.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't like that kind of stuff. All he wants to do is reapportion the money so they could make deals, or he can, strong arm somebody into something that they have no business doing. Just ridiculous.
And get pennies for it.
That's right. But again, notice the, shall we say, the civilized nature, I would dare say, overly genteel nature of the terminology that Troy Bellamy applies. When you say that they're treating scientists as an inconvenience, no, they're treating them as the enemy. They're treating them as a direct threat to their own interests. And as a result, they are oppressing them in a very real sense, intimidating or persecuting them. And as you say, they make a show that somehow we're going to be competitive, and you can dare to say it out loud, with obviously the most substantial competitor on the stage right now would be Communist China. And so they expect us to be competitive with the Communist Chinese Empire, where they worship science and have essentially displaced religion with the worship of science and ideology. And yet here they're trying to go back to a fundamentalist interpretation of both the Bible and the Constitution, which in the greatest heresy, the greatest perversity, Trump published together in what is called the Trump Bible. The very fact that he publishes a Trump Bible, you should tear into that. Please do so, by all means, Troy.
Well, think about this.
He's got a fragrance line now? Yes, he does. You can Google that.
Yeah, must smell like bullshit. Yes, go on.
Yeah, winning.
Well, you heard about the
Actually does.
You heard about the school superintendent in Oklahoma who wanted to have the copy of the Ten Commandments in every school and distribute the Trump Bible to every school. He got caught looking at porn during a meeting. A Zoom.
Yes.
But
that's
he
greasy.
literally wanted to make an expenditure on the Trump Bible, buying the Trump Bible, which is nothing more than the Bible with Lee Atwood's songs stitched in it.
Along with the Constitution, I think. Which I think
that's a horrible name that I haven't thought of in a long time.
Come on, man.
Another swamp creature.
God, no, this is horribly funny. If you don't laugh, you're going to cry. This is the image of what we're dealing with. White men in wigs.
I mean, how perverse have we gotten? That we call it the Trump Bible. What are we going to call next? The Epstein Dictionary?
I love it. I love that. Did you think that up yourself?
Yeah, I'm a bit of a comedian myself.
That's delightful.
He's not a child molester. He's a pedophile. They start parsing the difference between that kind of stuff. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, actually, for what it's worth. Well, the only reason I came to understand that was because I had a bunch of girls approach me to try and help. Who was that fucker? Holly, do you remember his name? That guy who raped his cousin? He had sex with his cousin. It was statutory rape.
Cow.
I can't remember who the guy's name was. It was Bill Brockbrader. A bunch of girls approached me.
I don't even remember the name.
Okay, a bunch of girls approached me to help Bill Brockbrader, who claimed he was a U.S. Navy SEAL, and apparently never served or whatever. I couldn't give a shit. But the only reason I know about it is because Lorian Ann Fenton, who was originally assigned to handle me, there's no other word for it, was involved heavily with Bill Brockbrader. I mean, go figure. But in terms of Bill Brockbrader, he pointed out in a court of law that he was not a pedophile, he was a child molester, but it turned out technically he was correct by the definition being that it's from infancy to age of 9, you're a pedophile. From age of 9 to age 18, you're a child molester. So his cousin was over 9 years of age. So he was guilty of child predation and statutory rape
got it.
as opposed to pedophilia. Just for what that's worth. Just for what that's
Got
worth.
it.
But I can understand the parsing, but I'd have to go with Trump, where Trump, when I don't know if you ever heard Trump was interviewed by, who was it again? Howard Stern. Howard Stern, Troy. But when Trump was interviewed by Howard Stern asked him about how low would you go. Trump said 12's the limit. He said age 12's the limit. He said that on record on the Howard Stern show. So that audio is real. So there you go with that. Yeah, I'd have to agree with you.
I believe that because I used to sit up and watch Howard Stern and he'd make those appearances. It was cringeworthy. That's why I was like, when he decided to run for president, I thought it was an absolute joke because I'm like, this guy's got Howard Stern footage. I think he's forgotten about. He might have kissed Beetlejuice or something like that.
Yeah, Brendan, tell Holly and Troy about.
What about the Giuliani one?
Yeah, tell them about Giuliani.
Yeah. I remember that when he had Giuliani dressed up like a trans ex. Man, that's crazy. Man.
And he kissed him.
Yeah, he kissed him. I remember that.
What the fuck was that? That was real? I even asked Doug. I was like, "Is that real?" Like, what?
That
Was
gives
real?
me shivers.
It was like a fever dream.
It was real. It was exactly.
God.
Yeah, it was cringe. Nowadays, kids would call it cringe. Even as a joke, it was cringe.
Oh,
It was terrible.
Yeah. Oh,
Tacky, bad taste. But that explains what happened later. That explains everything.
It just tells you that, when has America, our society as a whole, gotten to a place where we allow these breaches of ethics, decorum, couth, all these, and I'm trying to use all the big words, like Doug said. I'm trying to make sure that, you know what I'm saying? I don't know if none of my people listen to this. But, hey, just trust me, man. You know where I live, so it's very, very,
You're in the belly of the beast. You're in the fucking belly of the beast. I don't understand how you're not chewed up and digested by now, by what you're surrounded with.
Well, I'm gonna be honest with you. We have there's a lot of my friends are ultra MAGA. But when I get a chance to talk with them, they actually get to hear somebody else's viewpoint. Then they have to think and go, wait a minute, you're right. And then you kind of break down a few barriers. But the real issue with all this is that they don't want to be wrong. It's like they don't want to lose. They don't want to feel like their support for Trump makes them a loser. Because if he loses or if something doesn't go right, everybody's going to say, I told you so. Well, that kind of comes with the territory.
That's all they're afraid of. I'll tell them right now, you're all a bunch of fucking white supremacist losers. And the problem is if they turn out to get their way, the rest of us and they are all going to die. First off, they're all going to lose their medical support system. They're all going to lose all that fat that they've been chewing on all these years, the bennies they get in the center of the United States. I'll call it the dead center from this point forward. Trump's killing his own base. But these guys you're talking to must be like middle-class MAGA-tards. Is that the case?
That is the case. That's the whole thing. They feel encroached upon. They feel put upon because they look up and there are some Hispanics and some blacks and some other people who are doing things, starting businesses, making money, moving into their nice new manicured, manufactured neighborhoods. And they'll feel like, wait a minute, I'm losing ground. Instead of saying, wait, I think everybody's gaining ground, which is a good thing. They're not losing any ground. But again, if you win, that means I lose. It's a zero-sum proposition. And that's another thing about our politics now, is that they look at everything in zero sum. Either I win or nobody's gonna win. If you win, I lose, and that's not good for me. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, of course.
And as much as they want to say, for everybody pulling their bootstraps up, as soon as they see young African Americans or people doing things that are different, or maybe making some money or getting positions in politics and everything, I'm gonna tell you, case in point, if you look at what they're doing now with the redrawing of the voting districts, all these states like Florida, Texas, Alabama, they're trying to.
Are they all the old Confederate states, or are there states outside of that as well?
No, it's all the old Confederate states. They were the ones. Okay, so when the Voting Rights Act was passed in '64, one of the rules was that the federal government had to have oversight over these secretaries of state to make sure that the district lines were drawn fairly, so that you couldn't get underrepresentation in the African American area or things like that. Well, when Obama won the second time, that's when they went. Well, Obama won the second time, and remember at the State of the Union, right before the session ended, the Supreme Court voted to strip the Voting Rights Act of those preconditions, which then immediately they started putting in voter ID laws and all this stuff. So everything that they're doing is designed to claw back some of the things, some of the power that they felt that they lost from the civil rights era. This voter ID is nothing. I mean, I was listening to a lady today. I think she was a judge, and in one state, and she had defeated her Republican opponent, but he is sued. She cannot be confirmed because he continually sues the state to recount the votes and take away certain amount of votes and all this other stuff, because he doesn't believe that people had the right to vote. Certain people that didn't have the right to vote. So again, this is where we going into some deep politics now, but this is where you probably had 10, 12 million young African Americans who did not vote. And because they don't feel like their vote counts. It's either that, or they're intimidated, or you don't provide enough polling places, things like that. So all of this gerrymandering the districts, it happened right here in this city. I had a buddy, one of my buddies. We actually have the same surname, and he was the county commissioner here. And we have a small district, and he was the county commissioner from the district that's largely Hispanic and African American. Well, this last election, he goes to run again, and he probably would have got all the same votes and won and been on the commission. The commission is 9 commissioners, and it's 8-1 Republican to Democrat, right? So they're like, well, fuck, why don't we just cut out the middleman and redraw this guy's district and take it over, and we'll have a 9-0 supermajority. And lo and behold, they waited until the last day that they could approve that. They changed the district. Some lady came in. Now she represents some young white lady comes in, and she won and beat him by the sheer number of votes. All the people who voted for him still voted for him. But then there was another group of people who they included in the redrawing of the district lines that pushed her over the top. And so now the county commission is 9-0 Republican.
Jesus Christ. Outrageous. Yeah.
But again, if you're just going to win every vote 8-1, 8-1, 7-2, 8-1, why not just cut out the middleman? We don't even want to have to negotiate with this guy about putting street lights in the neighborhood or naming a set of toilets after a black guy. They're talking about. They're not talking about doing anything substantive. They're just talking about, well, name it after this old black guy who did something in 1975, and that's all they don't want to do that anymore, because now the stakes are higher. They're talking about building new developments and apartments and getting government money from the economic development money and fund, all those things that now they are cutting out and not including African Americans, because now guess what? They don't have to.
Yes. Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? It's not because there's nobody capable. It's not because they don't have to anymore. So, and if you even talk about diversity, so now this is where you get these coons, who I call them coons. Y'all know what a coon is?
Of course, yeah. But go on and define it for our listeners, please.
A coon is the black guy who wants to be master's boy, and he works in the house. He's a slave. He's the house slave. I ain't gonna say the word, Douglas. You better not say it.
You know how I would say it, yes. I would use the term house nigger myself, but yes, continue.
Yeah, I know you would. Don't, man, don't do that to me, man.
Okay.
Yeah, that's sometimes I be listening and I hear Doug. He wakes me right out of my sleep. I get it. I mean, you might have a little bit in you too, so it might be. Okay.
There you go. There you go. That was
the coon is the one that wants to curry favor by just going along, getting along, like Byron Donalds and Tim. Let me show you how racist. And this is when people don't recognize their racism. Did you see when they came and rolled up on Jay Powell at the construction site the other day?
Oh, tell us about it.
Trump, Tim Scott, Jay Powell, Jerome Powell are there at the site for the Federal Reserve, and they're on the construction site. If you look at it, Trump had on a hard hat, Jerome Powell had on a hard hat. Tim Scott didn't have on a hard hat.
Jesus Christ.
Then he goes to Tim Scott and is like, we're over by 3.2, 2.7, 3.2. And Tim Scott's like, yes, sir, 3.2, 3.2. And,
oh, my God.
And then when Jerome Powell fact-checked him in real time, Trump just gave him the paper like, here, take this. And he was like, stuffed it in his pocket and shut up. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous to watch people genuflect this badly to someone who is beneath them intelligently, intelligence-wise.
Yes.
It scares me because they think this bully stuff, this cowboy stuff, that he tries to roll up on people and act like he's a tough guy, and he's not. I was listening to Byron Donalds and another black guy. I think he's the head of the HUD or something like that. They were talking about how Trump had a meeting with the Taliban leader, and remember he's talking about how he showed him a picture of his house, and they wanted to withdraw from Afghanistan, but he said if you harm a hair on one American's head, I'm going to bomb your house. And he showed him a picture of the house. They thought that was badass. I'm like, that's being a bully. Yeah. What do you think this guy's going to do? He's going to say, you think that guy doesn't have a picture of Mar-a-Lago on his phone? He's not going to do that, because if he does that, he starts an all-out war. He can't do that. But Trump felt the need to try and act like he was John Wayne and show the guy a picture of his house. If you do anything, I'll bomb your house. Man, you can go on Google Earth and download it.
That's probably where he got it from.
Probably exactly where he got it from. You know what I'm saying? And that's the thing. But they thought they were so impressed when President Trump's tough leader. Huh?
He oppressed his fellow Americans, the idiots and the MAGA cards. Yes, but go on. Yes.
Yeah, man, it's just crazy. It's just crazy to see all this stuff, and people not doing their jobs, man. And they're afraid. They're afraid of Trump. They're afraid to say stuff. Even like you said, talking about me, I'm halfway afraid to say certain things I know are right and I know they're true. But you just don't want to piss off the wrong people because they can do whatever they want to you. Take your job, say something bad about you, deport you to Sudan. It's just ridiculous.
It's horrible, but it's true. Yes.
I just got my birth certificate so I can make sure if they ever come and get me in the ICE raid, I can at least try and show them my birth certificate before they send me to Alligator Alcatraz.
Yes, thank you. What do you know? You must know more than the rest of us. You live in the state. What do you know about that situation?
It is just it's a bunch of old FEMA sheds that they put together and slap them down. Now, the irony of Alligator Alcatraz is the manifestation of what Alex Jones was talking about 12 years ago. But he was saying that Obama was going to set up these FEMA camps and start picking up white people and putting them in the FEMA camps. And I'm like, and this is what animated the base. This is where Alex Jones started really picking up, because at one point Alex Jones was kind of liberal. He was kind of, a 9/11 truther. He kind of was getting. Then all of a sudden, when Obama won, they bought him out, and the next thing you know, he was saying Obama was the Antichrist, and Obama was setting up FEMA death camps and all this kind of stuff. And I saw the trucks, and we got, how he gets all gravelly and thinks that he's, cool and stuff. He starts crying and snotting at the nose. But yeah, this is the manifestation. And those barracks are all FEMA camps that use buildings that they would use in a hurricane situation.
Oh my God! What were you going to say, Holly? You were going to add something to
I
that?
love how, a decade and a half ago, at least, you debunked this rumor at the time, and it cracked me up that these so-called FEMA camps ain't going to be for you folks. Right. They're going to be for military comms and bunkers and shit when civilization collapses. You know what I mean? They're not for you.
Yeah.
But now it's flipped to where they are going to be for anybody they consider a prisoner.
A threat.
Yeah.
Yes. And what were you going to say, Troy? You had a thought there?
Oh, no, I was just listening.
What about Epstein? How do you feel that this will impact? Do you feel this has a chance to impact Trump, considering all that he survived?
Oh, yeah. There's no question about that. There's no escaping that. I think everyone's they're basically trying to run out the clock and hope that this story loses 15 minutes of fame steam and will go away. Literally at this point, you could have Trump butt naked in the bed with a 9-year-old girl, and they'd be like, come on, locker room talk. He was just playing around.
That's right.
Because you got to know. We know. You look at the pictures of them partying, him and Epstein, partying it up. You got pictures with him, Melania, Ghislaine Maxwell. And think about how crooked and criminal this is for Trump to send his personal lawyers that he's now appointed to federal jobs to go and interview Ghislaine Maxwell for a potential pardon.
Secretly, without the press or invited. It's so openly corrupt. Yeah,
and never has to be released.
Yeah, tell us, Brendan. What were you saying, Brendan? Say it closer to. You're on speakerphone or something. Say it closer.
That thing that you sent me, Doug, about where he said,
like
it was a recent interview where he said they're stealing my girls.
That's right.
Mar-a-Lago, implying that they're young girls.
That's right. No, they asked him if they were underage, and he said yes. Okay, so what Brendan is referring to is that Trump was asked by reporters, obviously a multitude of questions, but one of the questions that got through to his head that he somehow heard and consciously recognized and responded to was something to do with his breakup with Epstein. And he said, I severed with Epstein because he was stealing my employees from Mar-a-Lago. And they said, were these underage females? And he said, yes. So he was implying he had underage females working for him at Mar-a-Lago. I have no idea what they would be working there as, other than what first comes to my mind.
And he's just
for cash, all cash.
Again, you're right. Yeah. How old? You're doing a favor maybe for a friend to let their daughter work the front counter. This girl was in the spa room. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
She has no business in the spa room as an underage child.
Thank you.
16, 17. When she's 12, 13, 14, she has no business doing anything there at spa. And so again, he's trying to deflect by saying, she was underage, but it was Epstein that was taking them from me. But wait a minute. How did you hire her and he's broken another law. He's broken a child labor law, but nobody wants to talk about that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, and
yeah.
disturbing how one of the ones that stood through the fury and fire, one of the lead plaintiffs, Virginia Guffrey, has just killed herself at 49 or something.
Tell us about
Yeah,
this.
Virginia Giuffre.
So that's a lovely, geez.
She
And
had
it's kind of
testified.
funny now with Relaine speaking and this whole blowout. It's kind of right up in there, you know?
Yeah, no
Okay.
doubt.
Interesting coincidence.
Right.
Well, again, that's the thing. Yeah, Epstein, the young lady there. It's not coincidence. We all know it. You know what I'm saying? My God.
Well, that's what I gotta wonder. But the poor thing, my God.
Yes. No. Thank you. I appreciate your input on all of that, and hopefully it will do some lasting damage this time. And
I don't know.
yeah, it's at any rate. We do have some questions from people in the chat, but I do feel that certainly. What time is it where you're at? You're not going to work tomorrow, are you, Troy? I hope.
Oh yeah, I'm going to work.
Oh shit! Gee, I'm sorry to hear that. What time is it? About 12:30? What? No, 1:30.
12:30.
Okay.
12:31. Yeah.
Okay. But thank you for joining us. I really appreciate that. Stay as long as you want. I would enjoy it if you stayed all night, but obviously, yeah, you're probably gonna fall asleep soon enough. I'll try not to wake you up, but do me a favor. Tomorrow, review what I have to say after you leave, because I'll start talking about the Constitution now. And I will, you turned us in that direction at least, to where I feel obligated to speak to that. So listen for as long as you can stay awake. Okay.
Well, certainly do that. I also hope that you get a chance to talk about what we mentioned earlier, the two-state solution, and all these countries that are coming out now in support of Palestine, of the state of Palestine. And that's going to be very precarious, because now Israel doesn't have any cover. The only country that supports Israel, just saying it's just us as a state and we don't want Palestine, is Israel and the United States, tacitly. I mean, I know that's not the official position, but if you stand with Israel, and Israel makes that stance, then Trump's going to probably have to make that same stance. Now you got the whole world turned against him. It was interesting because the other
Finally, for God's sake.
He was
That took a long time.
EU the other day, and he talked out glowingly. He talked to Keir Starmer and all these other people and talked how great they were and all that. Then last night he criticized them for beating us on deals and gypping us all over the years, and I was like, wow, man, this is crazy. This guy is freaking schizophrenic.
Yes, but you are pointing out that the timing renders it not just schizophrenic but manipulated. That he was his Zionist handlers essentially told him that they were being picked on by these bullies, and so
I tell you what, though. Yes. I tell you what, Bibi and Trump are both lame ducks, as I mentioned in my text. They are lame ducks, and they're in trouble. If the whole world turns against them, and it's just those two sitting out there on an island, they can no longer justify the violence against Gaza. And again, I think I mentioned this in previous calls. The only reason that Joe Biden, if they can say what you want, he has cancer, he might have dementia, I would vote for Joe Biden before I vote for Trump any day. And the only reason Joe Biden is not president is because he refused to continue to supply them with those 2,000-pound bombs after they bombed that hospital. And if you remember, go back and look at it. Right after the debate, the most part of the AIPAC and Jewish lobby came out against Biden. Joe Lofgren, Schiff, Schumer, all of Moskowitz, all of them. They all came out and said, we got to make a change at the top of the ticket. And that's when Biden was asked to step down, and he received too much pressure from the APEC lobby to make sure that he stepped down. All in favor of Israel's best interest, not ours.
Yes. Thank you for that. By the way, there's a Brendan brought to our attention in the text box. After the wasps were killed, they were bagged as radiological waste. Oh my God, contaminated discovery. Radioactive wasps found at a nuclear facility in South Carolina. Ow.
Ouch.
They
must be waking it up for the tech bros. Yeah, getting the cobwebs out and the rat's nests and shit.
Yeah, well, Heather,
because they're firing that sucker up again.
Oh, yeah, good point, honey. Good point. Heather Holman's
That's
typing.
what worries me.
Yeah. And I'm glad to see that that's flamingos. I finally got, when she came on and joined us on the call, I finally saw that her icon was flamingos. I kept thinking, I didn't know what I was looking at. I thought it was either slabs of tuna in a sashimi shop or that it was meat hanging from hooks. So I was glad to see it was all pink flamingos because it just had this weird flesh color to it. I had no idea what it was. I thought maybe flowers, like tulips, maybe another option. But yeah, now when she finally joined the call earlier, I could see what her icon was. She says, 12-mile-long mothership aggressively approaching our planet. Are scientists really saying our time is speeding up, Brendan? She calls you Brandon. She calls you Brandon. Aristides.
I think she's still thinking about that Oumuamua that passed some years ago.
No,
the one that looked like a spear.
There's a new one.
Oh, is there?
Yeah, so Aristides was bringing that up earlier. So Brendan, you're obligated to respond.
Hey, listen, Doug, I gotta go.
I love you, honey.
But Troy, thank you so much. Always wonderful to hear you.
Yes.
And
thank you too.
all right, thank you.
I feel sleep coming on, so I'll be listening.
Is this okay?
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we love you dearly, Troy. Share that love with your family.
Love you too.
Yeah,
Thank
we
you.
love you dearly, Holly. And
All right.
both of you have a blessed
soon.
night. So this is your time, Brendan. You're obligated to respond now. Tell us about what your own impression might be about the current crises approaching us from deep space. And I guess he's going to stay mute. Oh my goodness. Come on, Brendan, don't play coy. We know you're awake.
Well, the way things are going, you would hope that it's a mothership coming to vape us all off the fucking rock. But we don't get that lucky. You know, it's like Divine's too merciful for that.
You mean Divine?
Or lack of
merciless. Divine's too merciless.
Merciless or merciful, whatever you want to interpret it. It's just we're not that lucky. Let's just put it that way. No matter what NASA, fake NASA, is saying. Because it's like, come on, really, like, how can you go from there's a mysterious object to it's an alien mothership, it's gonna blow us up? I mean, that's like the most ridiculous. Like even if it was true, it's like, at least War of the Worlds had finesse and shit. These guys are just like, who's gonna blow us up? It's just, it's so cheesy. At least H.G. Wells had the,
some sense of setting up a mood. He set up the scenario.
Yeah, he had a mood. Yeah. Exactly. This one's just like, they're just gonna come get us for no reason and just vape us. It's just so stupid. Why would they waste their fancy new spaceship on this shit? I mean, it's like, at this point, it's just entertainment. Like, look at these idiots. They're fucking fighting over nothing, and then they got this like orange clown dude. It's just like at this point, it's a Truman Show. It's getting to this insane level.
Oh,
so,
there you go. Thank you. I was gonna say something along those lines.
In other words, I don't believe it.
Thank you. Yes, I was gonna say something along the lines that Heather's getting my hopes up.
Yeah, that's all it is. Like, that's what people are hoping.
Yeah.
Like their funding's getting cut next month, so they have to like figure out something. So this is their only hope.
No,
I think they're trying to do the the 1950s shit where like the tachyons and shit where they just say a bunch of shit like, well, we're gonna need a lot of money for these lasers, for these aliens to come in and shit. Yeah, like they're trying to save their job basically.
Yeah. Oh, good
'Cause they
point.
think Trump is that burnt that Trump's going to be like, the aliens, we got to fight them. Yeah.
Yeah. Have you ever seen this shit? It reminds me of that guy Zachariah Garrett was convinced there was all these cysts on the back of his head because he was a fucking crack
Ugh.
meth user. Remember that guy fucker?
Yeah,
I'm
but
sure
that
it
was
wasn't
the
there. It was all his head, so to speak. To use.
He
a
also
pun.
said he had lockjaw or something.
Yeah, that's right. Lockjaw. I got the lockjaw, man. Yeah. Fuck, they all when they do. Don't do drugs, kids. Don't do drugs. Come on. Anyhow,
Yeah, it ain't worth it.
there's this condition called alopecia. ALOPECIA. Can you look that up for me? That it seems real weird. I don't think he had that, but
Alopecia is just your hair falling out. There's
There
not
you
really
go.
like a skin condition.
That's true. Good point. Yes.
I mean, unless you're some dirty ass nasty crackhead that lives in the sewer.
Yeah. Ah! Oh, and the horrible thing was how it was Zachary and someone else. When we made comments like that, they'd get all defensive. It's like Zachary, he was like, "I don't do
yeah,
drugs."
he was one of those people.
Yeah, it's like, dude,
I've never done that. Never done that. It's like, dude, that just makes you sound way more scared.
Yeah. Now we know you did it. Now we
Yeah.
know you did it.
Yeah, anyone who denies it is like an avid user. Because any normal person would be like, "Yeah, I tried it, but it sucks."
Or they just run along with a
not
joke.
My thing.
Yeah, they just,
Yeah, exactly.
Because it's so outrageous for your average person. If you haven't used it, everyone knows you haven't used it because you're not
Right.
expending your money and and doing other crazy things.
Itching your skin off. And
Yeah,
shit.
itching your skin off, thinking there's bugs under your skin and shit.
Yeah, or
like
whatever
Ian
Brooke was
West.
doing.
Yeah, like whatever
Yeah.
Brooke and Ian West were doing. Yeah, Brooke got to the point where she tried Ian West's advice on Tide Pods. She followed his advice and tried.
Yeah, okay, so that's when you know they're definitely doing something.
Yes.
When they're like
Yes.
soaking in fucking
Thank you.
methylene blue and fucking what is that other shit?
Yo, just shit.
There was
Just,
something else.
just
yeah,
stuff
something
that God, you got to pray for them. They'll get skin cancer at an early age or something. It's just sad.
What was the other one? Bleach.
Yeah,
bleach?
bleach. Yeah, they both tried
Like
bleach as
bleaching
well.
themselves in the tub. It's
Yeah,
like, oh
I
God.
could see the only person where it made sense was Ben Estenius, because Ben Estenius had contracted the flesh-eating disease at one point in his life, and so he was in terrible itchy pain. There's no other word for it. Painful itch, itchy pain, painful itch, and he said, "I heard that maybe I should try bathing in bleach," and the doctor said, "That's just crazy." That's what the doctor said, but then Ben Estenius said it was the only thing that worked. It was painful, excruciating. He said it was excruciating.
Well, if
but-
you're in that kind of desperation, fine. But
Yeah, but then he said it
not
worked.
some Ian West shit.
Yeah, no, not the. Yeah, this guy had actual, the open infections, actual flesh-eating disease, and it was an open infection. But he said that's the only thing that he would do that once a day, and the itching would stop. And then finally, he stopped after a while. It's amazing he never got skin cancer, considering how old he comparatively was at the time that I was dealing with him. But that had happened to him like maybe 20 years before.
well, actually,
Yeah.
in Bleach's defense, even though it's like synthetic, it's still just it's very close to its its elemental form. Like chlorine is just like it's just like bonded to a few oxygen atoms.
Yeah.
So it's actually not as carcinogenic as some things are, but it's definitely toxic.
Yeah. Thank you for that. No, I appreciate that. I really do. That's a great point to be made. But by the way, so what do we know about the ultimate results of the earthquake and tsunami? Obviously, you were very concerned for Japan. I don't get the impression Japan was hit very hard.
Minimal damage.
Okay, thank God. There we are.
Yeah.
And,
The warning was enough to avert any kind of
yes.
bad issues.
Thank you.
And the overall wave was small. It was like, what was it San Mita, 3 meters, which is about 10 feet, which was at its height.
Okay.
So,
Wow.
And then the biggest waves were like 50 centimeters. I mean, it wasn't like spectacular, which is good. That's what you want. You don't want to see. There were some big waves out here in Cali, like 3 feet, something like that, up north. But if you ask a surfer about a 3-foot wave, they'll laugh at you and say, "Yeah, like we wouldn't even show up for that."
Yeah. Excellent. Okay, so
nothing really went down there.
Okay. Wonderful.
And,
Wonderful.
And yeah, in Russia, like
Yeah.
that part of Russia especially, there was like there was zero economic damage because there's nothing out there. So
Thank you. Yeah, that was again. So I'm going to do screen share here, screen share, and then we
there was
go.
like something shocking that I saw where it was like some
Yeah.
people
Yeah.
doing surgery. It was like some cancer center.
Uh
And it
huh.
was like, who was out there getting cancer surgery?
You mean out in Russia, that Kamchatka Peninsula area?
Yeah, out in the Kamchatka, like
Yeah.
getting surgery. That was weird.
Yeah, that is weird.
Some military shit or something.
Yeah, it's got to be. It's I'm not going to read. Well, I mean, I'll show our man Brendan personally. I'm not going to read it out loud, or maybe it really doesn't matter. I guess it's like. So Real Tech. I guess I'm not giving away any secrets here. Real Tech says, "Hi Douglas, how you been? I've been up and down. My mom has died, which was in January, buried in Pennsylvania, since no next of kin. Aside from, I presume, Real Tech Geek. Hey, only found out last month, my sister. There's some other next of kin that so hypercritical, can't deal with her. My wife was more of a daughter to her, and Joe Tai is completely blocked. And so I did say I'm very sorry. Yeah, to learn of thy mother's
yeah.
past.
Well, first, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, my dear Real Tech. Though I know you never liked her anyway. At any rate, please accept my condolences. Then says thank you. Then I got the warning from him yesterday at 9:14 p.m. Get to higher ground. This is really bad. And then so he provided a link, tsunami warnings for U.S., Russia, Japan, and then said, "Get out! California gonna get hit, maybe." You know, there's a lot of land in California that is so deep inland, you could spend there your entire life without ever seeing the beach. At any rate, he says, God is very angry at Russia. Yeah, and well, if God can't be too angry at Russia because he hit them in the asshole as opposed to the fucking nose. Yeah, it's like, God, if God were angry at Russia, why not hit, a place that fucking county instead of Kamchatka where, no one's there.
Basically, nothing.
Yeah. So
it was just like a warning. It was just a warning. And Mars is very unpredictable right now in its current position.
Yeah.
So there's like a lot there. Yeah. And, it's still a warning though.
Yeah.
Like,
Good. Well, they need one.
It can happen at any time.
Thank you.
Well, it's just for the whole world.
Yes.
The whole world.
Yeah. And so, I mean, we've done well for 4 hours, so I'm just going to say this about the Constitution, because Troy brought up something that I feel obligated to address, and I have been teaching the Blood Boys about it in recent months, and I'll get back to teaching about it when I see them next on next weekend, this coming weekend, because of the Memorial Day for the Yazidi genocide. At any rate, the Constitution is considered sacred, but we've got to start considering it dangerous. One of the biggest threats to America's politics is our country's founding document. The United States Constitution itself is in trouble. After Donald Trump lost the 2020 election, he called for, his words, the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution, which is treason, and the individual should be shot, literally executed, just for that, considering his position. It's not just some drunk guy talking in a bar. You're talking about a man who had served as commander-in-chief. And at that time, outraged critics denounced him for threatening a document that is supposed to be sacrosanct. And by announcing his desire to throw off constitutional constraints in order to satisfy his personal ambitions, Trump was making his authoritarian inclinations abundantly clear, which is why he should never have been allowed to even run for president a third time, which is in and of itself simply unimaginable. But it's no surprise then that liberals charge Trump with being a menace to the Constitution, yet his presidency and his re-election simply generated another very different, well, situation, a different kind of crisis. Basically, Trump owes his political assent to this very Constitution, rendering him a beneficiary of a document that is essentially anti-democratic and, in this day and age, increasingly dysfunctional, to say the least. And with that, I'm using what I call a Troyism here. It's an understatement. Because, after all, Trump first became president in 2016 after losing the popular vote by a landslide, but winning the Electoral College via the Article 2 of this Constitution. This piece of asswipe that you all worship. He then appointed 3 justices to the Supreme Court via the Article 3 of this Constitution. This asswipe, which is used and shat upon, this shit list that you're all brought up to worship. 2 of those judges, who were confirmed by senators representing under half our population, just 44% of our population, via the Article 1 of this piece of shit. It's not even toilet wipe that's used. It's shit in and of itself. And those 3 justices then overturned Roe versus Wade, a reversal with which the overwhelming majority of Americans have disagreed. So, in his new book titled No Democracy Lasts Forever, the eminent legal scholar Wdy73025, worried about opinion polls showing a dramatic loss of faith in democracy, and wrote, "It is important for Americans to see that these failures stem from the Constitution itself." Now, way back in 2018, Wdy73025, the dean of Berkeley's law school, still seemed to place considerable faith in that Constitution, pleading with fellow progressives in his book titled We the People that they, in his own words, not turn their back on the Constitution and the courts. By contrast, his second book, No Democracy Lasts Forever, is markedly pessimistic, in which he asserts that the Constitution itself, which is infamously difficult to amend, has put our country, in his words, grave danger, with Wdy73025 laying out what would need to happen for a new constitutional convention. And in the book's more somber moments, he entertains the possibility of secession. That West Coast states, which exemplify all that's best, in fact, the only things that are good in this United States, that our West Coast states secede from the Union to form a nation called Pacifica. That is such an extreme conclusion for a truly conservative, liberal progressive to be drawn to, that it helps to emphasize the true gravity of our crises. Red states might form their own country, as articulated in the book No Democracy Lasts Forever by Wdy73025. And he hopes that any divorce, when it comes, will be peaceful. Now, the prospect of secession once sounded extreme. But in concluding that our Constitution will hasten the end of American democracy, Wdy73025 is far from alone. The argument that what ails our country's politics isn't simply the president, or Congress, or the Supreme Court, but the founding document that presides over all 3, should be gaining traction, especially among liberals. In fact, books and opinion editorials critiquing our Constitution should be proliferating. Scholars should be arguing that the Constitution has incentivized what Stephen Levitsky and Daniel Ziblatt call a tyranny of the minority. The anguish being, in some sense, the flip side of veneration, because Americans have all too long assumed that the Constitution would save us. There should be an ever-growing chorus now wondering whether we need to be saved from the fucking Constitution. It's born of compromise and contradiction. In 1787, when 55 delegates convened in Philadelphia to revise the Articles of Confederation, they ended up embarking on a project that was much bigger in scope. As Americans are taught in history class, the delegates drafted a new document establishing a national government consisting of 3 branches: legislative, judiciary, and executive, each functioning as a check upon the others. The delegates were all white, and they were all men. But they nevertheless diverged on what they deemed to be an intractable issue: slavery. Though several states had already passed abolition statutes, nearly half the delegates were slaveholders. The Constitution itself was thus born of corruption, the corruption of compromise, with the enslavers getting the best end of the deal. They got the cock, the rest of us got it up the ass. To determine representation in the House and the Electoral College, the 3/5 compromise allowed slave states to count 3 out of every 5 people held in bondage, none of whom, needless to say, would ever be allowed to vote. And the Fugitive Slave Clause stipulated that even when enslaved people escaped to free states, they would never be free. And the Union, or what became the Union, the abolitionist states, would simply, if not turn them back, allow bounty hunters to capture them, would never recognize them as citizens with a right to vote. Such compromises meant that those who shared overlapping politics could still draw wildly different conclusions from the same Constitution, that same useless piece of asswipe. The abolitionist, William Garrison, considered the compromises so damning as to make the Constitution itself a covenant with death, and an agreement with hell itself. His words. But Frederick Douglass maintained the opposite, that slavery in the United States could only be upheld by claiming that the Constitution does not mean what it says. As the historian James Oakes put it, Frederick Douglass shared Abraham Lincoln's view, recognizing the Constitution, or recognizing within that worthless piece of shit white paper, the promise of universal freedom. A promise of universal freedom, yes, but also the instructions on how to thwart it. There's a glaring discrepancy between the soaring words in the Constitution's preamble, a call to we the people, that is, as Shereminsky himself put it, a seemingly ringing endorsement to popular governance, and the distrust of democracy embedded in the rest of the document, reflecting the framers' inability to conceive of any future when women and black people would ever have a right to vote. The legacy of this history is beyond negative. It's not simply a stubborn ambivalence. Is the Constitution supposed to be a guarantor of human equality? Or for a society with a profoundly inegalitarian origin story? Simply the lofty principle of a hypocritical cover-up, a government by conspiracy. And this is what brings us back to originalism and its discontents. Because you might think that such disputes would have been laid to rest by a bloody civil war and the Reconstruction Amendments, which outlawed slavery and granted all men the right to vote, regardless of race. Not to mention that the Constitution continued to change in the century thereafter. Senators were to become directly elected. Women were finally granted the right to vote, though it is not recognized in our Constitution. There is no amendment that honors it. And on top of all that, for over the last 500 years, our Constitution has frozen in amber. It has petrified. It has fossilized. It is a stone-cold turd. The last major amendment was in 1971, lowering the voting age from 21 to 18 years of age. At a time when you could serve in Vietnam at the age of 16, yet wouldn't be allowed to vote for the next 2 years. In reaction to landmark decisions prohibiting segregation and bans on interracial marriage, conservative legal scholars began to champion judicial interpretations that rested on the framers' intentions 200 years before. So originalists, as these scholars call themselves, say they are simply reacting to decades of overreach by activist judges. Of course, anyone with any sense of modernity, anyone raised with modern sensibilities, would counter that interpreting the law according to what the founders supposedly wanted amounts to an end run around protecting and promoting a multiracial democracy. The attorney and columnist Madiba K. Denny has argued that originalists' canny use of apolitical language ensnares liberals themselves into treating originalism as coherent jurisprudence, even when it functions solely as an ideology. In her work titled The Originalism Trap, she writes that far from encouraging judicial restraint, originalism is much more effective in restraining judges from doing good things. It may be a measure of the current crises, as I said, a polycrisis, that even the conservative scholar Yuval Levin doesn't think originalism can remedy our constitutional woes. Originalism is, by definition, preoccupied with what judges do when the most urgent problem lies with a legislature that is, as the Jew Yuval Levin himself so puts it in his work titled American Covenant, a Judaized title if ever there was one, underactive. Members of Congress behave, in his words, like performers or mere seekers of celebrity, neglecting to do the hard work of wielding the legislative power entrusted in them by the Constitution. To anyone who thinks that the Constitution has been tearing us apart, well, Levine's a fucking kike. He's a goddamn Jew. And as a fucking Jew, he benefits from the Constitution because it empowers, ultimately, the Zionist occupation government. So he insists that it can bring us all together, man! He argues as a Jew that precisely because the Constitution was a product of grudging and gradual compromise, goy man, that it's especially valuable in our fractious times. He claims that the requirement of supermajorities, which entails frustrating narrow majorities, is a good thing. That members of Congress are supposed to build coalitions, which tends to make partisans more tolerant and more tolerable. It does, you motherfucking kike. A lot of people looking at Congress today would be hard-pressed to find any glimmer of that tolerance that Jew boy Levine so genially prescribes. Even he has to admit that Congress, in his words, looks dysfunctional from every angle. But Levine's serene insistence that political frustration is healthy instead of corrosive may have something to do with the fact that the Constitution's patchwork of compromises happens to align with his own brand of Zionist, reactionary, Paleolithic ideology, of anti-humanism, of Edomism, himself insisting that presidential candidates should vie for voters in the most competitive states, which tend to fall near the ideological middle, because it is good for both national unity and competitiveness of our politics, himself singling out for praise the peculiar institution of the Electoral College. Because, of course, the Jews were the biggest of the slave owners. These are the consequences of constitutional worship, as irrational as the worship of the Jew. The Electoral College, of course, is one of the bargains the framers made in order to reassure the slave states that they could keep their own peculiar institution. So it's very fitting that a kike would use those very words. It's almost a taunt. Indeed, that's all it is. Abolishing the Electoral College has become a popular refrain among liberals, as well it should. It's something that the legal scholar Aziz Rana counts as one of the procedural specifics that consume discussions about constitutional reform. In his bold new book titled The Constitutional Bind, Rana argues against this tendency to take our problematic system as a given and then struggle to patch especially egregious leaks. Instead of focusing on patchwork measures, he encourages us to think more expansively. The bind he describes is familiar, if untenable. Americans who are justifiably disenchanted with our Constitution still cling to it in times of duress. To quote Rana, these defenses implicitly suggest that Americans can only effectively protect their bedrock liberties from demagogues by redoubling their commitment to the text. That's biblicism. Constitutional worship is so habitual that it's tempting to assume the veneration was baked into our politics from the very beginning. To situate it historically, showing how it flourished in the 20th century is the first thing I do for the Blood Boys, alongside our empire's global ambitions, of course. Because even as the United States pursued imperial projects in places like the Philippines and tolerated racial terror in the Jim Crow South, the Constitution was offered as proof that the country was profoundly committed to liberty and equality, that its interests are coterminous, as they would say, with the world's interests. Originalism has ergo gathered strength by tapping into this reverence of imperialism, of genocidal expansionism, deploying the authority of the framers in order to pass off originalist interpretation as the epitome of restraint and objectivity, when it's coterminous with insanity and extermination. Originalism has allowed conservatives to undermine progressive policies while abusing the soothing language of constitutionalism. By my analyses, the damages of Constitution worship extend to the structure of the political system itself. National politics gets increasingly funneled through the judiciary, with control of the courts, especially the Supreme Court, becoming a way to consolidate power regardless of what the majority of people want. This disempowerment of majorities, combined with political gridlock and institutional paralysis outside the judiciary, fuels popular disaffection. The document that's supposed to be a bulwark against authoritarianism will end up fostering the widespread cynicism that only helps authoritarianism grow. The urge to seek salvation in our Constitution has stunted not only our political behavior, but also our very understanding of what's even possible. Americans tend to overlook the possibilities of mass democratic politics precisely for this reason. We succumb to the conventional wisdom, which is anything but, of Constitution worship, thinking that political progress is a matter of adhering ever more perfectly to the essence of the document, when the building of majorities is invariably a more complicated process. But such complications are often why we have held fast to the Constitution. For a long time, it offered a shared language when we couldn't agree on much anything else. The historianist Linda Colley, who has written critically about the connection between constitutions across the world and imperial expansion, nevertheless concludes that such frail paper creations of fallible human beings can inscribe expectations that governments are at least supposed to live up to, providing something of value, even when violated. So in her book, titled The Gun, the Ship, and the Pen, talking about old gunboat diplomacy of the constitutional empires, Colley writes that, in her words, in a deeply uncertain, shifting, unequal, and violent world, such documents may be the best we can hope for. Americans aren't alone in treating a constitution as both a source of inspiration and protection. Colley cites Olga Mizik, a young pro-democracy activist in Moscow, who in 2019 stood in the street surrounded by formidable men in body armor and read aloud passages from the Russian Constitution. And the police officers, in her words, recognized the text from where she was reading, and they did not move in and attack. So before we welcome George aboard, let me conclude by saying that Colley published her book in early 2021. And later that year, the woman she spoke of, Olga Mizik, was sentenced to 2 years of house arrest, confinement in her home. Her example being but a stark illustration of the undeniable power of a constitution alongside the undeniable power of undemocratic forces determined to have the last word. So with that, we welcome George Knight aboard with us, Brendan Zogit, Troy Bellamy, Aristides. Anybody is welcome to speak, but let's all welcome George first. He says, "I've joined."
Hello, Douglas.
Welcome aboard.
Yes,
thank you so much.
Thank you for having me on, Douglas. No, thank you for having me on. And sorry, it's been a while. I've been quite busy lately. I do apologise. But yeah, no, I just wanted to come on and say hello to you and just just ask if you're all right, Douglas. Yeah, and how you holding up right now? It's
Well, I'll
it's
probably end the live stream as soon as you're off. So let's make the most of your being here. How
Thank
long are
you.
we graced with your presence tonight?
Well, I'll say a good half an hour. Any more will be a bonus, Douglas. Yeah, we'll and then so we can stretch the show out a bit
Wouldn't
longer.
you sleep for
We
only
can
2
extend it.
hours? I mean,
Oh, I felt like it. It feels like it. I feel delirious and groggy, and oh my god, I've had 2 coffees, and I've even had a matcha tea to try and just give you some energy. And I just feel probably the combination hasn't done my stomach any good, but
oh my god,
but, it's just to try and wake me up. It's just
I feel so bad for you. Oh my
no, not at all.
god.
Yeah, no. Oh,
well, I mean,
you as well, you must be knackered. Yeah, sorry.
Did you have any chance to go over my essay that I sent?
Not the emails yet, Douglas. No, I will review them over the next coming days. I will definitely look at my emails to check in on that. I know you said ignore the first and second and then just review the
just
third.
go to the third. So I finally was shamed and
will
embarrassed
do.
into writing about, you know what, I'll send you a 4th one and I'll be fully polished. So just read the 4th one. I'll send it to you right after the show,
yes,
okay? So just read the 4th
appreciate it,
one. It'll be fully polished,
Thank you.
and that'll be the one on Taya. Oh, of course, that's a foreshortening
Thank
of the
you.
name. I finally was shamed and embarrassed by George Knight into completing that essay. It's 64 pages. So...
Not at all, Douglas. No, thank you so much. Honestly, there's no rush with anything. Honestly, I just really appreciate everything that you do. Honestly, it's profound and regarded. Yes, thank you.
Oh, well, I appreciate that. And so give us an idea of what stands out to you in current events. Obviously, you must be aware by now that obviously a lot's been going on. There was a scandal of a young lady who went to school on Culture Day in England wearing the British flag on her dress and got...
I remember,
yes,
she got banned. She got reprimanded for doing that, didn't she? Yeah.
But Sturmer had to be dragged in. Sturmer had to be dragged into basically,
dragging on all that palaver. Yeah, wearing the Union Jack. Yes. The Union. Yeah, it's
Oh my God.
I do remember that. That was a few weeks ago, wasn't it, Douglas? Yeah, lots happened
since
my last appearance.
That's right.
Yeah,
not to mention, Sturmer has also said he's going to recognize Palestine. Is that not the case?
Yes, Imam Macron. Imam Macron was the first French president. As you pointed out, Douglas, he was the first foreign leader, head of state, to visit the UK after the referendum, after Brexit. And and he said that, and then obviously I remember, seeing a few days ago he rendezvoused with Donald John Trump, and Donald John Trump admitted, they look starving, the children, and Keir had to jump in and to finish off the sentence, and and they go, the reporter says, Benjamin Netanyahu, he says there's no such thing as a famine going on in Gaza. He says there's no such thing. And that's because they don't allow any foreign journalists to go in. They
kill them with snipers. They snipe them. They drone bomb them.
Use them as target practice. Yeah, exactly, Douglas. And so that's all unfolded. And what else? Yes, which is great that he said that they recognise Palestine as a state. And we've gone over it many times. We can go.
Canada has also followed up. Canada is also saying they'll do so.
The Dominion, which is fantastic. Yeah. The more, the better. Yeah. And then, of course, I have one of the latest is Vladimir Putin has said he's going to invade a new country.
Oh, cool!
And,
good. I want to see. Yeah, that's good for us. Yeah, hopefully he overextends. I hope he overextends himself to the point of suicide. That idiot. Yes. Go on.
Sorry, I'm just coughing my guts up. Yeah, so funny. Yes.
Yes. Oh, don't blame you.
Yes. Oh God, there's so much, Douglas, that springs to mind. We've lost Ozzy Osbourne. We've lost the.
They're turning his home into a museum, aren't they? It's from what I understand.
I believe so, Douglas. I do believe so. On his passing, he died on the 22nd of this month, and I did put a tribute. I shared something on my Facebook page. he appeared on, excuse me if I pronounce his name wrong, the Geraldo Rivera
Oh,
show.
you got it right. Don't worry. You don't
Thank
need
you.
to pronounce that idiot's name right. First off, it's not even his
Yes.
real name. He
Exactly.
called himself
What an idiot.
Geraldo Rivera, but he was really a Jewish guy named Jerry Rivers. But go on. Yeah.
Yes, Jerry Rivers, that's
Yeah.
it. Thank you, Douglas. Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
not to mention he tried to rape Bette Midler. Bette Midler says she
Yes.
was in a bathroom stall when he forced open the door and attempted to rape her. But go on.
That's it. Yeah, I remember you telling me that before, Douglas. Thank you. Yes, I shared it on my Facebook page. It was I think the year 1988, and Ozzy Osbourne appearing on the show when they had the episodes, the shows where they were talking about the Satanic Panic period of the 1980s, and they had Michael Aquino on the panel when he was on stage and on the studio in the show, and along with Zena LeVay, and I shared that, and it was to defend Ozzy's good name. That he had nothing to do with that. He was more of a stage show, theatrical, from his part. He had nothing to do with Satanism in the slightest, no affiliation whatsoever. He would just always, just go along with that, and it was just to get himself publicity in the early days when he formed Black Sabbath, and that was all what it was for. It was just to attract an audience where he had nothing to do with it, and he was on the show and he was saying, "I've got nothing to do with it." Of course, he bites the heads off bats and he talks about this and that in his songs, but I did, show that mainly not for that, not to defend Ozzy Osbourne.
Mm-hmm.
It was the fact that he appeared on the show with Michael Aquino and Zena, which is why I wanted to bring that awareness to just people, whoever takes a look at my timeline, who sees the post. That was the main intent of that. It's because the real issue was with obviously what was going on during that period. And somebody did comment about the Satanic Panic. A guy who I know commented in the comment section saying that the Satanic Panic is now rife again. And I said I could go on for hours about the Satanic Panic during the 1980s and all the scandals that was going on. And I just wanted to just share that with you, Douglas. That was what happened.
Right.
Just on the day of his passing.
Okay, great.
He had his funeral yesterday as well in Birmingham, where he was brought up and he was born. So he had his funeral just yesterday with his family. Paying their condolence.
Well, that gave all his fans some chance to say farewell. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. I just wanted to bring that up. That was one of the things I wanted to just bring up.
I appreciate that. Yeah, and of course you couldn't hear it earlier, but you can replay it later. One of the things that Sammy Romero found was he began trying to investigate, or rather, he wasn't even investigating. Originally, it started off as just kind of like he was passing time talking to a chat GPT. But he was asking them about Presidio, Michael Aquino, and then somehow was given information via the chat GPT. I'm hoping he'll send me the link later when he has time, where their chat GPT was insistent that Michael Aquino had adopted a daughter, but somehow it was later legally, he got a restraining order against him because of the potential for preying upon the adopted daughter. That was interesting. I of course, having worked with Michael Aquino, never learned of this. I had only later, after no longer working with Michael Aquino, learned of someone who was claiming to be his son named Dorian, but I always was convinced that was an actor paid by Michael Aquino to make him look normal, to normalize him in the eyes of the public, that he had a son named Dorian. But you knew of that from before because that was a Facebook issue. And but this young daughter, I forget her name already, but it said in the beginning of the show, Sammy mentioned it. So as soon as Sammy, I'll timestamp it. But there you go with that. So but I pointed out that it was you who brought to my attention that Facebook, what is it again? Wikipedia. Wikipedia finally established Michael Aquino page. Because they finally felt, well, he's been dead long enough now, and we can get away with it. So there you go.
Yeah, exactly, Douglas. But you're still not presented on Wikipedia.
Of course not.
That-
Well,
that-
they're hoping to hold
yeah.
off until I'm dead. We'll see if history
Yeah,
changes
your
that
name-
situation.
Yeah. No, unfortunately, yeah. But yeah, your name is salted. The term they use is salted, so
Yes.
it's scrubbed as soon as anyone tried to make an entry of your name or formerly Michael Aquino. Wikipedia would forbid it, prohibit that name being used, and you couldn't write a page. So really, yeah, it was the only thing they had for years was Temple was set, which they could speak of that, and they had Michael Aquino written in the text, in the transcription
With no links. With no link. No
with
hyperlink.
no hyperlink. Yeah, exactly. With no links to an external page dedicated to Michael Aquino. It was forbidden and prohibited. Yeah, so that just shows you who runs the show.
Thank you.
You can write anything about. You could call
Satanists, the fucking Satanists in America. Yes, we have a
Yes.
literally satanic government here. Go on. Yeah.
Oh yeah, exactly, Douglas. Yeah, no. Thank you very much. And it's strikes and it's alarming. When people start to realise that. And one thing I wanted to say to the listenership: if you want to do anything to help your world, if you want to better your world, please support Douglas.
Thank you.
Because Douglas is the solution, and he has all the answers that you are seeking and that you need to know.
Including a new
yesterday.
constitution. I don't just present the problem, I present the answer. But go on, continue.
Yeah, exactly, the solution. Exactly, Douglas. Yeah, you are the answer. It's very. Yeah, I wanted to just say that I thought about it yesterday whilst driving to work yesterday, and I was like, if I come on the show, I have to make sure that people actually know that and take that literally. And it's the only thing I would say, take it literally, because I've always taken it very seriously. And it's been, the concern of me is your livelihood and your well-being. Make sure you're all right. If you're all right, because if there's something happens to you, then I'm lost. I'm completely, I'm
Well,
gone with
like I said, if I do manage to live to a ripe old age and we have our impact on history and I ever gain secular power, it's certainly not my son I'd want to burden with any potential for secession. It would be yourself, simply because you're the person who knows more about my ideology and what it is I'm trying to accomplish than anyone. You've taken the time.
I tried to. Yes, no, much appreciated, Doug. And to carry that knowledge on, to an extent, but not to the level that you have ascended to. I would, that's my goal, is to be able to, relay and articulate as well as you do. That's my progression. That's me practicing. I need to work on that. But certainly, because there was something.
As I've always said, as Michael Aquino would say, you've already got an advantage in having a British accent, so that helps.
Thank you. Yes, exactly. I know you've told me before.
Yeah.
Yes, I know you've said before. People will take you seriously because you are white Caucasian.
That too.
So
that too.
They will take. I've always remembered you telling me that. They will.
Not to mention being a male.
And male.
Yeah.
Yes. Just like all these generals, just like all these, people look at them as, figureheads, as father figures. Yeah, they're politicians in uniform, so to speak. Public, so people would take me seriously. Yeah, obviously the problem with me is at the moment, I don't waste any of my energy and invest a lot of energy in trying to convince people, because people have their own paradigms. They have their own feces, and not feces as in excrement, but their own feces.
Another way to say it is simply that people are indoctrinated. They have an indoctrinated paradigm that they're cleaving to. Yes.
And this will segue into where I wanted to get with my point, Douglas, as well, where I'm going to get to. So I don't waste my time and energy in that so much. If people ask me genuine questions and they are sincere, then I will respond in a professional manner and try to present it coherently as possible for a comprehension from their part. Because I'm not in a person of secular or authority, I'm not in a position of that. So people don't take me seriously. But if I was, because of their juvenile cynicism or cynical of their government, and especially people of a on that governmental level, or politicians, they don't take what they say, they take it for granted, or they take it with a pinch of salt. They don't believe anything they say. And because I'm not in that position, nobody takes me seriously. And it's like you said, it's the catch-22. Because if I was in a position of authority, they'll just look at me and say I'm a liar. But because I'm not in a position of authority, they feel like, oh, why am I going to listen to this man? He's beneath me, or he's on the same level. He's not someone in a position of authority that can tell me what to believe. And that's the other issue. That's the other problem that I have. But yesterday, I was having a conversation with a colleague, and I told them about we're still legally in a state of war with the Third Reich government. And they understood that. In their response was, yeah, because there was no peace that was settled. And I said, exactly. And I went into excruciating detail about that. I went into daylight saving time. I went into these excise war taxes that are still presented on our phone bills. And I went into, in the United States, it's marked up as a Federal Reserve phone tax. And I said, these are all impactful on your livelihoods today, which is why I have a passion in sharing this information, exposing the reality of the world that you live in. And we're still legally at war with the Third Reich, the National Socialist German Workers' Party, the government. And I mentioned the fact that the United Nations, the five founding members, all eventually, when it was established as an organization of war, they declared a war against the Axis, the Third Reich. And I mentioned the fact that peace was never settled with the Third Reich. No peace treaty was ever settled. And I mentioned that with World War I, it did come to a formalization and a close with the Peace Treaty of Versailles that was signed in Versailles, France. And I said the Germans had to pay heavy reparations, and they paid their debts off to the Allies in 2010. I said to this day, we're still under a unlimited state of emergency. We're still in a legal state of war. And I said, just like the Russian Federation to this day is still legally at war with Japan.
Right.
And that person understood that because they said, yes, that is true. And then I mentioned about the final settlement of Germany, the reunification of Germany itself. That was settled in 1990. And I believe it was either September 13th of 1990. I said I couldn't remember the exact date, but then I said they had
I'd have to look it up myself. I mean, go on, yeah.
Yes, it's been a little while. But I mentioned the fact that, well, they had to, Russia, the former Soviet Union, had to come together, collect the original founding members, absent the Nationalist Republic of China, which was one of the founding member states of the United Nations. That's right. I said because they had to establish as an organization of war to declare the war against the Axis. So I said Russia had to fight and gain a settlement, peace with Germany, East and West, which were two replacement governments, two entities that never existed during the time of declaration of proactive prosecution of hostilities. Right. And I said they came together to sign a separate peace. Then and then they mentioned, then the Berlin Wall fell. I said, there you go. Germany was finally unified, and then that was just prior to the Soviet Union's collapse on December 26, 1991. And I said, then...
And that's easy to remember because it was Christmas. That was easy to remember because it was Christmas.
Yes.
But go on,
Boxing Day, Christmas night, Boxing Day. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
it's
right.
easy to remember. But yeah, I said, but they never signed a peace treaty with the Third Reich.
That's right. That's right.
And that is what people do not understand. They cannot fathom or understand that information, that level of detail, because it goes beyond them. It's above them. No. They cannot understand that. I've had people before say to me, but the Germans surrendered during World War II. And I said, yes. Alfred Jodl was given the orders by the Fuhrer of the surface world.
Yes.
Right Admiral Karl Dönitz.
Yes.
Alfred Jodl signed the documents of surrender in Reims, France, to the Allies. But to cease the military operation by land, sea, and air to the Allies. That was to surrender the German forces, the defense force, the Wehrmacht. Because the last operation, the largest operation in human history to evacuate civilian populations, Operation Hannibal, all those vessels, all those, the bearing transported vessels were all used and utilized to transport military personnel and civilian populations out of the Baltic, out of Europe, and they relocated them to safety into exile, into Exodus. And they were not used for military purposes. So that's why Grand Admiral Karl Dönitz gave Alfred Jodl the order, the High Commander, to surrender the troops in the field.
Yes.
And I said, that was the surrender you're thinking of. But the Nazis never surrendered.
Yes, absolutely.
That is what people do not understand, and that's where it's so important. And that's what I take on. That's the legacy I am taking with me that I've learned from Douglas Dietrich. That's the legacy.
Well, one aspect of it. Yes, there's much more.
Yeah. That's the one I understand probably the most. Probably one of the most.
Yeah,
I understand it, but yeah, it's to share that with other people. And the thing is, there's no refuting that. They cannot dispute that. It's all verifiable, but people do. They go into denial
and say that the reason that there was no peace with the Nazis is because of the maniacal insistence of the Allies that the Nazis, they demanded unconditional surrender, but refused to recognize the legitimacy of the Third Reich, which had been voted into power democratically.
Yes,
so because they refused to recognize the legitimacy of the legally elected government, then demanded an unconditional surrender, there could only be a laying down of the arms, which is the best way to express it, is that Alfred Jodl gave the order for the military forces to lay down their arms to the Allied forces, but that's not a surrender. It's simply at the most, a surrender of forces in the field. But there was no surrender from the Nazi government because they proceeded to basically execute anyone they could find from the Nazi government. They declared it a criminal organization and tried to execute whoever they found from it, and this instantly rendered negotiations impossible. So as a result, the Nazi government reestablished itself in exile, just as, and don't forget, the greatest parallel to that that people can comprehend would be the retreat of the Taiwanese from mainland China, the retreat of the nationalist government to the island of Formosa to reestablish the nationalist government of China on Taiwan. And that's another development that's going on, is that Trump is trying to chum up with China now. Everyone's talking about a new age of Sino-American friendship, and as a result, he snubbed the president of Taiwan. So this bodes ill because it puts Trump in alignment with what I've always said. It puts him in alignment with the Jews of Israel, the Sino-Slavic synaxis, because the Russians are so much of a satrap now to communist China that they've actually surrendered ethnically white Caucasian, Slavic Caucasian practitioners of Falun Gong. They've surrendered Russian practitioners of Falun Gong to the communist Chinese. That's how much of a satrap that Putin is to Xi Jinping. So he's surrendering his own citizens if they practice Falun Gong. And this has happened already. Russians have been transferred to communist China to be put in their concentration camps. So you have a Sino-Slavic synaxis, the Zionists, and America siding with the enemy. But who would recognize Palestine are the front that would stand against this this new enemy alliance of the Sino-Slavic or Zio-American Sino-Slavic synaxis, and that's the lineup that's coming to fruition right now. England is now on the side of Germany. Against the on a two-front war against the Americans and the Russians. Yeah. Do you have any idea what country Putin's threatening to invade next? That would
not I. From what they've published, I have no idea, Douglas. I could obviously speculate, make an assumption, but no, there's nothing that's been outlined definitively, unfortunately, at this point. This is what you call like some form of, I hate to use the word leak, the term leak.
Got it.
In intelligence. So yeah, this is the British intelligence are releasing information that Putin is they're forewarning the public, and they've told the public for months now to make sure you have a supply, like a 2-week at least supply of food.
Wow. That'd be quite an accomplishment considering how bad supplies have been. But go on.
Exactly. Yeah, they want you to have tinned food, mainly anything that can last for years, essentially. So just have like a storage cupboard full of like tinned food, that was the thing, wasn't it? Yeah, they presented to me before, Douglas, about the Mormons, that they would it was essential that they would have a supply of food.
But their religion, they were required for the longest period of time, for generations. It was a religious requirement that you have always maintain an honest to God year's supply of real food, not just jams or preserves, jellies and shit. Real, actual fucking food. A year's supply. Yeah, that used to be.
Yes.
Go on.
Thank you. Yes, Douglas. And there was a question, because I was asked. Just to share with you, a different colleague of mine. He recently visited Rome, and only for a short break, only for the weekend, not long ago. But he mentioned about Nazi documents, and he said they've been under the Vatican in the vault since World War II, and they've never been allowed entry. No one's been allowed to have access and entry into these vaults, and then to uncover what was written in those documents. That's what he was saying, and I just basically.
By the way, that's easy to believe. That's easy to believe. I would.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, this is what he's heard and what he's learned about. He was talking. There was 3 of us in a conversation, in a triangle, and I just said to him, "Well, the Vatican was the very first country, because it is a country. It's the smallest country." Yeah. And I said they were the first nation to recognize the Third Reich.
Yes. And Manchuria, which was, of course,
Manchuria.
Yeah. Yes. Important. That was the emperor that sided with Japan. Yes. Go on.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely. Yes, absolutely, Doug. Thank you. And
meaning that the Vatican recognized both the Third Reich and Manchuria, to clarify for our listeners. So go on. Yeah.
Yes, I appreciate it, Douglas. And I mentioned the fact that within the vault, and I just mentioned about the book written by Brent Landau, the Revelation of the Magi.
Right.
And these 2 individuals, they're atheists, and they are proclaiming, and they state that they are atheistic. But when I presented about the Revelation of the Magi, I did express that there was I would call it an apocrypha. Probably that's not what it's referred to, but there was a written document in the Syriac language, which Brent Landau spent years specializing in, translating the Syriac language into English.
But by the way, technically, theologians could consider the Revelation of the Magi to be apocrypha, but that's only a technicality. Yeah, that's
only a technicality. Yeah. Yes,
but it should have been in the fucking Bible. But go on. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. That's the point, because it's irrefutable.
Yeah.
It's certainly in my estimate, testament. Certainly, Douglas.
Yeah.
But yeah,
the other thing to bring up to people when they bring up the Vatican is that it's important to recognize that Adolf Hitler was baptized a Roman Catholic. He never forsook his religion, and that he basically was someone who, because he never forsook his religion, the Roman Catholic Church never forsook Adolf Hitler, and that why they helped so many Nazis escape via the Vatican rat lines. And also important to explain to people. Yeah. Yes. Also, good. But also important to express the fact that the Vatican was a belligerent in World War II with actual combatants in the Balkans where they expanded territorially in Croatia, where the Duke of Spoleto in Italy was made the King of Croatia. And Croatia was one of the most enthusiastic Axis powers, where Catholic nuns ran concentration camps.
Concentration camps.
Yes, in Duvno and Lubnitz, the only ones in Europe that were ever exclusively for children.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I've got pictures, haven't I? I've shared them. Yes, Douglas, of those concentration camps run by these nuns.
Yeah, and Jasenovac, which was for the adults. That's the only concentration camp where 1 million people died. I mean, that's outrageous. Yes. I mean, 1 million people died at Jasenovac. That's it was working day and night. So, and that was all under the Catholic rule, the Franciscans. So you can, mention that.
Bring that up.
Yeah, bring that up as well. And the
that
final.
Was why I wanted.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
sorry, Douglas. That was the whole reason.
Yeah,
go on. Carry on.
No.
That's the reason why.
Yeah.
Yes, that's the reason why I brought up, because I needed you to refresh me on some of those aspects you just articulated. So I really appreciate it.
Well, one last thing here is one last point to be made is a share of our screen here. Let's see if I can do this.
Thank you. Yes.
And so going to do a screen share, and of course here we take this from my file. And important to remember, if you take a look at the cursor moving, that it was when my father was in Rochester, New York, my legal father. It was, let's see now, here we are near Rochester, New York. See if I can make this. Yeah, we are.
I've got that saved on my my iPad.
Excellent. Excellent.
And it's in high pixelation, so I can scan in and view it. I do want to get that map. I do want to get it.
Yeah, get yourself a copy of that.
Physical copy.
Yeah, this is where Cardinal Pacelli, secretary to Pius, Pope Pius himself, at a meeting in Rochester, New York, September 16th, 1936, that my legal father attended, stated the time has come to fight communism by force of arms if necessary, and Adolf Hitler followed the Pope's order to a crusade. The SS were all consecrated crusaders fighting communism on an anti-communist crusade.
Thank you, Douglas. Yes.
So even though they were neo-pagan, they were fighting for Christendom. And they were fighting for Christendom, a concept that was before Europe. So, there we are. Yeah.
That was all. Yeah, I'm so glad you brought that up. Thank you. I'm actually gonna save that. I'm actually gonna just take that line, that snippet. But that's what I presented to him, and I said, this is why Adolf Hitler didn't kill himself.
Yeah.
He was baptized a Roman Catholic, and it's against his faith to take his own life, to self-emulate. Yeah. And I said, but he was born in Austria. Yeah. He was not German.
Yes.
And I said, people forget that. And I said, just like Joseph Stalin. Yeah. He was born in the Caucasus regions of Georgia. Yes. He was not Russian or Soviet.
Yes.
And I said, he considered himself the ruler of a nation state of the former Soviet Union, which he hated his own people because they were considered.
Well, they weren't his people. In his mind, they weren't his people. He considered himself white, in charge of an Asian empire of Slavs. He considered himself Caucasian, which is, go on.
And during the Bolshevik Revolution, you had Lenin, who broke him a criminal men out of prison, and one of those men was Joseph Stalin.
Yes.
He was a criminal.
Yeah, not only was he a criminal, well, they all were. They all had aliases. Yes. That's why, Lenin had Lenin, which was not his real name. And Stalin. Yeah, Stalin was Zhugashvili. Stalin's real name was Zhugashvili. Yeah, they all had criminal aliases. And but Stalin was he was Caucasian, born in the Georgia, which is the Caucasus Mountains, where the very word Caucasian comes from. So he considered himself a white man ruling a empire of Asiatic Slavs that he wanted to downbreed further into chimerical primatoids by interbreeding them with lower troglodytes, Homo troglodytes, primates, lower primates. Yes. So, the exact opposite.
Thank you. But very important. Yes, thank you so much, Douglas. But yeah, that's what I presented to these individuals, and I said to my name, shame, and disgrace. I cannot remember how to relay what happened, because Croatia was never bombed during World War II. And that was why I wanted to bring it up, Douglas, just to get a refresher reminder.
Oh, that was easy.
Because
Vatican gold. The Vatican paid the Americans. The Vatican literally paid the Americans to not only never bomb Croatia, but to bomb Croatia's enemies, the Serbs.
The Serbians.
Yeah, so they, instead of bombing Croatia, the Americans bombed the capital of Serbia, which was their ally, their supposed ally. That's how corrupt the Americans were. And so yeah, it's simply the Vatican simply paid them off. That's why. That's easy.
Exactly, and that's what I was going to say to that individual. I was going to say that's what you're going to find in those vaults. It's the crimes that was the negotiations, the what was going on. That's the kind of documents you'll find. Also, there have been like some, they've talked about, the Vatican knows about UFOs. Well, there's an obvious answer to that. There's an obvious answer. Well, yes, they do know about UFOs or fly sources. They do know about that. That's also what's hidden underneath those.
Just inform them that the Vatican sponsors some of the most advanced observatories in the world. The Vatican has expert astronomers and space scientists because they have been familiar with the Reich. They are very familiar with what happened to the Reich. They helped to create the Reich in exile.
Yes.
So that's another aspect of those documents, is the documents present the secrets to Nazi ufology.
Yes, exactly. Thank you, Douglas.
Yes.
Yeah, much appreciated.
Now, one of the things that I will provide you with in the essay, which, like I said, if you get impatient, you can open the third essay. But like I said, I'll send a fourth one that's more polished. I'll probably just add some of the other addendum to it that you already know about Unterland. But the point is that when I'm speaking of Telluri's or Telluri Theta, the planet within our planet that was absorbed by our planet, that created the moon by crashing into our planet. Effectively, the Nazis live on the surface of that planet. One of the things I point out is, which again, from Michael Aquino himself, Michael Aquino told myself, and again, this is something that I've always taken with ambivalence because, of course, of the source, but yet it always struck me as no reason to disbelieve it. But Michael Aquino had always insisted the four great Nazi discoveries that rendered them a breakaway civilization far advanced than ours were anti-gravity, water fuel, by which I always assumed he meant hydrogen, but it could be literally water fuel.
Exactly.
And time travel and immortality.
And it's immortality,
Yeah, so when it came to the time travel, one of the things I point out in my essay obliquely, but I'll say it to you now directly, is that understand, because the Nazis, as I pointed out before, when you're traveling in space, you're traveling through time. And the more distant you travel in space, the more time travel becomes a necessity, because no interstellar empire can maintain itself without time travel, because you would not only have to meet at a rendezvous site that's an agreed to place in space, you've got to meet at a agreed to point in time. Because everyone will essentially be so many light years away from each other, that if you rendezvoused in space without that, you'd be rendezvousing at different times. So you'd have to have time travel to make it work. That having been established, understand that since the Nazis have time travel, whenever anyone is coming at you about Unterland, and this is the hope that the Allies have. The hope that the Allies have is that Theia, which the planet Theia or Telluri's, or its full name Telluri Theta, when it was in the heavens before its collision for millions of years and developed into a planet before ours, that developed life before our planet and crashed into our planet, that means that the organic molecules that came with it were ultimately the source for life as well as water on Earth. And because Te Yurifeza became the world whose surface the Third Reich reestablished itself upon within the megacavities under the crust of our Earth, understand that they've also, over the many years, come to use time travel to establish research colony sites and ultimately colonies on Theia before its collision. So people need to understand that the Nazis don't only have an empire in space, they have an empire in time.
Exactly, Douglas.
And
Yes.
that their chronotic empire, their chronotic Reich, or Chronoreich, their Chronoreich may ultimately, inevitably have a larger population on pre-collision Teuris than in Unterland.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's an important point just between you and I and anyone who's listening.
Yes.
You don't need to bring that. That's so advanced, most people's minds will be blown. They won't be able to understand.
It will be beyond them.
Yeah,
Yes, exactly,
it's
Douglas.
yeah, but this is something that what the Allies are hoping for is that if they wage a war against the Third Reich by invading Unterland, they're hoping they can establish a forced peace with the Reich where the Reich would surrender Unterland to the Allies if it has a large enough population established on pre-collision Theia,
Yes.
where they think that they can take Unterland and the Nazis would retreat to Teuris in time. That's the insanity of the Allied hopes.
Yes.
Which is like, if anything, if the Third Reich in exile truly believed the surface world was going to invade, they would simply invade first.
Yeah, exactly. They'll intervene. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely,
If anything, with time travel, they would foresee the attempt at an invasion and preempt it.
Yes.
So
that's exactly.
Yeah. So just all such being said, people need to understand we're not talking about a breakaway civilization in and of itself. We're talking about an advanced state of being, that the Third Reich in exile is now in a higher state of evolution, basically at a higher level of vibration. This is why when people ask me stupid questions like Numo Albano, whose real name was Michael Larry Loy, when he was asking me, why don't they just come to Earth and arise on the surface and exterminate all the blacks and the Jews and everybody he disliked? It's, why would they? They are existing in a state so beyond what you consider to be a problem.
Exactly what he considers projection. And it's like, why would they want to inherit your mess? They wouldn't want to. They have their own world.
Yes.
They got their own
worlds in the plurality. Not only do they have their own worlds in the plurality, but their own times in the plurality. Exactly. They don't just have space, they have time.
Exactly, Douglas. And how I speak about it, I've mentioned on the show before that there are 4 different types of ufological phenomena or phenomenal. They're the 4 different categories. You've got the biological, you have the natural, you have the mechanical, and then the term that you've always used on the government level is extratemporal, which is the space and time travel. And the Third Reich attribute to 2 of those categories of phenomena, the mechanical and the extratemporal. And all these people that come out on the and I never watch these shows, I would only ever review them for morbid entertainment. These ancient aliens
and shit.
They show you all these ancient depictions of flying saucers. And I can tell you right now, that's the Third Reich in exile.
Thank you.
In the future, coming back. And as you always point out before, Douglas, with in this 3D spectrum, we're a 3-dimensional being. We cast a 2-dimensional shadow on a 2-dimensional plane. And anything you do to that 2-dimensional shadow, you can take a rifle, a gun, and you can shoot at your shadow, and it does nothing to impact the 3-dimensional being. And it's just like with the extratemporal phenomena. They are 3-dimensional, but they're going into the 4th dimension. When they go into the 4th dimension, they are casting a 3-dimensional shadow. The Allies, the United States Air Force, or anyone in the military department could launch a strike, shoot a projectile at these three-dimensional shadows, and it does nothing to impact, which is in the fourth dimension, which does nothing to impact the three-dimensional being itself. And
that's in the fourth dimension. It does nothing to impact the three-dimensional being in the fourth dimension. That's casting a three-dimensional shadow from time, from out of space-time. Or the best way to frame it is out of space-time. Yes, continue.
At space-time, thank you. And when people have reported and see these, and I only have a few photos of these, you can see these are basically shadows from the fourth dimension, and they look just like the Reich's craft. Yes. They are just, and that is the Third Reich in exile. The future descendants, or they essentially right now have they have the capability of going entering the fourth dimension. That was very shortly after the time of proactive prosecution of hostilities. Excuse me, Douglas. Right. But they were able
through Die Glocke. Through Die Glocke.
Yes. That was confirmed by several relatives. That was confirmed in the. You can look at the some individuals that confirm this, that they were able to. They have the capability to maneuver in through space and time to enter that dimension. I always refer to it as extratemporal, but most people don't understand what that means. They use the term dimension or interdimensional. So just to use those terms just for the listenership to understand, they were able to accomplish such feats during that period, just like they were able to accomplish, as you said, Douglas, and it's so right what he did say to you, they were working with water as a form of fuel source, as well as they were using anti-gravitic technology, and they were definitively working with space travel, time travel, and through means and technology such as the bell bomb, the Die Glocke. Yes. No, appreciate it. I don't know if you had anything else to follow up with that, Douglas.
No, we're doing good. So continue. Yeah, whatever else comes to your mind. Yeah, very good.
Yeah,
I think we've covered a lot of important territory. We've provided our listeners with a very important education already with what we've discussed.
Yes.
So continue.
Yes. What else comes to thank you. Yeah, because I did mention. Yeah, the other thing I did mention yesterday was the decorative war hero. He was a decorative ace. He was recognized as an ace pilot, Thomas Mantell Jr. He was the first casualty, or he was the first documented, I should say, the first documented fatality during the pre-years of the Disc War period. Thomas Mantell Jr. He served multiple, not just declarations of war, armed conflicts as well. He was I think it was Kentucky. He got killed.
Just to clarify for our listeners, what George Knight is trying to disambiguate is the fact that Thomas Mantell not only served in a declared world war, but in undeclared armed conflicts that were considered police actions at the time. Korea, United Nations police actions.
Thank you.
But he was definitely a combat veteran. And
he's a combat veteran.
So continue. Yes. Continue.
Yes, exactly. Thank you, Douglas. Yes, he was a decorative combat veteran, an ace pilot, which you get that title if you get at least five confirmed kills during wartime or conflict or declaration of war. And so the reason why I bring that aspect up is because the explanation, because he was ordered to intercept this unidentified flying object over Kentucky. I believe it was Kentucky. I have to look that up in a bit.
I'm sure you've got it right. Believe me, I'd have to look it up. I'd have to look it up too. But George usually gets it right just by memory. But go on.
Yes, thank you. But the reason why it's so important is because it was over the continental United States. Most of the United States Air Force, and that was established a year prior. There was no such thing as an Air Force prior to 1947.
That's
but
right.
1948, the United States Air Force were under standing orders on a 24-hour alert to shoot down any unidentified flying object which violates national airspace, and to shoot them down if they cannot negotiate, establish contact, communication, and to order them to stand down. They were told to shoot them down. And so if they cannot talk them down, they were ordered to shoot them down. Well, Thomas Mantell Jr. was ordered to intercept and to pursue a flying object.
Oh, but by the way, there was never any orders to try and talk them down. There wasn't even any attempt at communications. They were in an all-out state of war, total war.
Yeah,
just shoot them.
Thank you,
just shoot them on sight.
Just then, yeah. That's just basically, the Air Force being told, oh, yeah, if you can't establish a contact, then shoot them down. Well, of course you're not going to be able to establish a contact. How are you supposed to radio to them and tell them to talk to them, for goodness sake?
Thank you.
So obviously, the default...
matter of fact, the title of the book, which discusses this, says it all. It's just 3 words. Shoot them down. It was unequivocal. Yes, go on.
Exactly, yes. Yes, exactly, Douglas. And, well, the Thomas Mantell Jr., he was in hot pursuit of the Wright's craft, and obviously he reached an altitude so high, and this was the Air Force's explanation to the family. Oh, he was chasing Venus.
Oh, it's so offensive. That's so offensive.
He couldn't.
A two-war combat veteran.
Exactly. With thousands, I don't know how many hours of
logged flight. Yeah, what you would say
would
be,
think,
at the very least, hundreds of hours of logged flight and combat experience. Probably thousands of hours, as you say. Yes, go on.
Yeah, exactly. And yes, hundreds of hours of combat experience. He knows the difference between
Venus,
trying to pursue Venus, neighboring planetoid in our solar system, to something that was reaching radar interference, that was on the screens of air traffic controllers from the ground, telling him to go pursue it.
Yes.
And and he was talking incommunicado with the ground traffic air controller, and I did get his name, the individual, but his 2 sons, he's got a Thomas Mantell Jr. the third as a son, and another son. They were in, for years, they never bought the United States Air Force's explanation, because they said, this is just ridiculous. This is outlandish. There is nothing that makes any sense. A man, our father was a decorative war hero with all these confirmed kills.
You know what? When you write this book, don't be afraid to attempt to reach out and establish contact with his sons. And
absolutely.
Because go on, continue.
Yeah, I was going to say, the one thing that really upsets me, Douglas, is the fact that me and you can't go on public television. We cannot be on the public air. I'm not talking about nowadays, it's all online. But we are not in we're not in that realm. We're not in that domain where
we're suppressed. We're censored and suppressed.
Completely. Yes. So there's very little way of us communicating or basically sharing that knowledge and information, and to reach out to the family of Thomas Mantell Jr. But I have to somehow try and get hold, like I did, with other individuals. I'm able to ascertain their emails. But if I can get hold of, either one of those sons, if they're still alive, to reach out to them and to tell them what happened to their father, because it's so important, because they have been in the public dominion, the public realm for years, having television interviews, and they come out and say, look what happened, and nobody buys it. They never bought, none of the family relatives bought the United States Air Force's explanation of what happened. It just doesn't make any sense, but it's so important that for people to have a grasp of what happened, because there are people today, all these charlatans and shills, and say that no one has ever died by UFOs. It is so offensive.
Yes, God, profoundly so, considering hundreds of pilots, thousands,
have died.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly, Douglas. And the latest, you'll see, if you go on online, on social media, what are they now propagandizing? There's a hostile alien threat out there. They've detected an alien spacecraft, and it could be hostile, and it's going to attack Earth within the coming months. And that's what they're publicizing.
Yeah, by the way, you missed earlier. I want you to, if you get a chance, review the show. But basically, at the beginning, Aristides brought that up, not to push the propaganda, but he brought it up that apparently we have a celestial object. I always pronounce it celestial. We have a celestial object that has entered the solar system. Yeah, and so he says they are pushing the alien attack angle, but Heather, she published it just wholesale. What they said, she said, along the lines of alien object has entered the solar system that they fear will attack us all. So Brendan said, "Don't get our hopes up. We can only hope." Yeah, but no,
exactly.
Yeah,
If you listen to us, oh my God, there's been this ongoing, undeclared aerospace war that's been going on for decades with the Third Reich, and and they're propagandizing that because all these people say nothing has ever happened to humanity ever since all this time that we would see UFOs. They've done nothing to harm us. Yes, that's why they abduct you. That's why why these Air Force pilots and former Soviets and British Royal Air Force pilots have all been killed, shot down, and oh my God!
But of course, do emphasize the fact that the abductions are overwhelmingly American. My labs are military abductions affiliated with the Cho. Yes,
exactly, Douglas. That's another important point.
Unless it's the Nordics.
Thank you.
Unless it's the Nordics, it's the fucking Yankee. It's fucking Yanks and the goddamn Cho. But go on.
Yeah, exactly, Douglas. So it's so important. But the images, because like they said, this interstellar object which is traveling from outside our solar system that's entering in our solar system. You look at the image of it, what apparently these telescopes have captured, it just looks like the Andromeda Gerat. It's just a long cylindrical shaped object, and I'm just like, well, there you go. Yes. That's what they are detecting, just like what happened in 1989 with the Phobos 2 moon mission by the Soviets.
Yes.
What did they report back to the Americans? Oh, they've taken down our satellite. They've taken down by an alien spacecraft. That's what they refer to as alien. That term, alien.
Yes.
Enemy alien of the state.
Yeah.
Third Reich.
Yes, there we are. Thank you.
There we have it.
Yes.
There we have it.
Yeah.
And all these experts coming out.
Don't forget also. Please continue. I was just going to mention. Don't also forget that the Reich was protecting their investment on Mars when space probes going to Mars were taken out, and they said, it must be like a third Martian moon that we've never seen. A killer Martian moon. Remember that?
Yeah, I remember that very well, Douglas, because my very first impressions before I even discovered yourself is because I was aware of that whole event, that whole incident that happened, because it was very public. Obviously, this was years after it actually happened, because I was only a baby at that time. But I remember coming across that incident, and they were portraying it as it was a form of one of the celestial objects that orbits Mars. It's another moon of Mars. Like they've got the Phobos moon, which is very it looks like a potato. It's very it's not a complete sphere. It's just elongated. It's got knobbly bits to it. They were just describing it like that. It looks basically like the shape of a potato. But they're trying to say this, this elongated cylindrical object was a part. And they're trying to portray it as it was miles and miles and miles long. Right. Which on the image,
I'm doing a screen share. I'm doing a screen share right now.
Yeah, thank you.
So can you see this on the screen share? Can you see this on the screen share? What they call Three-Eye Atlas. They call it Three-Eye Atlas versus Oumuamua, and they both, as you say, they appear to be Andromeda Gerats of vastly different sizes, with what I would call essentially camouflage. That they're almost camouflaged in asteroid packing or planetoidal packing. But their general shape looks as if there's instruments and other basically they look like they're tweaked. they're tweaked out. Equipped. They look equipped, or kitted. Kitted would be the British word for it. They look kitted.
Yes.
Like kitted.
Kitted out.
Yeah, kitted out. Yeah. That's fascinating. So Three-Eye Atlas versus Oumuamua, and so no wonder they're panicking. They probably are truly afraid that this is Iron Sky.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, exactly, Douglas. Exactly that. That's why. Yeah, of course, that was the reason why they produced those propaganda movies like Iron Sky.
Yes.
Yes, that was the whole intent. Yeah, they always seem to share something before something happens in preparation. It's like a form of social engineering program.
Predictive
Yes,
programming.
yes, predictive programming. That's it, Douglas. Could you please just speak just for 2 minutes? Just,
sure, of course. Yes.
Less than that, 30 seconds.
Sure, take
literally.
your time. Take your time. So, just covering for our dear George Knight, while he recovers himself from whatever he's contending with or dealing with, and again, it's International Friendship Day. Tonight's illustration represents the spirit of Brooke Hagberg in the form of the young lady and the spirit of Stephen Myers in the form of the tiger that are illustrated by myself. And that's the scan of that illustration is now embedded in thumbnail of live stream. So we are, of course, dedicating tonight's show to Brooke Hagberg and Stephen Myers, the latest contributors on International Day of Friendship. And, of course, our dear friend who has contributed well nigh or almost $1,000 this month, Mr. T-Tank Barry. I can't refer to him by his real name for his personal security. He's an individual who has gone well above the Call of Duty, well above and beyond the Call of Duty to sustain myself. And but it has been an emergency. The dealing with the emergency, the way. Yeah, it was exhausting. That combined with the fact that I had a low-level cold for a few weeks I had to get over. So, okay, all that being said, I believe dear George has returned. Yes.
Yes, I have, Douglas.
Okay,
thank you, T-Can. Excuse me.
No worries. Yeah, it's not his real name anyway. So it's not his real name anyway. But anyhow, yeah, Barry. Just say Barry. Just say
yeah. Thank you. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
No, that's very profound. Very much appreciated.
Yes.
And
we also had $200. We also had $250 contributed by someone who wishes to remain anonymous, but I can tell you a bit of detail personally about that privately later. Okay. So that being said, yes, please continue. And so this is exciting in its own way. Hopefully, of course, hostilities are not initiated. If so, it's the fault of the Allies who refused to declare peace. It was ever and always the fault of the Allies. The war was always unnecessary. And and the fact that they
exactly.
And again, just remember, if anyone ever questions that we're still at war, explain to them, then why are we fed a non-stop diet of anti-Nazi first-person shooter video games where we're always indoctrinated to kill Germans from childhood on? And
exactly.
I mean, forget just the movies. That the participatory indoctrination is what's so offensive. But
exactly, Douglas. It's insane. It's pathological. You ask someone, is it okay to do this for, you mention anybody else, any other culture, any other race, they'll all tell you no. And you point out, well, why do you think it's okay to do this to Germans? And then you don't refer to them as Germans, you call them Nazis. And
dehumanizing them. Dehumanizing them. You're programmed to dehumanize them from the moment you're born. Yes, continue.
Yes, they're indoctrinated to have an irrational fear, a phobia of Germanic people.
Yes, it's called Teutophobia.
Teutons.
Yeah, Teutophobia.
Teutonophobia, yes.
Yeah.
And it's disgusting. But as you always said, Douglas, it's from sperm to worm, from womb to tomb. Children are born and raised in the West, in the United States and in Britain. They're indoctrinated, and all the Allied nations. They're all indoctrinated to hate the Nazis, to have that instinct to kill Germans on sight.
Yes, and not only that, they are also indoctrinated, especially, of course, in the case of evangelical religions, to worship the Jews, and at the same time to, if not accepting of the evangelical indoctrination, all the secular Americans or Englishmen, any Anglo-Americans of either gender are trained to have this incredible compassion for the Jews as this persecuted victim race of the Holocaust, Look at what they're doing now. Look at what they're, which raises the question: did you have a chance to review those pages that I sent you from those books? Those books that I took out and
Oh,
sent.
yeah, I've got the pictures, Douglas. Yes, I do have the pictures. I did skim over them a couple of weeks ago now.
Okay.
Yes, thank you so much. I have got those. Yes. No, I have got them. So, yeah, much appreciated.
And you were able to read what they said about Israel, what they were predicting in those books. What they...
Yeah, that's all presented. Yes, Douglas. Yeah, no, absolutely. I will have to, review them again.
Okay,
for
please
me
do.
to have for me to actually, comment. Yes, absolutely, to articulate it as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, and it just shows you, as you just said, how they use a crime as the Holocaust, as the sacrifice by fire, which is the Greek term. Holocaustus is the Greek term for,
which was the original Jewish term for their holy war, because they were ordered by their God to put Canaan and other lands to the flame, to offer them to Yahshuvah as a burnt offering, as a mass burnt offering, a true Holocaust.
As a burnt. Absolutely, Douglas. Yes, which was the original term. And the Israelis today don't refer to, or I should say, the Jews or the Jewish diaspora never refer to it as the Holocaust. They refer to it as the catastrophe, the Shoal. And
the Shoah, Hashoah. Continue.
Hashoah. That's it, Douglas. Thank you. And just like the Arabs, the Muslims refer to their catastrophe
as al-Nakba. Al-Nakba.
Yes. And so it is so asinine that they use a crime such as the Holocaust, perpetrated by Germany during World War II. We could go into that, Douglas. You can hear my hesitation to speak of that, because I understand it so well, and you do too, but other people don't. And this is why we're out to
do you feel safe speaking a little bit about some of the surveillance while you were on vacation, or is that something you'd rather talk about privately?
Oh yeah, we could talk about that privately, Douglas. Yes, absolutely. No, we do need to have a conversation privately,
of course.
But yes, absolutely. But yeah, that was very alarming. But yeah, I certainly.
Well, at least it shows that you're being taken seriously.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, absolutely. And I will go. Probably speak of it privately before we go into it publicly. Yeah. But yes. The other thing, Douglas, with the Holocaust, they use that, the Israelis use that justification for their own perpetration of genocide, for their own of the Palestinian people, and as you said, it goes back to their how what's the correct applicable term, their Holocaust against the Philistines.
Yes.
It goes back biblically.
Yes. Yeah.
It carries on
and
to this day.
Any other people, the Canaanites, the Philistines, it's just everyone around them.
Babylon, yes. All these ancient, yes. It's absolutely. And that's why, we're from my stance to why it was so easy for me to comprehend everything and to take, when I first discovered yourself, Douglas, is because I've been such an advocate, I should say, an advocate for the self-determination of the Palestinian people for such a long time, as I do with the persecution against Germans in Exodus, the Reich. I look at those two as the most persecuted people on earth, certainly in the last century. It's been the Germans and it's been the Palestinians, and it's all been perpetrated by the same group.
Absolutely,
by
yes.
The same people.
Yeah, and whoever doubts you, we won't have any time to go into it right now, but all anyone has to do is do their own research into the Morgenthau Plan. And the Morgenthau Plan was the Jewish plan to exterminate 30 million Germans. Anyone can look this up. And when you take a look at the Morgenthau Plan, understand that the Jews intended to exterminate the German people. The Holocaust was an act of self-defense.
Yes.
It needs to be understood that when Hamas attacked Israel, none of those Jewish people that died, no children were killed. everyone that died was an adult or an older adult. They either had served in the military or were of draft age for the military.
Yes.
There are no civilians in Israel unless you're killing someone who is a religious extremist who refuses to serve in the military. Everyone in Israel is under conscription. They are all required to serve unless they get a health deferment or they're part of these extreme religious minorities. But every adult in Israel, this is why when I talked about that Cypriot invasion that was articulated in the scenario in the book Systemic Shock, all of these are not civilians evacuating. They are simply military out of uniform, and they're all armed. The highest rate of personal weapons ownership in the world is in Israel. And again, how is it none of these military veterans had a personal weapon on hand when Hamas came in?
Exactly.
Not to mention that Israeli armaments were found to have been expended in killing them. Many of them were killed by rounds that were fired from Israeli weapons, including heavy ordnance from tanks that the Hamas did not have. So, this is all important to remember. And again, all the people that were killed either had served in the military or, which means that they're always up for recall. You're never out of the military. You're up for recall once you've had military experience, if necessary.
Training,
in emergency. So it's not. No one was killed who was not a military person in Israel. They make it sound like they're innocent civilian victims. That's not the truth. There's no civilians in Israel other than the religious minorities are people with health deferments. So understand that. Everyone they killed was a military target. But that having been said, understand, look up the Morgenthau plan, the plan to kill 30 million Germans. This is all historical reality.
Douglas. Douglas, can I just, another point, and me and you are on the same, we understand this better than anyone else, really. When people go into, they bob down into the excruciating minute detail, when they start to obsess over these sort of, when they use things like Holocaust denial, you couldn't exterminate this many Jews in a given space and time with this amount of resources, etc., etc. You know what I'm trying to say.
Of course.
But when it comes down to Netanyahu's propaganda of this, he's telling the world the Hamas, the group, the government that was elected, this Hamas terrorist group, is recognized internationally as a terrorist group. They have hostages, Israeli citizen hostages. Now that was going free. That was, how long ago was that now? 3 years ago?
Oh God, it feels like 3 years ago. It's at least 2 years and some months. Yeah, it's as a matter of fact, I can give you, I can give you something most people don't know. So give me a second here to look it up because basically I maintain a count of the days in a very special file. So it's basically been how many days that has it been? I'd have 662 days. It was 663 days today. Israel has been at war. 663 days.
Thank you, Douglas. Yes.
Yeah.
And Netanyahu.
So guess what? So it'll be. Give me a second here. If it's 663 days today, let's look at the Google Calendar here. So by August 2nd, Israel will have been at war 666 days.
Yeah.
So write that down.
Yes. That's a long time, Douglas. And you'd think that, a nation, when you look at it's an open air prison.
Yeah.
And it's been bombarded. And they're supposed to have all these underground tunnel systems, Hamas, and they're keeping Israeli citizens as hostages. How the fuck are they supposed to keep them alive for that amount of time with all that food shortages, all the supplies there's a blockade? And I'm just like, I'm not going into that, going into that stance of bobbing down to such obsessive detail because it really serves no purpose. But you just think, why are they still pushing that? Oh, we're doing this to get the hostages out of there. But they're aerial bombarding it to the ground. they're basically
Well, that's
bulldozing.
think of the
Flattening
historical precedent. Think of the historical precedent and understand that the historical precedent of Morgenthau, he was after Roosevelt had basically you remember that the person who was originally running the Treasury Department was of course Jewish. And what happened was that under Roosevelt, the man who succeeded him was another Jew named Morgenthau, who was running America's Treasury. I mean, a Jewish person consistently running America's Treasury. Go fucking figure. And they were put in charge of the post-war division of Germany, the United States Treasury Department, run by Jews. And so here was the United States Treasury Department run by Morgenthau, a Jew in charge of the Treasury Department. But understand, they claimed no one knew about the death camps. They claimed no one knew about the death camps, that no one knew about the German Holocaust against European Jewry. Everyone knew, of course, they were trying to get the Jews to leave. But the State Department under Morgenthau's Treasury Department demanded a total destruction of the German economy, their industrial base. And beyond that, they fell into this sick and twisted genocidal fantasy where they were going to kill 30 million Germans. That is specifically articulated. So understand, the Nazis won the war because as their government went into exile, the Americans were forced to rescind all of these plans. If they had truly won the war, there wouldn't be a German left alive today or a Japanese. Obviously the Axis won the war. I've shown people the incredible difference between the numbers of Allied casualties and Axis casualties. The Axis casualties are far higher in their military, because the military took the brunt of the attacks to protect the civilians. So again, understand that when Morgenthau was Simpson, when Simpson of the Secretary of State said that when he was confronted with the Morgenthau plan, which meant that the Soviet Union, Stalin wanted to use the German people as slave labor. When he marched into Germany, the Americans promised to allow him to take as many German people as he wanted to employ as slaves. And that the surplus population after the industry was taken away, Morgenthau the Jew wanted the German people to be dumped in North Africa. They would be either slaves in Siberia or slaves for the Jew, the new Israel, in North Africa, which Israel had planned it to expand all over North Africa. And so when Morgenthau was confronted by Simpson that 30 million people would die without their land or their industry, Morgenthau and the American government didn't care. Simpson was the man who claimed that this was against Christian values, but the only thing that made the Americans and the Soviets relent was the Nazi victory. First off, the Nazis had Die Glocke, the bell bomb that threatened the Americans with total annihilation. And for that reason, the Americans had to acquiesce to the Nazi exodus without interference, and ultimately to the rebuilding of Germany with full reparations, which made Germany a superpower once again. So please continue with what you're saying. Yes, of course.
No, absolutely, Douglas. No, absolutely. That's such an important point to make as well, because that's with even like the Reichsmark. That was still in use up until 1949, because the Nazi Party demanded it because it was so strong as a currency, and several of these aspects, and that was why George Carlin Marshall, with the Marshall Plan, that was why he was given the Nobel Peace Prize, because he redistributed the reparations, not just to rebuild Germany itself, to rebuild it from the ground up, to restore it, but also to it was redistributed to into Japan as well. And so when people look at a victory, it's the victor who receives the reparations from the loser.
That's right. Yes.
And the Axis won that.
Yeah.
If they didn't, then why did they receive reparations?
Well, tell about how Britain languished under this fucking, what was the scarcity, conditions of scarcity? Again, what was it called?
Austerity.
Austerity,
Years.
yes.
Austerity years, yeah.
Yes. So,
they were far worse off than the German people were.
Yes.
They were in Britain.
Yeah.
They lost their empire.
Yeah.
Yes, they lost their empire. I'm receiving an incoming call, Douglas. So I will have to depart shortly, but I do apologise. Okay. Yeah, I'm getting interference every
well, we
now
love
and
you
then,
dearly.
Yes. But no, thank you. Yes. No, but thank you so much. Yeah, and to make that point is, for how many days? 660 odd days?
663 days, but by August 2nd, which let's look up on the calendar again, by August 2nd, that's going to be a Saturday. So by Saturday, Israel would have been at war on Sunday, your time. On Sunday, your time, Israel would have been at war 666 days.
Wow.
By Sunday, your time. 666. Yeah.
Yeah, 666, the number, yes.
Yeah.
But yeah, for that long to keep hostages, and as we pointed out, per the laws of the Geneva Convention, any captive prisoner of war, that's what this is classed as. They don't call them that. They just say they're hostages. They're being kept against their own will.
You know why? You know what? Because it's not a war. It's murder. It's genocide. It's not a war. Yeah. It's genocide.
Thank you. And that is why that's why our heads of state, our politicians, are recognized in Palestine as a state.
Yes.
So then they can call it a genocide. At this moment, they're unrecognized as a ethnicity, as an ethnic group.
Well, we'll point out to anyone who protests, tell them the International Court has declared Netanyahu and Putin war criminals.
Exactly, Douglas. That's exactly it. Yeah. That's the fact of reality. That's exactly what they are. Yeah. They're monsters, war criminals.
Yes.
And
it's legally recognized as such.
Them.
So tell them that's not an opinion. They're recognized as such by international law.
Exactly, Douglas. Exactly. That is why Putin doesn't venture out no more. Yes. Because if he enters a territory, a country, he could be
arrested.
He could be detained. Yes.
Yeah.
And then trial for war crimes for what he's done.
Yes.
And so, they know that. They know that.
Yes.
And so, it's such an important point. But thank you so much for having me on, Douglas. I've enjoyed myself. And thank you. I'm going to go back to review what we were speaking about on earlier. And I will review the first, where what Sammy Romero brought up. I will, review that as well. Okay. Regarding the interstellar object, and Aristides, I believe, as well.
Yeah, Aristides and Heather brought that up. Yeah, he's like,
thank you. Yes.
Sammy Romero brought up the daughter of Michael Aquino. He brought up.
That's it.
Yes,
that's it. Thank you. Yeah. I will go back just to so I'm able to hopefully store it in my memory. Hopefully,
well, we love you dearly.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. No. All my love on to you, Douglas, and I'll speak to you privately soon as well, and hopefully I'll be on with you this coming Sunday show, Monday my time. But look after yourself, please, and enjoy your sleep as well. You need,
and
you
for
deserve it.
Next Wednesday, just so you know, for next Wednesday, I have a dental appointment the next day, so I won't be able to do a full show on Wednesday. I'll be ending the show very early on Wednesday night, the 9th. That'll be the 9th of August, though. That's the 9th of August. Yeah, I think.
Worries.
Let me take a look at that. 6th of August. I mean to say 6th of August. That'll be the 6th of August next Wednesday. Yeah, but Sunday we'll be on all night. So join us Sunday night. Okay.
Yes, I'll look forward to it, Douglas. Yeah, thank you so much. I really appreciate everything. Thank you. And look after yourself. All the best. Take care.
Okay. Bye for now. Okay. That was George Knight. And if we have anyone else who cares to join us, speak us now or forever hold your peace. Real Tech Geek says, my cousin probably has a health deferment. I'll ask him. He is very sick since bitten by a spider many years ago. He'd be one of the few innocent, quote unquote, Israelis then. And so he points out something here with War History Online. Morgenthau Plan. So this was found by our dear friend Real Tech Geek, Henry Morgenthau Jr. The Morgenthau Plan would have resulted in the deaths of 25 million Germans. It says it's 30 million, but this is, so thank you, sir. Thank you. Very good, Real Tech. Yeoman work. And let me comment on that to him in the text box in a second. In the meantime, I will share this with George Knight. and we're going to, take it from there. So, yeah. So let me just get my act together, enter a few more things into the chat box, and we'll be calling it a night very soon. Again, if anyone else wants to do anything, do it now. Say anything, say it now. And okay, good. So our man has seen this, so he can point that out. And with that, we're going to. I noticed both Troy and Brendan and Aristides are still on the call. Real Tech Geek is calling. Okay, so I might as well answer that. So, dear Real Tech, I won't be on too long, but go ahead and say hello to everybody. Welcome aboard. Yeah, there we are!
Yeah, hi. Sorry, I
No
forget it
worries.
doesn't always connect.
Now, I'm so sorry about your mother. Condolences, and I pray everything else is as well as possible with you. Share with us about your latest... you still took a trip to the latest Comic-Con, did you not? Or am I wrong about that?
No, not yet.
Okay.
I do want to go to it.
Okay.
Well, I would like to attend Anime Next and SDCC. I have attended SDCC.
Okay.
I'm sorry, San Diego Comic-Con many years ago. I attended every couple of years, but it's been a long time.
Yeah. And but how else are you doing? Update us on anything you're willing to share publicly?
Any updates? Nothing really much going on, really.
Well, obviously you've been through some trauma with the death of your mother. Is there a funeral?
Yeah. Yeah, there is, but I don't know. I don't know how. I don't know how to really deal with it. I went through a lot when she was here, so.
Understood. She wasn't yes. What your sister's hypercritical? Tell us about this.
Well, my sister says that I am I don't have any empathy.
Well, she's wrong on that, of course. Continue. Yeah.
I'm just trying to connect the Bluetooth headset, but it looks like it's not working.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, all right, whatever. It's I don't have any empathy. I don't care. I should have helped out my stepfather, or helping her out with some money for Uber or all these things. But like my wife told me, which was right, when he fell down in January, all the way down the escalator, like 2-3 flights of escalator, when he became very dizzy. He's got vertical problems. He's doing a lot better now. But like my wife told me, she's in the best place it needs to be now, and just come see him when he gets discharged. So she's yes. But like I said, my sister just didn't come here. My mother was here several times, on and off, last couple of years, and she never come to see her. So how am I a cold person? How am I a selfish person?
You're not. You're not. You don't need to take that to heart. You don't need to worry about that.
I'm not taking it to heart. And it was so difficult with, she didn't want to bathe for a very long time. It was very difficult with that, and I had to get her out. A couple of people called police and ambulance and try to get her help with evaluation many times, and I was very concerned about them trying to, evict me. It didn't happen. I'm just saying, it was a terrible situation with that.
Yeah, it was, and I understand. It's hard to deal with. It's very difficult. Now the individual. Go on, continue, please.
Oh yeah, and my mother wanted to accuse me for wanting control of her money or where money she gets from lawsuits, wherever it was, And I was like, no, I don't care. But because like I explained before, about she would just meet these random people and random men and give them lump sums of money and then not support us and give us, or she was promising to even the second time she didn't, and she did it again where she gets lots of money, gonna give us money or give us a house, like my wife was telling her about that. And after a while my wife wouldn't give her money sometimes because she got fed with her, and she ain't got no money, and she's ordering like 20 items a day from Amazon.
Oh my God. This is so
It
sad.
wasn't like this when I was growing up, and if she came like this evil, and then she was on one time talking about many times and having these constant panic attacks, usually during the Jewish holidays, even though she said she was Christian. But she, saying about someone sacrificed grandma for money. Then she would accuse me that I killed my grandmother for money.
Oh my God. Well, you've dealt with a lot, and your family has not been easy to deal with. None of them.
No.
No. Yeah.
None of them.
Yeah.
My wife is easy to deal with.
Thank God.
My wife, yeah, thank God. Yeah.
And
it's sad. It really is what happened with her. But and my father didn't live long either.
Mm-hmm.
He was 59. She's 69. So.
Who's the individual you were talking about who was having the problems with equilibrium?
John. Or John, his name.
Who?
He used to date my
Oh,
mother.
you're the Israeli.
No. That's my cousin.
Oh, okay.
He's from South Africa.
Okay. Who's John? Forgive me. Who's John?
He it's like family for me, but he's a fucking racist though. I don't like him anymore now as an adult. So, but he used to date my mother. He used to take care of us when we were children. To go out together, our parents didn't do things with us.
Uh-huh.
So, but like I said, I don't like him too much anymore now.
Uh-huh.
I can see this, he's not super hyper focused on it, but it's just his personality is very annoying to me. So,
okay.
Yeah,
that's
in general.
Yeah, that's difficult. Okay, and
against him,
so
but,
basically he's left alone now that your mother has died.
Well, he's 88 years old, gonna be 89 years old, and it's crazy that he's just outliving everybody.
Mm-hmm.
His sister died.
Wow.
So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, he must know some secret.
I guess it's beer.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. Well, I guess I've got a long life to look forward to then. Yeah, that's cool. So yeah, it is. So I want to thank you for your concern concerning the tsunami, and I appreciate that. The fact that
I was very
concerned.
nervous about that.
I don't blame you.
I know a lot of people live in California. So.
Yeah. I mean, look, I appreciate it, like I said, and so such having been said, how are you doing otherwise? Other than that, obviously you've been through a lot of ups and downs, like you said. Other than that, your wife and yourself are doing okay?
Yeah. Like she was sick for a while, but in the hospital, but she's fine.
Oh yes, how did that work out? She had a infection, correct? Kidney infection or something? Yeah.
It was a infection from in her vagina. It was like E. coli.
Cervical.
Yeah.
Okay, so she had a cervical infection of E. coli, but they took care of it with antibiotics and it worked?
Yes. Heavy dose of antibiotics. Like I couldn't imagine going through that. I would be shitting and vomiting like crazy. I can't take it.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, so I remember once mixing that with Blagel and a Pearl prebiotic, and that was hell for me. And I had to do a photo shoot, and I was really late. It's a group photo shoot. I was part of, and I was really late to it. And I always did I always paid the extra time for the model to do a private photo shoot. But and even going there, I still had to use the bathroom afterwards. So it was something I don't like antibiotics. I really don't. So much.
No, I don't blame you. No, it's hard. It's hard for a lot of people. What is going on in terms of current events that you feel we should be paying attention to?
Well, I do want to comment about the what was his name again?
Morgenthau plan.
Morgenthau plan. Yeah.
Yes,
so
continue.
a quote by Winston Churchill, that fucking piece of shit.
Yeah.
Which was, this war is not against Hitler or the Allies, or it is. It's against the German people, and he would have not cared if the country was run by Hitler or a priest. So yeah.
There you go. It's true. That's a true quote.
So,
yes.
Yeah. So yeah, it's very true about that. But well, the summer heat, and it's it's going on pretty bad, and it's so hot here. I don't know. I was talking to people in California saying it's pretty cold there, like 71 degrees
Mhm.
sometimes. I was talking to my friend earlier about that with the artificial intelligence, just how it's this rush they're doing with it and pushing it through AGI and all that other stuff. It's really liquid night. I'm sorry, natural gas,
Mm-hmm.
and it's really pushing the environment. And that's why the summers are getting so hot. Also, Elon Musk is talking about taking the entire power plant and bringing America by pieces.
Hmm.
And there's a news article on CBNC with his Nashville, Tennessee,
Mm-hmm.
and he's trying to fast track it, and they're pushing against him for what do you want to do, because it's completely destroying it can completely destroy the ecology.
Yeah. Important point. Thank you.
But the earthquake, it's the future I saw, which is the anime manga that and people keep talking about it, and people saying, oh, maybe it was just Russia, but I do think it's going to be like a really big one like that, where it can create a year-round summer. The one that happened in Indonesia.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, that can come, and that's going to be really bad.
That certainly would be. That would be, all I can say is that would certainly change the game. That would be a game changer, yes. Well, it's about 6 p.m. I'm going to retreat into the gentle night. I think we've turned out a good episode, despite the fact that I was pretty not into it when we started.
Wow.
Yeah.
Only 6 p.m. there?
Yeah. Here it's only 6 p.m. Yeah. I'm sorry. No. I mean, it's 6 hours. We've been on 6 hours. It's midnight.
Oh,
it's midnight.
okay.
Midnight. But we've been on 6 hours.
Okay.
Yeah. So shows you I need to go to sleep. Okay. Well, I love you dearly, and share that love with your wife. Tell her how glad I am that she survived, and I'm very proud of her and of you. And okay, take care.
Thanks for talking. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank
you.
you.
And please, folks, support Doug the Teacher here is our national treasure, and you're not going to learn any information from mainstream media.
Thank you. Or at least I will be the better option. So, bless you. All right. So take care and have yourself a blessed day, okay? All right.
Okay. You say take care.
Okay. Right. And so that was the Real Tech Geek. Hopefully one day he'll share his real name. And in the interim, we're going to close call. But we'll also close stream. Everybody join us on Sunday night. We'll try and aim for a longer episode, hopefully 8 hours at the minimum. And in the interim, we turned out good tonight, despite my initial reticence at even participating. And I'll, of course, be more than amped after returning from the estates on Sunday night to host the next episode, and we'll be probably returning to the estates the day after that, so I'll be in a much better mood, most hopefully. Tonight, though, I exit the show in a much better mood than I started. I can guarantee that, and it's all through the help of all of you, and for those of you who support myself morally or financially. He's on the call but can't hear you guys. Okay, so let's call him back. Oh, on hold. Oh, we're on hold. So how do I get back into the chat? If the chat's on hold, how do I get off hold? So let's call Sammy directly. So, okay, we leave the call here, lower the screen, and then call Sammy directly. So, Sammy, call me directly. We'll see who gets who first. And, okay, so let's place that call here. And we'll see if we can talk to Sammy for a few minutes. There we are, good sir. So what had happened was, it's when I picked up Realtek, it takes me off the other call. So, say good morning to everyone. Take your time, and whatever else you want to bring up, we'll talk about a few minutes. Sure.
Oh, no, nothing. So we're still on, right? Or no?
Yeah, we're still on. Stream's still
Oh,
going.
okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. No, nothing. So is this actually true, the whole mothership thing?
Oh, let me show you. Sure. So, oh, you see it in the infinite call. So I entered a
Right.
image onto the infinite call. So, it's actually, I'd give it 50-50. It's a coin toss, but I would say that as our dear friend George Knight has concluded, if indeed it is a mothership, it is the kind of Andromeda Garrett, a variant on that structure that is very large and in essence camouflaged. They do look like the original one that entered the solar system some years ago, Wameamea, looks like an Andromeda Garrett that has been packed into planetoidal crust that is nevertheless looks like some of its instruments and weapons are essentially exposed. And it's the same with this particular potential structure. It's either a megastructure, Andromeda Garrett, or some
Right.
natural phenomena, but they're calling it 3i Atlas. So, yes, it's true, it's entered our solar system. They seem very worried. They honestly seem to be calling the alarm that this is a potential. This would be their way of hiding recommencement of hostilities with the Third Reich. Maybe they truly are afraid the Third Reich has basically decided to conduct an invasion of the surface world. I do not intuit that myself. I would simply say that if anything, it will continue passing on through, regardless of whether it's a Reichscraft or a natural phenomenon. But it does look very unusual. It does look very unusual. So I can understand
Right.
their fear of the object. So that's as far as we know. So what's your own intuition about this? Yeah.
Um, well, we are living in very interesting times. To the point that, when you have somebody that is in power, like the
Trump.
president we have today,
Yeah.
like Trump, or it's being let being in power, like they're allowing him to be in power, it might attract, outside forces and possibly the Third Reich. I kind of more point towards the Third Reich because they are the ones that have that technology.
Yes.
And we have to also keep in mind that space exploration has been going on, before we did, in the late 60s,
Yes.
even early 70s. As far as their technology, they've probably already, have traveled to other galaxies.
Well, certainly
So,
other stars within our galaxy, at least. Because
absolutely, and we're barely trying to. Well, in fact, it's almost like abruptly we stopped really trying to
explore
go
space.
forward, explore. Really, I mean, we had the whole Voyager spacecraft program, and New Horizons that launched, like I say, about almost 20 years ago. But that's, in my opinion, that's about it. In when it comes to our space program, it's pretty much dead.
Yeah.
And a lot of it's because I really do think our country killed it because eventually I think we would end up finding out that not only are we behind, but the Third Reich has been ahead of us since we've been conceptualized trying to go up into space, and I even have to include the Soviet Union or Russia.
Oh, absolutely. The best way
Go
to
ahead.
yeah. Oh, yeah. The best way to express it. Actually, before I continue with that, why don't you complete the thought on the Soviet Union? Yeah, please.
Well, the Soviet Union had Sputnik, and it had the Mir space station, which you talked about. That I actually learned that pretty much the Mir space station. When I remember you talking about this, the Soviet Union had more than one space station, and they actually had a space station that was weaponized. In other words,
that's right.
So
half a dozen of those, as a matter of fact, they were called Soyuz. They were armed and armored manned stations.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And I remember hearing that when you talked about the what do you call it, the leader of Transnistria. I forget his name.
Transnistria. Yes.
Yeah,
Oh,
Transnistria.
yes. Known as
The
Plamia. They call them the Plamia, meaning
yeah, the Plamia. There you go.
basically the
The
comet.
Plamia.
Yeah, the comet
Right,
thought.
right.
Yes.
Exactly. So, definitely, I think in the times that we're living in, it's very possible because I think everybody feels like we're on the edge of something big. I was going to call you yesterday because of the tsunami too. We had a tsunami warning.
Right.
And
for our listeners, Sammy is in California, so yes, like I am.
Right.
So continue. Yes.
Yes, I'm in California. The problem is you can say I'm in the taint of California, but that's neither here or there. But definitely, I even called my twin, and I even called a couple friends of mine that live in Southern California, and gladly it wasn't. We weren't greatly impacted like we could have been, but that's still, it's not really a matter of if, but when.
Yes.
A lot of activity has been going on this planet because of our president. I really do think it's just not, the Third Reich, but, the civilization's underwater.
Yes.
It's very much, it's in the atmosphere, it's in the water, it's in our soil. Changes are happening, and it's because I do think our president's not going to go quietly. He didn't go quietly last time. Yeah. He damn sure he's not going to go quietly this time, and he's going to make sure that he's remembered, because we're talking about an ego-driven maniac.
Absolutely.
But definitely, there's forces at work. I think though, with this situation, if what our fellow brother across the pond, George Knight, I really do think it's a Third Reich. The thing is, I think that the problem is right now is how's the government really gonna play this, because we're living in an age now where information's at the tip of your hands, where it's kind of hard to censor things now. And it's not that they can't, it's just with the president that we have, he does not do a very good job of calming down the masses.
That's for sure.
So if you really do think about it, he is somebody that who's not a critical thinker. He's not somebody who exudes
confidence. Yes, go on.
But it's just part of who he is. Doug, give me 1 second, okay?
Sure, take your time. I'll keep burning the bandwidth. Yes, I want everyone to know that what I'm going to try and do is look up in my files any examples I might have of the Andromeda Garret. Don't seem to be able to find them quite that easily, unfortunately. So I have to try and remember exactly how I filed it. Go back to, shall we say, the different files that I have. Look up what I can. I suspect it may be in this particular file. I'm just burning bandwidth here. And here we are. Hopefully this is it. And let's see if we can dig that out of here. And that would provide... no, it's not in here either. Jesus Christ. All right, so I'll just keep scrolling through my file here till I find it. And we'll take it from there. In the meantime, I want people to know how glad I am that Sammy came on. Glad that he was that we're able to maintain the show a few minutes longer, talking over some of these phenomena, and we will basically see if I can polish up that essay I sent a little bit more. Add maybe some stuff to it. That would probably take a day or 2 or 3, depending on how that goes. But yeah, it's been as you can see, truly, I'm just burning bandwidth. I'm multitasking here. I'm also looking through the files for a good chart of the Andromeda Garrett, kind of like what they call a cutaway chart. See if I can find that here and share that with Team T-Trick. Oh my god! I'm already ready to cash the chips in, but we'll wait till Sammy comes back here. Just a lot that happened tonight. Really glad now that we came on and did what we did. And you know, in the meantime, just keeping everybody occupied till we can find what I'm looking for. Amazing, some of these photographs that I have. And I get lost in them, of course. And they're very distracting. Okay, so just keep going, searching. Of course, when Sammy returns, he's more than welcome to let me know, so I can, you know, stop blathering mindlessly while I look for a image that would help put some of this in perspective for fellow members of Team T-Trick. And of course, our call is probably infiltrated by others as well. We hear them sometime on the call. Now let me see here. Where's and of course, hopefully, our dear friends Aristides and Brendan Zogid are getting much deserved rest, along with Troy Bellamy, and hopefully they're able to get up in the morning without too much of an issue. Obviously, our friend George Knight sacrificed sleep to come on the show, and it all worked out quite well. I'm glad he did, and it wasn't for nothing. His efforts were not in vain. They really worked out well. Here we are. Early World, Early Taya. So good. I have some further images now. Otherwise, I wouldn't have even looked for this. So Earth. Good. Other images to add to the. Oh my god. To the essay. It's like if Sammy doesn't come back soon, I'm just gonna go to sleep. But at least I would have gotten through the file and found other things I'm looking for. So here we are. And to everyone who's listening now, all I can say is this is the decompression phase. Deal with it. Hope I've got that photograph integrated into my essay. Let's see now. That's a Spanish term, by the way. Essay. So if I were a listener right now, I'd be truly frustrated. But to all of you, hey, just the way it works together, just the way it turns out. All right. Well, we had a real successful night. I am determined to get down to the bottom of this file, and at that point, either Sammy has returned or I'll check out for the night. And so bear with me on that. I'm halfway through, scrolling down. These are big files, and they're loaded with imagery. So at one point or another, I'll find it and then upload it, or not find it and then not upload it. Interesting. Well, keep going down. What a night it's been. And if anyone wants to enter something in the chat, go ahead. Now's the time to do it. Either that or forever hold your tongue, because you got to enter it in several minutes before the end of the show, or it doesn't upload. Oh, interesting. Here we are. Okay, I've got that into it. These are fascinating, the images that I have. It's so easy to get distracted here. Okay, where are we? Marine regions, Mars ocean. Oh yes, Mars once had an ocean. Okay. Yeah, in a sense I feel apologetic, but hey, we did our work for tonight, and we turned out a good product. I'm proud of it. The fact that it ends in whimper instead of a bang is okay at this point. Okay, everyone, just bear with me, and we'll have our man George next episode probably read some things out from the pages I provided him. Not my essay, but the books that I sent to him. Excerpts from the books I sent to him. And okay, we're getting closer to the bottom, which means we're getting closer to the end of the live stream, close to the end of the file. And since nothing's been found thus far, doesn't mean it won't be found in the next few minutes or so. But we found some things to at least add to my essay in terms of imagery. And okay, that is, yeah. And for all of you out there, join us on Sunday night. We're going to be back at it, probably an 8-hour episode or close, and we'll cover our usual range of subjects. That's funny, who am I talking to here? Oh yes, Jennifer Hawkins. Shout out to Jennifer Hawkins. If you're out there, honey, join us join us one of these nights, sooner rather than later. And okay, getting closer and closer to the bottom of the file. This provides me more of a perspective on what I have available, and always forget you have to review your files sometimes, recognize what's in them, what you have to work with towards your projects, and that's always a healthy thing to do. Almost there, almost at the bottom of the file, and then well, that's it for the night. Okay, there we go. Then I'll see if any message was left by Sammy, and I'll see if there's any message left by anyone in the chat. Okay, just a few more images down, and we'll be there. That you, Sammy? If not, okay, closing file. And now we will check if there's anything from Sammy in terms of the call. Let's take a look at that. And he's still on call. And but what I'll do now is end the stream. I can't believe I still got the same number of people listening. You guys are gluttons for punishment. You're all masochists. for the last 5 to 7 minutes, at least 10 minutes. Okay, feel guilty about ending it because we got such a good connection and pretty good numbers, but love you all who support myself. Hugs to the lads, kisses to the ladies, and we're ending stream. Okay, all right, ending stream. And triple redemption.